Hey guys, it is day seven. Day seven. We just left off with Mike Dorsey on the stand. He was, done testifying for that portion, but he is subject to recall. So who knows if we're going to see him make an appearance again. I believe he's been the longest testifying witness that we've had, perhaps in part because they played two different audio recordings while he was still on the stand. But even so, I still think that the state did a pretty lengthy direct examination, and as well, the defense did a lengthy cross-examination that kind of got fiery with some interesting exchanges between defense attorney Michael Samft and the witness Mike Dorsey. So if you missed that yesterday, that might be worth running it back, watching that. And who knows, Mike Dorsey might have been the closest thing to a lead detective in recent years that we get to see in this trial. It came off to me very strongly like the state does not expect to call Greg Kading, maybe not even expecting to call Detective or Mr. Mogg, which I think is very unusual. It seems like Greg Kading has some, General Brady material type issues that the state doesn't even want to try to step in because they know if they call this guy, the defense will be able to get into it. But Mogg wrote a report 5 or 6 weeks ago at this point. It's kind of weird that the state wouldn't call him. I think it's kind of weird. But other than that, we still have Keefe D telling his story 10 ways from Sunday and every day since. We'll see if we get more recordings today. I hope not. We'll see if we get more iterations of Keefe D's story today. See who the next witnesses are. We had a ton of names dropped yesterday during cross-examination. One of the bigger names was Foxy Brown. Did you ever try to verify if Foxy Brown was present in Vegas the night of the shooting? And Dorsey didn't go through those links to try to verify that type of detail. So wondering if we'll see witnesses be called that have been mentioned before, including Foxy Brown. Wouldn't that be crazy? Wouldn't that be crazy? I bet she does not want to be dragged out to come testify in this trial. Oh my goodness. And then let's see. I believe today is going to be a full day. Yesterday, the court ended early, I believe, just because the state wrapped up with Dorsey and there was 45 minutes to spare and they just didn't have another witness. They just weren't going to put on another witness yesterday. But it wasn't meant to be an early release. Today should be a full day. And if I'm not mistaken, the judge mentioned that she does have some calendar days still that she needs to navigate around. So I'm waiting to see if she says anything about any other days this week, or maybe they're going to start late because she has other cases to deal with. So we've got to stay in tune for that. And then my homework. I think my last bit of housekeeping while we wait for court to start. The reason I couldn't look up that Lee's liquor thing yesterday, I was looking in an accessibility mode, like a reader mode that's easier to show on screen. And that's why it wasn't coming up. But it was actually like this display, this cool looking display on Lee's Discount Liquor, where it gives the story in 1981. He's an immigrant. He establishes his first liquor store in Vegas, originally named Plaza Liquor. He later named it A Plaza Liquor to appear first in the phone book in the Yellow Pages. 1983, Mr. Lee rebranded the store to Lee's Discount Liquor. This rebranding marked the beginning of what would become Nevada's largest alcohol retailer, known for its extensive selection and competitive pricing. So if this is when we had the rename, I do not believe there was a liquor barn on Flamingo Avenue specifically in 1983. That would have been, if that was the location, because it didn't seem like they may have had the Flamingo location yet. It would have been renamed already 13 years before the shooting. That was a bit of a cross-examination and redirect detail fight yesterday, where one of the things the defense was asking, you didn't verify this, you didn't verify that. And then Mike Dorsey says, well, I did actually verify the liquor barn thing. There was actually a company who used to go by Liquor Barn, but then there was a trademark scare with the Liquor Barn chain that's really popular in California. It's a big franchise type. I don't know if they franchise, but it's a big chain. And it turns out that they changed the name. In other words, Mike Dorsey was rehabilitating the idea that Keefe D gave a truthful detail that they stopped at a liquor barn in Flamingo Avenue that night. Well, I'm not really sure how that pans out, and I'm kind of just wondering if the defense is going to call a random witness that can attest to the evolution of Lee's Discount Liquor. But I said I would look into that, and that is when we have, at least according to Lee's Discount Liquor themselves, they did a rebranding and name change and became Lee's Discount Liquor in 1983. So that's what I've got. Also, holy moly, super generous here, Kristen just made 5 members in the chat turn green. So if you just got a gifted membership, use those channel emojis. It makes the chat fun. I think the emoji for this trial is just the woo woo woos. Anytime we see the woos happen, drop those emojis in the chat. You can use it to celebrate people doing nice things like Kristen just did. And Kristen, thank you for dropping all the links in the chat to the playlist and the notes and everything else that can help people with this case. And then BMAC, thank you for becoming a member again. I know you've been a member before. Welcome back. Thank you for supporting the channel. Let's see. Yeah, just do the right thing. I don't know what's going on with the face thing. All I know is sometimes when I'm sitting on screen, I tap my face, I lean on my face. For me personally, it doesn't make a difference. Because a lot of the time I'm looking at the screen taking notes. And it's not quite a visual like magnet for me to not be able to look at what he's doing with his face. And I don't know why. I don't know why that's happening. Tanya says, I guess Suge is supposed to testify sometime this week. I would love it. I think no matter what Suge wants to answer or what he wants to do on the stand, I absolutely think the state just needs to make the good faith showing to the jury that they are putting Suge Knight in front of them. Despite what the back of Keefe D's book says, Suge Knight is also like a living witness to the shooting. So it'd be really weird if the state doesn't call him, if he happens to be uncooperative, doesn't answer anything, ultimately isn't helpful in providing anything new to the jury. That's different than the jury sitting there wondering why they didn't hear from him at all, in my opinion, in my view. So I think they need to call him, and I think it would make sense for them to kind of call him soon. Let's get this back up. We're still waiting for court to start. And Will thinks, I don't know, maybe this isn't about Suge, or Wilma. I think it might be Wilma. Sure. Oh, maybe this would be Suge instead of Shore. So Suge is about to tell it all. I wouldn't be surprised by that either, right? This concept that, oh, nobody wants to talk. But then at the same time, it seems like everybody wants to talk. So, I don't know. It's like you say one thing and then you do another when push comes to shove. So, who knows? Who knows? God's Devil Dog says, hey everyone, I ended up falling asleep to those recordings yesterday. I do not blame you. I can totally see that. Can totally see that happening. Those are not the greatest time to listen to, especially the transcripts that are shown on screen for those recordings don't seem to be as thorough as I would expect to be used in a courtroom setting. But I guess it is what it is. So even if you, like, okay, it's kind of everyone's talking over each other, it's fuzzy, it's not as loud as it could be, sometimes the transcription can help. But I don't really think the transcript was all that accurate. There were notable things that they got wrong. So, good times, good times. Yeah, Black Magic says they secretly love to gossip. That's the impression I get. And again, I'm not just speaking about, like, the individuals who may or may not be part of having any type of information about what it was like in Compton, what it was like with Bad Boy versus Death Row Records, who are doing podcast interviews. There's also the documentarians and all of the witnesses that have been called, the Mario Diaz, the director/interviewer, Dorsey. Like, they seem to love to gossip as well. So, like, that's how the friendship between Kading and Dorsey seemed to have started. Like, bro, I love your book. I think it's valid. Like, let's work together on something. And that was all the way back in 2011, 2012. So it's like everybody. Moses says, are they done with the audio interrogation? They're done with anything that would come from Dorsey. I don't know. I mean, there should be other interviews. Even, like, post-arrest, there should be other interviews. But I'm wondering who would bring those in as evidence if, for example, we're not calling Detective Mogg. Is it going to be that somebody else is present and we're going to get them as a witness instead? And then we're just not going to call Detective Mogg? I don't know if that was... Did you guys hear that beep? It sounded all staticky, so I'm wondering if it came from the court. So, maybe it was just my computer giving me a notification. Brooklyn says this trial is real dumb. No metadata, no snitches. It's all he said, she said. It's the ultimate he said, she said, because it's in a book. It was put in a book. It was put in a book. Texas D went to high school with the LAPD dirty cop David Mack. Okay, yeah, that must be coming from the court. I figured so because it had that weird static noise. Which usually, like, my own notifications wouldn't have that. Yeah, and, I mean, I don't know if you guys want to do, like, an informal poll. Of course, you always have the right to change your mind. And let me be specific in my wording. This is not a question about what you think this case will result in. It's not a prediction on the jury verdict. It's a, what do you think? Like a 1, if you think they have the right person on trial for the orchestrated, planned killing of Tupac. 2, if you think that's yet to be seen, you just don't know. And 3, if you're convinced, no, he did not orchestrate this. So 1 is you personally think Keefe D did this. 3, you don't. 2, you're in the middle. You don't know. You don't know. Because I kind of, personally, what I think might be the strongest possibility, just because that MGM fight did happen that night. Orlando did whatever, or somebody else did whatever. Maybe Corey Edwards placed himself in Vegas that night when speaking with law enforcement. Maybe somebody did shoot Tupac from that group, but I'm not convinced that Keefe D planned this out. like for a multitude of reasons, I'm struggling to see that the state is proving that theory that Keefe D planned this out. But I do think if someone in his circle found the opportunity and took the opportunity when they had it, then Keefe D decided years later, let me benefit myself when I need to get out of a 25 to life sentence exposure. And then let me make some money on it. To me, that seems like a possibility. And the defense has floated the idea that Orlando Anderson was in the hospital at the time of the shooting, meaning he couldn't have been the shooter. And not only that, but that means he wouldn't have been in the car, and the whole story crumbles. At the same time, because it's the defense putting that out in the air, even though it's not their burden, it kind of makes me want to see the defense present that, if that makes sense. So, and it's a lot. And no matter what, I can't believe how disappointing the pursuit of this case has been through the different hands it's passed through, all the way along. All right, we've got the ponytail today for Mr. Samt. Also, a big thank you. Just do the right thing, turning green, becoming a member. Thank you so much, and thanks for hanging out with us for this trial. Yeah, Father05 says all Diddy's secrets died with Zip. And again, that's another thing, 30 years, we have all these unavailable witnesses, and maybe that's a factor in why we have a trial now.
377-407. Anything we need to address before bringing in the jury? State?
Not from the state. No.
That's okay, perfect. I think he's lining up the juries, so we'll bring them in as soon as they're ready.
Saul.
Oh, they cut out the whispers. I was ready to put up the whisper banner. I was a little late. Okay, now they're panned on the defense table. Shout out to Kristen gifting 5 more. That's 10 today. Holy moly, let's get some woo-woos and W's in the chat for Kristen. Thank you for supporting the channel.
So the party stipulates the presence of the jury.
Yes, Your Honor. Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Always good to see you. We are still in the state's case in chief. See, who is your next witness going to be?
Your Honor, it's going to be Malcolm Greenidge. I believe he's just cleared to.
Okay.
They said Malcolm Greenidge?
We'll bring Mr. Greenidge in as soon as he makes it up the elevator. There we go.
So, Malcolm didn't want to identify anyone in the lineups, apparently.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Absolutely.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name Malcolm, Malcolm, It's my last name.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Greenidge. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul, you may proceed.
Thank you. Good morning, Mr. Greenidge.
Good morning.
Sir, is it fair to say that you were initially resistant to attending court?
That is fair.
And in fact, we had to get a compelling order to get you to come here.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
And so you're here because a court in California ordered you to come here.
Yes.
Okay. I want to ask you about somebody by the name of Tupac Shakur. Did you know Mr. Shakur?
I did.
How did you know him?
He was a childhood friend, family member, big brother, mentor. The list goes on and on.
Is it also fair to say that you guys work professionally together?
We did.
Can you tell us about that?
I had a dream to be a rapper. Mr. Shakur saw something in me, and he agreed to, help me make that dream come true. So I was in a group called Outlaws.
And is it fair to say that the Outlaws produced a number of CDs with Mr. Shakur and outside of Mr. Shakur as well?
We did release an album with Mr. Shakur.
I'm going to direct your attention to the weekend of September 1996, specifically September 7th of 1996. Did you come out here to Las Vegas?
Yes, we did.
Why?
It was a Mike Tyson fight out here that we were supposed to attend, and then there was a party performance afterwards.
What vehicle did you come here in?
We came here in the Lexus. It was Kadada Jones's car.
And who was Kadada Jones to Tupac Shakur at
She
that
was
time?
Tupac's fiance at the time.
Did Tupac drive in with you, or did he drive separately?
He did. He drove with us.
In the same vehicle?
Yes.
Where were you staying?
Where did we stay?
Yeah.
In Las Vegas?
Yeah.
We stayed at the Luxor.
And did any other members of your rap group, the Outlaws, come as well?
Absolutely, yes.
Who came?
2 more of my childhood friends, Raphael Fula and Katari Cox.
Did you end up going to the fight?
No.
Why?
Well, during that day, Tupac was gambling, enjoying Vegas. He made some money when we got back to the hotel. He said, we're going to go change. I'm going to call y'all when I'm ready. And we're going to go to the fight. And we never got that phone call.
So you ended up staying at the Luxor.
No.
What did you end up doing?
We ended up trying to meet up with Mr. Shakur. We knew where the fight was at, obviously. So when we didn't get the phone call, we just left to go, get with him.
Now, there's a video which I'm sure you're familiar with of the incident between Mr. Shakur and other members of his group that were at the fight and somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you there during any of that?
No.
Did you at some point leave the MGM and go back to the Luxor?
Yes, I would. We never really made it into the MGM. As we were approaching the MGM, Tupac and Suge was coming out.
So, and then what did you leave with Tupac and Suge and everybody that was leaving the MGM?
Correct.
Now, you had mentioned a concert or performance that was supposed to happen later that night. Was that at Club 662?
Yes,
At some point, do you leave to go to Club 662?
we do.
What vehicle did you go to Club 662 in?
The same car I drove to Vegas in.
And that was that Lexus?
Correct.
Was Tupac in the car with you then?
No.
What car was Tupac in?
Tupac was riding in the car with Suge Knight.
And who was Suge Knight to you? How did you know who Suge was?
He was the CEO of the label that Tupac Shakur was signed to.
And was that Death Row Records?
Correct.
Was there, were you aware of there being more than two cars? Were there a number of cars headed towards Club 662?
There was a caravan of cars. How many? I don't know.
And position-wise, where were you relative to Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight's car?
Right behind him.
Now, I'm going to take you to the shooting. While you're stopped at the lights on Flamingo and Koval, does something happen?
Yes.
Do you notice a vehicle pull up next to Mr. Shakur or Mr. Knight's vehicle?
But yeah.
Can you tell us what you see?
We were at a light. Mr. Shakur and Suge Knight was talking to some young ladies. We couldn't hear what they was talking about. When those young ladies pulled off, another car pulled up and started shooting at Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight.
And do you recall what kind of car that was?
It was a light-colored white Cadillac.
And do you recall, was it a two-door or four-door?
It was a four-door.
And when you saw the shooting, did somebody get out of the car and start shooting, or were they shooting from inside the vehicle?
The shots came from inside the vehicle.
And was it from the front or back seat?
It was from the back seat.
And did you see the arm or the gun or anything like that?
The arm and the gun attached to that arm.
And were you able to make an assessment of whether the person whose arm was out was white, Asian, Hispanic, or African American? In terms
From my vantage point, they appeared to be African American.
What's your reaction when you see the shots?
I'm horrified.
And I'm sorry, I don't think I asked this question. Who was in the Lexus with you at that point?
Security, Frank Alexander, Yafael Fula, and Katari Cox.
So, two of the fellow members of the Outlaws, and then a security guard named Frank Alexander.
Right.
What do you guys do in the immediate aftermath of the shooting?
We started to get out of the car to go check on Tupac. And, yeah, that's what we did.
Do all of you make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car?
No.
Does anybody make it to Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight's car? What happens?
Suge pulled off, made a U-turn.
Or do you guys follow them, or do you drive off someplace else?
No, we followed them.
And that's why do you guys have to make a U-turn to follow them? Does Mr. Knight's car stop ultimately at an intersection?
It does.
What happened? Are you following him to that intersection?
We were.
What happens when you stop at that intersection?
We get out of the car to go check on Tupac.
And are you able to make it to Tupac's vehicle?
No.
Why not?
When we approached the car, Mr. Shakur said to me, get on the ground, they're gonna shoot you. And when I turned around, it was a shotgun in my face.
And who was holding the shotgun?
Police officer.
So what do you do?
I got on the ground.
Were you able to observe any of the injuries to Mr. Shakur at that time?
I could not see the injuries to Mr. Shakur.
Were you able to see any of the injuries to Mr. Knight?
His head appeared to be bleeding.
And how is it that you were able to see Mr. Knight's injuries?
Because he was out of the car asking for help for Tupac.
So then you're at basically the wrong end of a shotgun from a police officer and on the ground. How long are you in that situation for?
It seemed like forever.
Are you able to observe the events that are going around you?
I can hear.
And what do you see? Does medical ultimately arrive to help Mr. Shakur, Mr. Knight? And are they transported away from the scene?
Correct.
And then at some point, are you asked by police officers to give a statement?
I am.
And do you give a statement?
I do.
And do you, it's fair to say, or is it fair to say, that you weren't able to see the faces of the people in the Cadillac?
That's correct.
And so you couldn't identify who was there, who was in the car?
Silhouettes.
Okay. I'm gonna, Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
I'm gonna show you what's been previously admitted as grand jury exhibit number 150. Do you recognize any of the folks in this picture?
I recognize two of them.
Okay, and there's a mouse there right next to you. Don't click on it, but if you can
It's a
drag it
sidewalk
to the
picture?
people you recognize and kind of see
Yeah.
who they are.
This is a picture Leonard Jefferson, Leonard
That's
Jefferson
me.
took.
That's Katari Cox.
And Katari Cox was one of the other artists who was part of your
Correct.
One thing that that's come up, you've obviously, in the 30 years of losing your friend and family member, Mr. Shakur, I'm sure you've been exposed to a lot of the rumors or innuendo associated with his passing. Is that fair to say?
I've heard it all.
Okay. One of the things is that Mr. Shakur was upset with his situation at death row. Have you heard that?
I have.
And was Mr. Shakur somebody that you had spent a lot of time with professionally and personally?
Correct.
Was he somebody that would tell you what his plans were and whether or not he was upset with his current situation or
I
not?
shared a lot.
Did he share with you what his plans were, professional plans were, proceeding from the release of the Machiavelli album?
He wanted to get his label started, Machiavelli Records. He wanted to put out the Outlaws album that we was working on. It was supposed to be distributed by Death Row Records. And he was in talks with Quincy Jones to do some business with Quincy.
So Mr. Shakur's plan was to imprint his own record company, but have it distributed by Death Row Records.
That's what he told us.
Seal passes.
Cross-examination, Mr. Simt.
Mr. Greenidge, thank you for being here today.
Silence.
Just with regards to the last thing that Steve had asked you, the work that Mr. Shakur was going to do with Quincy Jones, that involve Death Row Records?
No.
So it was work that he was going to do on his own, like maybe movies and a few other things with Quincy Jones?
Mm-hmm.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
Okay, and that's only just for the record. Now, in terms of the Death Row label, do you know whatever happened with that label? The business itself?
I think it's still going to this day.
And in terms of the label, do you know who's currently on it?
Do I know who's currently on it?
Yes, sir.
I do.
Yeah, at the time of when Tupac was killed, who was on the label at that particular point?
It was a lot of artists.
Well, give us the ones that you
Snoop Dogg, The Dog Pound, Lady of Rage, Tupac, MC Hammer.
So, for instance, with Snoop Dogg, did he at some point, is he still currently on the label as far as you know?
Is he currently on the label?
Yes, sir.
I'm not sure what label Snoop Dogg is on.
Okay. And I'm sure MC Hammer hasn't made any albums lately, right?
That I cannot say yes or no to it either. I don't pay that much attention.
Now, so your testimony here today is that you drove into town with Tupac, Tupac's fiance, and somebody else in a Lexus. Is that a yes?
That's correct.
And that would have been, what day was that exactly? The day of the fight, the day before?
That was the day of the fight.
So, so you arrived into Las Vegas with the morning of Saturday? The fight's on Saturday?
It was late afternoon.
Okay. And the intention was that you all, including Mr. Shakur, would be staying at the Luxor.
That's correct.
Now, you're not at the fight, and at some point, you're notified by somebody that you're going to get picked up by people to leave the Luxor. Is that how it worked?
No.
Okay, can you please explain that for me again, please?
We just left the hotel once we knew Mr. Shakur had left.
I see. And so you left the hotel, meaning you left in the Lexus?
No. We
Well, how
left
did
on
you-
foot.
You left on foot. Now, when you left on foot from the Luxor, was that after the fight?
I don't know if the fight was over or not. We don't know if the fight is over or not. We're just on our way
And
to
where?
be with Mr. Shakur
Okay, and where did you go to meet with Mr. Shakur?
at the MGM where the fight was.
Okay, and did you arrive at the MGM at some point?
Yes, we did.
Did you meet up with Mr. Shakur at the MGM?
Mr. Shakur and Mr. Knight were coming out as we were going in.
Okay. And when you say coming out, we're talking about coming out of the property itself.
Correct.
So, and when that happened, what did you do next?
We turned around and started going back the other way, back to the Luxor.
All right, so you all returned back to the Luxor.
Correct.
And was there a plan at that particular point to do anything?
Get dressed.
And what was the purpose of getting dressed?
Mr. Shakur had a performance to do that night.
I see. And do you know where the performance was?
It was at Club 662.
Okay. And do you know where the location of Club 62 is?
I do not.
All right. So everyone got dressed in their separate rooms? Yes?
Correct.
And then you came back down and you were picked up by somebody, or did you just drive your own vehicle?
We were in a Lexus that was belonging to Kadada Jones. Tupac Shakur and Suge was in Suge's car.
All right. And you said there was a caravan of vehicles. I think the question was asked, do you know how many vehicles was in that caravan that came through the Luxor?
I do not.
All right. But in terms of where you were in relation to Suge's vehicle, how many vehicles back were you from Suge's vehicle?
We were directly behind him.
I see. And then when you leave the Luxor, where did you go next?
We went to go head to Club 662. That was what I was told where we were going.
Okay. But what did you eventually end up over at Suge's residence? Suge's
Yeah.
residence? Okay. So even though you said, okay, we're going to go to Club 62, ultimately, you actually went to Suge's residence first.
Correct.
All right. And do you know what the reason was for that?
No.
Detour? But, and fair to say, since you've been to his residence, it's a gated community?
I don't remember how we got in. I don't remember if it was gated or not.
Okay. And when, but you were there at Suge's residence, and at some point the caravan leaves Suge's residence and then starts heading towards 662.
Correct.
All right. Now, on the moment of the shooting, your testimony is you saw what you believe to be a white, was it a white Cadillac?
Correct.
Now, do you recall giving a statement to police officers that same morning or so that you thought it was either going to be a white or cream-colored Cadillac? You didn't know for sure?
I don't remember what my statement was 30 years ago.
And would a review of your statement help refresh your recollection as to what you told the detective that night?
If you have that available.
Bringing up the September 7th, 1996 statement.
No, just one moment.
Of course.
But that's a helpful detail for the defense. You went to Shug's first, so who would have the knowledge of your route if this was planned? And that's the state's theory, is that this was planned.
May I approach, Your Honor?
You may.
May I have leave to wander the courtroom freely?
Sure.
Sir, I'm going to show you this statement here. Just read it to yourself, just in that page right there. I'm just telling you when you're done.
So if I remember correctly, he actually gave a taped statement with the Vegas police that night. And then he tells, I always want to say LA Mag, but it's Los
Okay.
Angeles Times, a totally different version.
Refresh your recollection is what you told police officers that night?
Yeah, it's similar to what I just said earlier.
Yeah. And that is, you said it was a light colored, when the question was asked, what color was it? White, I would say light. I'm not even going to say white. I'm going to say a light colored Cadillac.
Correct.
But once again, it's something that obviously in that sort of scenario would come off as either white or light colored, right?
It's at night.
Yeah. In addition to that, when you observed the driving conduct of Shug in the BMW, he made a U-turn and went back onto Las Vegas Boulevard.
I don't know where he was going. That's where he ended up.
Okay. And so at some point you all stopped because he stops.
Right.
And you get out of your vehicle to render aid to Tupac.
No, it wasn't to render aid. It was to see how he was doing.
Okay. And so when you approach Tupac, at that particular point, he warns you and says, and I'm sorry, I just want to make sure I wrote it down, get on the ground, they're going to shoot you. Is that a yes?
Correct.
And that would have been because right behind you were police officers with a shotgun.
Correct.
Now, you're kept at the scene for some time, and you see a picture of you sitting on the ground, right?
Correct.
Do you know how many other of the caravan vehicles were present at the time that you had stopped at the final location where Tupac was at?
I do not.
Was it the same amount as what you had in the beginning when everyone was going to Shug's residence?
I could not tell you.
I have no further questions, John.
Okay, and
Thank
you
you.
redirect Mr. Pillell.
Nothing for the state, Your Honor.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are there any questions for this witness? Please raise your hand if you have any.
Have
All right,
one?
seeing none, thank you so much. Oh, we do have one, sorry. Jumped the gun
Yeah.
on that.
I swear I heard a little voice say, I have one. We get one jury question, one juror has a question.
And the parties approach.
All right, so they're going to review that question. I appreciate that this was a short and concise witness. Again, they were estimating 4 to 6 weeks for this trial, including jury selection, but
All right, Mr. Greenidge, I have a question from one of our jurors for you. Were shots ever fired from your crew toward the attackers?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that state?
Nothing for the state.
Defense?
Just for clarification, sir, when we say crew, I'm going to ask you just in general, any of the vehicles in the caravan, do you know if any of those vehicles shot at the vehicle that was the light colored or white?
I do not know.
Okay, thank you. No further questions.
Okay, now you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us, Mr. Greenidge. All right. State, who's your next witness?
Jeff Scott.
they're whispering.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Jeffrey Scott, Jeffrey Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Scott. Mr. DiGiacomo, whenever you're ready, you may proceed.
Sir, how are you employed?
I'm a senior crime scene analyst with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
What does that mean you do for a living?
I respond to crime scenes and I document them using notes and photography, recover and impound evidence, and write reports based on the notes and the photographs.
I direct your attention to July 17th of 2023. Did you respond to an address at 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson, Nevada?
Yes, I did.
And what was the purpose of you responding there?
I was responding there to document a search warrant,
What shift were you working?
swing shift.
And so, were you the only CSA that worked that scene that night?
I was the only one there when I arrived, but then I was relieved later on by members of the grave shift.
And you've since looked at, have you since looked at all the photographs that were taken that night?
Yes, I have.
And some of them are yours and some of them are theirs, correct?
Yes.
We're going to approach.
You can also wander the courtroom freely, Mr. DiGiacomo.
First set I'm going to show you is state's proposed 193 through 107. Just flip through those and see if you can determine are any of those your photographs, or at least do they fairly accurately depict the location of the search.
Mr. DiGiacomo, can you clarify for us which numbers you're introducing? You had said 193 to 107.
I'm having them just look at 193 to 107.
So 107 to 193.
No, I'm sorry, 93 to 107.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, I didn't realize.
My
that
clerk
there
was
were
very
one.
confused.
Most of these are clearly not mine, not the photographs that I took, but a couple of them might be. It's hard to tell.
Okay. The residence look like.
Yes.
And so it accurately reflects what the front of the residence looks like.
Yes.
Move to admit 93, Judge.
Any objection, Mr. Stamps?
No, you're not.
That'll be admitted.
And then the only really other question that I have for you as that relates to 95, do you know if that's yours or the CSA that followed after you?
That's hard to tell.
Okay.
I probably took a similar photograph.
Okay. And same as 94.
That one I'm pretty sure is not mine.
Okay. So I'm just going to move to admit 93 and 95. Well, 93 is in. Move 95 in.
Any objection to 95?
No, Your Honor, and just for the record, I won't object to the admission of the photographs that were taken at that particular scene by either crime scene analyst, just to move the process along.
So then the others will be admitted via stipulation. So that would be 94 and then 96 through 107?
Correct.
Okay, those will be admitted via stipulation.
Thank you, Your Honor.
No problem, thank you.
Now within that garage, showing you 155, there was a Dodge Caravan, Dodge Charger,
Challenger.
Challenger.
Yes.
And does that accurately reflect that Dodge Challenger?
Yes.
Showing you 156, does that accurately reflect an item of evidence that you collected out of that?
Yes, it does.
And then 157 through 159. Take a look at those. Is that the 3 sheets of paper that you collected out of that?
Yes, they are.
Okay. I'll move to admit, I know he doesn't object, but 155 through 159.
Any objection to those?
No objection.
Okay, those will be admitted.
I'm going to go through the photographs with someone else, but you did collect a single piece of evidence before you were released, is that correct?
Yes, they did.
I'm showing you what's been previously marked as state's proposed exhibit number 138. Take a look at that.
Yes, this is the package in which I impounded those pieces of paper.
And then we've had some discussions of the packaging, so I'm not going to go through all that, but that's your seal on the back.
Yes, it is.
And with the exception of the slice that the defense, the clerk, and I put in this, it's in substantially the same or similar condition as when you impounded it.
There's an additional
Is it additional
date,
cutting?
and I think, yeah, it looks like somebody maybe cut the top and then resealed it.
And if I were to tell you that was on 4/23/26, does that look accurate to you?
Yes,
If you open this, you'd expect to find those 3 pieces of paper you photographed, right?
I would.
Showing you what's been marked as 138A. Are those 3 pieces of paper?
Yes.
Move to admit 138 and 138A.
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted?
Thank you. For the ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to show just those last set of pictures of the Dodge Charger in the garage. So let's start with 155. Can you tell me what we're looking at here?
That's a photograph from the right rear section of the Dodge Challenger.
Challenger, sorry, I keep calling it a Charger. Dodge Challenger. And that's parked in the garage area of the residence on Maple Shade.
Yes, it is.
156. That's the location of those 3 pieces of paper you collected?
Yes.
And then 157. And I'll zoom in here. Is that the front page?
Yes, it is.
Without going
A fictional
too much into it,
story prompt?
this appears to be a description of an episodic series.
Yes.
We're reading it. We're reading it. It says Kaye, working title, overview, episodic series. Kaye is the true story of an American family who moved to California for a better life in the 1960s. The sunshine, bright lights of Hollywood, and streets paved with gold was a myth attracting scores of African American families looking to escape the harsh realities of the South. This story is told through the eyes of the notorious drug dealer Keefe D, and he has 2 E's after the F in his name this time, and overzealous FBI agents. During the 70s, 80s, 90s, and 2000s, more cocaine would be consumed in Los Angeles than any other place on Earth. The FBI conspired with known gangsters and killers to orchestrate the drug trade in Los Angeles and cause the deaths of community leaders, scores of gang members, and famous musicians. The goal was to instigate and encourage violence in the Black community and to stem African American political and economic achievement. The series is based on documents acquired through the Freedom of Information Act and the book Compton Street Legend by Keefe D. Keefe D's book chronicles his, it looks like, ascending path to the top of the drug trade and how he and the FBI became involved in the deaths of Tupac and Biggie Smalls, the 2 biggest rap stars in the history of hip-hop. While series like The Wire and Snowfall told the stories of police and CIA involvement in the drug trade, Kaye tells the story of how the FBI involved itself with the Los Angeles drug trade, encouraged it, and used it in an attempt to destroy the entire culture. So that's this first page.
$158. Oops. Well, generally speaking, page 2 is a ledger that has costs and those type of things.
Yes, page 2 and 3 were, it's like a budget for the,
And that's going to lead me just to 159. Appears the total budget was slightly under $1 million.
that's correct.
Thank you, Judge. I have no more questions. I pass the witness.
All right, cross-examination by you, Mr. Sim.
Thank you. Sir, just real quick, I heard the word. What's episodic? What does that mean?
Episodic?
Yeah.
To me, it means occurring occasionally or regularly.
And that's what you saw in that first piece of paper, right?
Yes.
And your testimony here today really is that you located that piece of paper and you captured it as part of your experience and training as a crime scene analyst.
The detectives executing the search warrant located it and then had me come photograph it, and then I impounded it.
Okay, and just for the jury so they understand what your role is typically in a search warrant is that you're summoned to the scene to conduct an investigation or at least a search of an area based upon what the detective or primary officer tells you is the intent of the search, but you also do your own search as well. Fair?
It depends on the type of call, on how much direction that I'll be given, or I'll be doing it myself.
And with regard to this particular situation and this specific search, you were apprised prior to the search warrant being executed that this was going to happen on this particular day?
Yes.
And so the meeting that typically takes place where you arrive on a scene where a crime had just been committed, where everyone sort of gathers around, they have a conversation of what they're trying to look for. That meeting took place before the knock on the door and the execution of the search warrant.
Yes.
Now, in this regard, you understood that what you were going to do was walk in to look for certain things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes.
Can you tell the jury what things you were looking for of evidentiary value?
I didn't have a list of items that we were looking for. I just knew that I was there to document whatever was recovered.
And the document that we just saw here, that was something that you did not locate, one of the detectives did in this case.
That's correct.
Now, do you recall who the primary detective was that was responsible for that search warrant?
Detective Mogg.
Cliff Mark?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. Were there any other detectives on scene besides Cliff Mark?
There were several, but I don't remember their names.
Right. Now, with regards to what you do as a crime scene analyst, fair to say that you are operating under a search warrant?
Yes.
And a search warrant is a document that allows for law enforcement to go into someone's residence to look around.
That's correct.
And in this particular regard, though, as a crime scene analyst, you're not the one who actually applies for a search warrant, right?
I did not know.
That would be something that would go through, in this case, the primary detective for this particular search.
Yes.
And that would have been Detective Wack.
Yes.
Now, in regards to what you were doing in this case, you searched what parts of the house, if you can recall?
I photographed the entire house. I did not search. Again, I was there to document what the detectives found in their search.
Okay, and in your training and experience, do you have a Now, sir, your work on this case, when you say you photographed the house, that was prior to the search of each particular room and area, right?
It was after the officers had cleared the residence, and then I came in and I took all my photographs. And then the detectives executed a search warrant and they searched. And then I did follow-up photographs based on what they found.
You did follow-up photographs.
Yes.
Now, and once again, for the jury, since we weren't there, the photographs you take in the beginning is each room as you find it.
Yes.
And then the photographs that are taken after the search is each room as you find it as well?
I didn't photograph the entire house again. I photographed the items that the detectives located, wanted me to photograph, and then some items I impounded and some items I did not.
Gotcha. And in terms of your photography, was there another crime scene analyst that arrived on scene that took additional pictures outside of the ones that you did?
Yes.
Do you know who that was?
There were 3 members from Graveyard. It was King, Felabom, and she was Finn at the time, but she's West now.
Okay. And those are the crime scene analysts that would have taken pictures of how each room looked like after the search?
I'm not sure what they did.
Did you take any photographs of any bins of photographs found at the scene?
I don't recall taking photographs of the contents of bins.
Let me just show you here. Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Your Honor, just for the record, it's already been admitted as evidence, and this is State's Exhibit, thank you, for the State's Exhibit number 100. If I could just publish that for the jury.
You may.
I'm sorry, we're going to start with 99 first. So this is State's Exhibit number 99. Do you recall taking this particular photograph?
No, I do not.
Okay, that would have been another crime scene analyst.
Probably.
All right, and then I'm not going to show you the next one. I'm assuming it's the same thing. Outside of the photographs that we mentioned here, what else did you do in the course and scope of your duties as a crime scene analyst on this particular night?
That was it. I took notes. I recovered the one item, which was the 3 pieces of paper, and that was it.
All right, thank you. I have no further questions of the witness, Your Honor.
Okay. Any redirect, Mr. DiGiacomo?
Not from the state.
Okay. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay.
Yeah, did they like not like his photographs or something? Like they have him take photos, they have him take photos of items they recovered that they wanted him to take photos of. It seems like by his wording, they didn't have him photograph everything they were taking. And then photograph some of the scene again before he left, but then they called another person to come photograph the scene. But he's still employed, and he's a senior.
All right, Mr. Scott, question from one of our jurors. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Could you repeat that?
I can. What piece of evidence were you expecting to find in a location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later?
Not sure I fully understand the question. I wasn't expecting to find anything. I was just there to respond and document and photograph what the detectives were interested in.
Okay.
And I don't really understand the second part of the question.
Wow.
Mr. DiGiacomo, any follow-up?
No.
Mr. Sampt, any follow-up?
No, Your Honor.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Scott. You are free to go.
Thank you.
State who's your next witness.
Stevie Felabom.
Stevie. Stevie.
I think someone on the jury's sus, not to read tea leaves, but what?
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? You may be seated. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
First name is Stevie, Steavie. Last name is Felabom, Felabom.
Ma'am, how are you employed?
As a senior crime scene analyst with MPD.
We just heard from Jeff Scott. Do you have similar qualifications and backgrounds as Mr. Scott?
Yes, sir.
Were you the relief crime scene analyst that responded to 2204 Maple Shade Street in Henderson?
Yes, sir.
And did you document with your own photographs, but also reviewed all of the photographs taken at that crime scene prior to your testimony here today?
Yes.
I'm going to go through some of those photographs here and start with 93. What are we looking at? Oop. Thank you, Jessica. So, not that you'll need it for this one, but that mouse up there can allow you to point. It just don't click it, okay?
Yes, sir.
What is this?
That's going to be the exterior of the residence.
I guess we should go, I'll do 95 first. 95. What does this appear to be?
The northeast master bedroom.
And then 94 is a shot from the opposite direction.
Yes.
Sitting on top of that case over here, there appears to be a container for a bottle of Dom Perignon.
Yes.
96. What are we looking at?
That's going to be the dresser on the opposite side of the same bedroom.
And at the bottom here,
There were several books pulled out when I arrived.
one of them is Compton Street Legend, one of them is Murder Rap, the last one is The Confused Mind of a Drug Dealer.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes.
In addition, 097, was there a Vibe magazine?
Yes.
Did you wind up collecting the Compton Street Legend and the Vibe magazine?
Yes, sir.
Now in the garage, 098, there were 2 bins.
Yes.
And when those bins were opened, 100, I bet you this is 99 first. Try 99. Looked like a number of personal effects that were kept in those.
Yes, sir.
And number 100. Bottom one also had a bunch of personal effects.
Yes.
Do you know what happened to those 2 containers at the scene?
The detectives recovered them.
So detectives took those 2 bins and left the scene with them.
Correct.
To exhibit number 101. What are we looking at here?
That was a jacket in one of the closets.
And on the left, well, I guess we'll zoom in just a little bit. Yeah. On the left side, it looks like it says Reg 64 trays, and on the right side it says Keefe D.
Yes.
And then if we skip to 103, the back of it is the South Side City of Compton.
Yes.
After you collect an item, do you photograph it either at the scene or back at the lab?
Yes.
Showing you 104. What are we looking at?
That's the photograph that I took of the Compton Street Legend book once I had recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And then 105.
It's the back of the same book.
106.
That's the copy of the Vibe magazine after I recovered it and taken it back to the lab.
And 107.
It's the date and barcode on the cover.
So it looks like the November 96 edition of the Vibe magazine.
Correct.
Oh, ma'am. Previously opened off keys, but let me show you. State's proposed exhibit number 148. Is that your evidence package from that night?
Yes.
And among what else you recovered, would you expect to find both the book and the Vibe magazine inside there had it still been sealed?
Yes.
So let me start first with the Vibe magazine. This is State's proposed exhibit number 140. And which is, you recognize the bag on the outside?
Yes.
And what is that?
That's the identifying information that we put on interior packages to include the event number, my P number and initials, the date that it was recovered, and the item number.
And then I'm going to show you now 140A. What is that?
That looks like the Vibe magazine that I recovered.
So that's the actual Vibe magazine you wound up recovering out of that house.
If it came from that package, yes.
Move to admit 140A.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
I'm going to show you the outside of this. This is, 139. You recognize that?
Yes, same identifying information, listing it as my item number too.
And then, if you pull that item out, what would you expect to find?
The Compton Street Legend book.
Showing it to you. 139A. Does that appear to be the book?
Yes.
And I want to show you, you took pictures of the front and the back.
Correct.
The back has no picture on it, right?
It's a different
No
cover.
photograph, no.
Okay, it
Different
just has
back
some
cover.
words.
Yes.
And then if you flip through this entire book, there's no interior pictures in this book. Does that seem accurate?
Yes, sir.
So it seems like he had a first edition or maybe a
Because that moves
manuscript.
in 148, correct?
Any objection?
Oh, I think I did move
They already moved in. Okay, thank you.
I think the rest of this, we've agreed we're not going to move it. So
Understood.
I would pass this.
You may cross.
Thank you.
I have no objection to all of them. Yeah, I don't know.
Ms. Felabom,
Yes, sir.
how long have you been a crime scene analyst?
About 9 years.
And during that time period, these kinds of searches would be standard operating procedure for you?
To assist with the detectives, yes.
Yeah. And once again, with regard to your training experience, when you are conducting this kind of investigation, you're looking for things of evidentiary value, right?
Yes, sir.
Now, the evidentiary value part, though, is dependent upon what you learn at the scene from the primary officer or the detective that's conducting the search.
Correct.
And so whatever you're doing is within the parameters that they're asking for.
Yes.
Now, in this case, we've seen some pictures of some books and a jacket. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived on scene, you were on scene for the later half or the latter half of the search.
Yes.
You weren't there for the beginning part of the search.
No, sir.
So the photographs you took are photographs that were of the areas and the rooms in the house after the search had been conducted.
Yes.
Fair to say, of course, is that each room was in disarray.
The search had already been started, yes, sir.
Yeah, and you don't know what they look like prior to you arriving on scene, but definitely after, there's things strewn around.
Yes, sir.
In your 9 years of experience as a crime scene analyst, when officers are conducting a search, they typically will be as thorough as they can be to look through everything in an area.
Yes.
Do they ever return those things back to how they found it before they entered into the, say, the room or the house?
I would say it depends on the level to which they've moved everything. If the entire closet's been empty, they don't typically put everything back.
They do not typically put everything back?
Not typically, no, sir.
Okay, so you don't have any photographs that you took after everything was over where the room was put back into place, how these police officers found it?
I have photos immediately before we left the residence after they'd finished searching, but not with everything placed as officers found it.
I see. And so what you were documenting basically was, for lack of a better word, the thoroughness of each police officer's search of each room?
The state that we left it in when we were clearing, yes, sir.
Okay. Now, some of the things that we were shown in this case, did you ever at any point find electronics or were asked to take pictures of electronics at the residence?
I believe the only electronic item I photoed was a laptop in the shed. All of the others were photoed by CSA Scott.
Okay. But as far as you know and you recall, there were electronics found at the house, like say, I don't know, iPads and laptops, that kind of thing.
Laptops, definitely. I'm not sure what other types.
But you're not the crime scene analyst that would have captured that and put that into evidence?
I didn't recover the laptop itself, no, sir.
Okay. And as far as you know, do you know how many electronics were in the house when you were there?
I don't.
Do you know whose responsibility that would have been?
Whoever was in charge of the search warrant, they had it listed on the return.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, a return is a document that's left at the house or the area to notify the owner that certain items were taken as a result of the search.
Yes, sir.
So it's almost like a receipt.
Yes.
Okay. And your job really stops with regards to the actual search itself. You don't do anything further when you go back to your office with Metro or anything like that?
Aside from impounding whatever I recover, no, sir.
Okay. And just for our edification, when something's impounded, the concern, of course, is to maintain what's called chain of custody, right? Meaning that if you find something on scene, you want to make sure that that piece of evidence is exactly how it was as you found it at the scene and not molested or changed or anything like that.
Correct.
So sometimes, like in other investigations, you might have gloves on to protect you from transferring DNA or fingerprints onto the actual item of interest.
I'm usually always wearing gloves, but yes, different DNA considerations, depending
So
on.
when you're telling us that you went back to make sure that certain items were impounded, items that you had taken and put it into an evidence baggie?
Yes, sir.
You took that to the evidence vault?
I would have sealed it, and then we have a temporary hold that's locked, so I would have sealed it with all the identifying information and then placed it in that hold, and an evidence technician would have continued the chain of custody.
And in terms of sealing it, you have a certain tape, color of tape that you would put on the opening of the packaging to indicate that it's been sealed by you?
Yes, sir. Ours is red, and then I sign that with my initials and the date that I'm sealing it.
I see. And then do you put your initials on the actual tape itself or somewhere on the tape side of the?
Across the tape and the package, so if it's moved, it's evident.
Okay. And now, at some point in the future, if someone comes along, they can go into that evidence vault and remove your package out, right?
If they check it out, yes, sir.
And if they were to open it, they would have to open it from some other side of the packaging.
Typically, yes.
And then when they seal it, to return it back to the evidence vault, they would actually put a different type of tape on it to indicate that it came from somewhere else.
I've seen red and blue used, so depending on the circumstance, yes.
Okay. Now, the bins of photographs that we see in the pictures, and I think this is State's Exhibit number 109, 99.
Sorry.
Showing you what's been marked and admitted already as State's Exhibit number 100. This is one of the photographs you took.
Yes,
Did you rifle through or look through those photographs to see what was in them?
I did not know.
That would have been somebody else's responsibility.
Yes, sir.
You're just there to take a picture of what was in it.
Yes, sir.
Now, showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 99. Is this the other bin that was in the garage that you took a picture of?
Yes.
Okay. And once again, these are bins that you are directed to by detectives to take pictures of.
Yes.
Okay. Showing you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit number 98. Do you see over here on the top right, these are the two bins over here that we're talking about, right?
Yes.
Do you see this bin over here?
Yes.
Did you ever take a picture of what was inside that bin?
I don't believe so.
Okay. So the what we have in terms of evidence in this case would have been the State's Exhibit number 99 and 100, but not Exhibit number 98.
I'm sorry, what's your question, sir?
Meaning that we have the open bins for, this would be 99 and 100, but not for this particular bin over here.
As far as items recovered, yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, I'm showing you, if I may approach your honor,
You may.
I'm showing you what's been marked as proposed defense exhibits F through W, UU. If you could just look through those photographs real quick. And just come in here right.
I told Mr. Kemp I'd stick with the initial F through G.
Okay. Do you want to just have them admitted then at this time?
You might want to still review it.
Okay.
I believe these are a mixture of both mine and CSA Scott's photos
Okay.
from inside the residence, but they're consistent
All right.
with the residence.
And just with regards to the record, this has been admitted by stipulation between the state and the defense, and that would be Defense Exhibit F through Defense Exhibit UU.
They will now be admitted.
It will now be admitted?
Yeah.
Thank you, Honor. All right, and just for our edification, showing you just for a couple photographs here, this would be Defense Exhibit G. Sure you can see what we're talking about. This would have been a photograph taken after the search of the house.
I believe so, yes.
Defense Exhibit I, as in Isaac, is that another photograph taken after the search of the house?
It appears so, yes.
This is Defense Exhibit J. Another photograph taken.
Yes.
Along with that, this is Defense Exhibit K. Another photograph.
Yes, sir.
Defense Exhibit L.
Yes.
Defense Exhibit N.
Yes.
Okay. Your Honor, I have no further questions. Thank you very much.
Okay. Anything further by the state?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, Ms. Felabom, you're free to go. Thank you so much for being with us today. Say, who's your next witness?
Justine Gatus.
All right. Before this witness testifies, you may hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, a prior federal conviction, and gang affiliation. None of this is offered to show propensity to commit a crime, and you may not consider it for that purpose or any other purpose. It is only offered to establish credibility of statements made by defendant and motive and identity. All right, come on up.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this section shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, I do.
You may be seated.
Thank you.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Justine, Justine, Gatus, Gatus.
Thank you. You may proceed, Mr. Duane.
And how are you employed?
I'm a homicide detective with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department.
How long you been with Metro?
Coming up on 20 years. I've been in homicide for over 8.
And can you describe how homicide is set up at the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
So we have 4 teams that work active calls. Each team has 6 detectives, and each of those 6, basically, we kind of rotate all throughout the entire bay of detectives for who gets the next call in order as it just kind of comes down the line.
Back in 2023, were you assigned to a particular squad?
Yes, I was.
And who was your sergeant?
Back then it was Igor DeCaro.
Is he still your sergeant today?
Yes, he is.
And on your squad, was there a person by the name of Mogg?
Yes, sir.
And at some point, did you become aware that he was investigating the Tupac Shakur homicide?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to direct your attention to July of 2023. Were you present during the execution of the search warrant at the residence?
Yes, I was.
And while you were present for that search warrant, were there 2 bins located? I went to State's Exhibit 98. Were there 2 bins located?
Yes, sir.
What happened to those 2 bins?
Those bins were collected and transported to Metro headquarters and ultimately impounded. Or, I'm sorry, the bins themselves were ultimately released back.
At Metro headquarters, those bins were searched,
Yes.
certain items were removed,
Yes.
and then those bins were returned.
Correct.
And then who impounded the items that were taken out of that bin?
Detective Mogg.
When did Detective Mogg officially retire from the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
I want to say it was August, I know it was August of 23, but I think maybe August 12th of 2023?
And sometime after August 12th of 23, in September of 23, did you become aware that this case was indicted by the Clark County Grand Jury?
Yes, sir.
Were you and Sergeant DeCaro assigned a role to assist now investigator Mogg if he needed a peace officer?
Yes, sir.
And I'm going to go through just some of those things. But on April 23rd of 2026, did you go to the evidence call?
Yes, I did.
Who was with you at the evidence call?
You and Mr. Banu, Igor DeCaro, Mike Samph, his investigator, Aaron Stanton, and I'm sorry, I don't know your name, his female assistant partner.
Megan?
Yes.
Okay. Was Cliff Mogg there too?
Yes, he was.
And what was the purpose of us all going down to the vault?
To review the evidence that has been impounded for this case.
And were you the peace officer, you and Mr. DeCaro, the peace officers, or Sergeant DeCaro, sorry, the peace officers that were present for purposes of touching the evidence, opening the evidence, reviewing the evidence with the defense and the state?
Yeah, and then I resealed the evidence. That's correct.
Show you what the marked as state's proposed exhibit number 132. Is that the original impound from Detective Mogg that we wound up opening and going through everything in?
Yes, sir.
I'm going to go through all these. This one I'm going to do last because there's a lot. Showing you state's proposed exhibit number 135. Was that an item that was in this impound package?
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 135.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
Showing you what's been marked as state's proposed exhibit 136. Is that an item that was in there?
Yes, sir.
Now, state's proposed 134 is a package. It's a proposed package. Just want you to look through there. For 134A, B, C, and D, all within that package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit, I guess I should do 134 and A through D so we have the package to keep them in.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
W134A, B, C, and D.
And one of those items, 134D, is a magazine about Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
There were some miscellaneous items collected that I think we are all putting in 133, but I don't have a cover for 133. Madam Clerk, is there any cover for 133, or do we just have them separate? Oh, the back. Perfect. Something to keep it in. 133, I think, is technically the bag, but there's a Lakers ticket that's marked.
Yes.
That was in there.
Yes, sir.
133A, B, C, D, E, F, G,
Sing it. Sing the alphabet song.
I, J, K, and L were all within this package.
Yes, sir.
Move to admit 133 and 133A through L.
Any objection?
No objection, Your Honor.
So admitted.
And then lastly, was there this
Photo book, yeah.
photo book 137,
Yes.
and then were there a number of items that were inside this photo book?
Yes, sir.
And the clerk and the defense and I have had these marked as 137A through, I think the last one is U. If you want to briefly flip through those.
Okay.
Is 136 a minute? I believe I offered it.
Yes? It's not. It is not.
I think you acknowledged this was in there.
Yes, sir.
Move to omit 136.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
All of those were within this, call it scrapbook for lack of a better term.
Yes, sir.
So I want to go through some of these items, and if you could put it on the overhead. Ooh, that's bad. Okay. This item 136.
Thanks, Mike. Actually, I think we should put them here, because otherwise it's just going to slide.
136 is actually what appears to be, well, it says an affidavit and a search warrant
Correct.
from the Compton PD.
Yes, sir.
And it appears that it's dated May 27th of 1997.
Correct.
It appears that it's at 1524 South California Ave in Compton.
Yes, sir.
And on the back, there is a handwritten return.
Yes, sir.
One of the items that was recovered, it says number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Yes, sir.
Let's go through the items that were in the scrapbook, and then I just messed up their entire order, so I guess it doesn't matter which order. Let's just show some of the newspaper articles. So, State's Exhibit number 137H.
I'm sorry. You said 137?
137H, did we?
I don't have that listed as, it just,
Didn't I offer everything 137 and 137A through you?
You listed it, but you didn't
Yes.
ask for it to be admitted.
It'll be admitted at this time.
Thank you.
No objection, Your Honor.
Okay, perfect, by stipulation.
This appears to be an article about Mr. Shakur's death.
Yes, sir.
One 137G. Another one about the death of Mr. Shakur, and this one's actually dated September 19th of 96.
Yes, sir.
One 137U. This is another article that was found in there talking about Mr. Knight being kept in jail.
Yes, sir.
One 137 appears to be in a newspaper article about a bad rap for new artists.
That's correct.
One 137B, an article about Mr. Shakur being in a fight with the MGM.
Yes, sir.
One 137C, an article about a death row exec didn't leave, and this is from September 14th of 1996.
Yes, sir.
And this one. This is 137D. I don't want to peel it back, but I guess we can peel that back. It appears to be the community mourns, and there's a picture of his death is going to send a strong message to the rap community. It looks like an article about death in the rap industry.
Yes, sir.
And if we, I don't know if I can zoom this in, to be honest with you. It appears to be discussing the death of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
E, star rapper Tupac Shakur badly wounded is a newspaper article.
That's correct.
And are you aware that Tupac Shakur died on September 13th?
Yes, sir.
So this appears to be prior to September 13th.
Yes, sir.
F. Let me back out just a little bit. There's an article about police raids targeting or sparked by Tupac Shakur's death.
Yes.
And this one actually has a handwritten date that says 9/3 of 96.
10/3/96.
Oh, sorry, 10/3 of 96.
Yes, sir.
I. Yeah, you can probably read it without me pointing it out. This one is rappers and Muslims gather for peace, and it's dated September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
Oh, 137J. Here's the article titled Night, related to Suge Knight.
Yes, sir.
Hold up to see the whole thing. 137K. It's an article entitled 22 Held in Shootings Possible Shakur Payback.
Yes, sir.
As well as another piece of article, Complex Life Comes to an End.
That's correct.
And it looks like it discusses the death of Mr. Shakur on the back.
Yes, sir.
Oh my god, eat the microphone.
On 137L. This appears to be an article about the death of Biggie Smalls.
Yes, sir.
On 37A, or sorry, 37M. This one says, man who fought with Shakur on videotape is released.
Correct.
If we zoom in, it discusses the arrest of Orlando Anderson for a different crime, as well as discussion of retaliation in the neighborhood.
Yes, sir.
$137N. There's an article about gangster rap performer Notorious B.I.G. being slain.
Yes, sir.
$137O. An article about gang ties suspected in villains.
Yes, sir.
$137P. An article from September 16th, 1996, obviously related to Tupac.
Yes, sir.
$137Q. This is about a rap lawyer's contending detective lie.
Yes, sir.
And it starts off with, they seek dismissal of judge's ruling in probation case saying Las Vegas investigator committed perjury about Marion Suge Knight's alleged role in the assault before Tupac Shakur slaying.
Yes, sir.
Well,
137R. This appears to be sort of a combination of both Biggie and Tupac's murder, but bullet-riddled rap is how it's titled.
That's correct.
And then it says, is the rivalry escalating despite so-called truce?
That's correct.
This was originally folded.
just crinkling.
Just a couple more, detective. 137S. An article entitled Living Dangerously.
Yes, sir.
And it appears, if we look really close at the bottom, this is from People magazine in September 23rd of 1996.
That's correct.
$137T, the last on this one. An article entitled on March 10th of 1997, No Easy Answers for Violence in Gangsta Rap.
That's correct.
Now, in addition to being the, let's call you impounding officer at the vault on April 23rd, did there come a point in time when you went as a law enforcement officer to California to interview certain individuals?
Yes, I did.
Do you recall the individuals you interviewed?
Yes, I did.
Can you tell me who they were?
We spoke with Yosef Yaw, Rashina Smith, Corey Edwards, Roger Williams, believe there was one more. I can't remember.
Mob James?
Yes.
James McDonald?
Yes, James McDonald. That's who it was.
In addition to that, did you become aware that in this proceeding, well, let me ask you this, as a homicide detective, do you know what a compelling order is?
Yes, I do.
What's a compelling order?
It's basically an order issued by, well, in this example, it's issued by the state of California, compelling witnesses who live there to appear in front of the court.
We have to ask our court to issue some documentation, and then we have to ask their court for a compelling order.
Correct.
Judge, I'd ask you to take judicial notice that you've issued compelling orders for Trayvon Lane, Roger Williams, James McDonald, Corey Edwards, and a Fergie Brooks.
Let me make sure I have all those, actually. All right.
There might be a sixth one, actually. Oh, Malcolm Greenidge would be the sixth one.
All right.
I appreciate that she's checking each of the names.
Corey Edwards, I'll take judicial notice of that one.
I want to hear from Corey, because he puts himself in Vegas the night of the shooting.
Roger Williams, I'll take judicial notice of that one. James McDonald, James McDonald, I'll take judicial notice of that one. And then there's another block of them a little later.
Correct. I think Fergie Brooks and Trayvon Lane came a little later.
Trayvon Brooks, I'll take judicial notice of that.
Fergie Brooks.
Sorry, Trayvon Lane, I'll take
Okay, Trayvon
judicial
Lane.
notice of that. And, all right, Fergie Brooks.
And then recently Malcolm Greenidge.
Recently, Malcolm Greenidge.
Should we double check Roger Williams?
Michael Payne.
What?
Michael Payne.
Malcolm Payne was a transporter.
Okay. Malcolm Greenidge. All right, I'll take judicial notice of that.
Of all six.
Yes. So,
Did you become aware that certain of those six individuals weren't cooperating even though they had been served papers by California?
Yes, sir.
And so did you coordinate with anyone to assist California authorities in locating these individuals?
I did.
Oh, and let me back up. There was also someone in New York that there's a compelling order for, correct?
I'm not sure if the order was served or issued, but yes, I know the individual in New York.
Did you locate someone by the name of Anthony Gomez in New York?
Yes, sir.
And he is currently on probation.
Correct.
And there's an effort to locate what jurisdiction he was in order to get a compelling order.
Yes, sir.
What did you do
They couldn't find
with
him?
the people who weren't cooperative despite the California authorities ordering them to come to Nevada?
We went up on their phones, which means we received orders to where we can ping their phone location to try to identify where they were specifically at.
And for those people, well, how many pens do you think you did?
I think about 5.
And do you remember which 5 you had to do pens on?
Corey Edwards, Fergie Brooks, Roger Williams,
Was there Malcolm Greenidge on
yes, Malcolm was, yes. And I can't remember the last one. I know we've already spoke about him though.
Well, no. How about Devontae Lee? Did you have to get one?
Yes,
Now, Devontae Lee was local, so we didn't need a compelling.
correct.
Last Friday, did you coordinate with our local authorities as well as authorities in California in order to effectuate an arrest warrant in California for anyone?
Yes,
And who did you try to effectuate an arrest warrant?
Corey Edwards.
And was he located at his residence?
No,
Oh.
Was there any other person associated with Corey that was missing from his residence?
yes, there was.
And who's that?
His mother.
What?
And is your understanding that she is 95 years old and invalid?
She's in poor health, yes.
On Monday, was there an effort at another location in Compton to effectuate an arrest warrant for Mr. Edwards?
Yes, there was.
And was that successful?
No, sir.
Whew.
Thank you, Detective. I passed the witness.
Wow, we're not going to hear from Corey
Cross-examination,
Edwards. They can't
Mr.
find
Chair?
him. Seemingly avoiding being compelled.
Hi.
How are you doing, Detective Gatus?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm doing all right, thank you. Thank you for appearing here today.
Yes, sir.
Now, your testimony is based on your work with Clifford Mogg from 2023 on.
Well, I've worked with retired Detective Mogg since 2018.
Okay, so in 2018 to 2023, what did you do in furtherance of this case?
I personally did not do a extensive amount of anything. This primarily was being investigated by Detective Mogg.
Right, and so from 2018 to 2023, you didn't do anything of real note. Would that be fair to say?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, as a detective with Metro, obviously you have to qualify to become a detective in the homicide division of Metro.
We have a testing process.
Yeah. And it's one of those things where just because I asked to be on the homicide team doesn't mean I'm going to get on the homicide team unless I demonstrate qualifications to get there.
More or less, yes.
Yeah. Now, in terms of your training experience, though, fair to say it starts in the police academy as you're really as a cadet before you become a full-fledged officer?
It's a police recruit, but yes.
Okay. And while you're in the academy, you learn skills that would help you become a successful police officer in our community. One of those things that you learn, of course, is how to write reports.
Yes, sir.
Officers' reports are a crucial tool that you would use in furtherance of your job as a police officer in Las Vegas.
Yes, sir.
With regards to police officers' reports, sometimes you don't have to write a report. I would assume, like, for instance, if you pull someone for a traffic ticket and on the citation, you could write some notes or something along those lines. That wouldn't require you to do a police report
That's correct.
or officer's report.
Yes.
All right, but in terms of when you're conducting an investigation, fair to say that typically a officer's report would be written?
Typically, yes.
Yes. Now, can you explain to the jury why an officer's report would be important in the furtherance of an investigation?
The officer's report primarily is for our own reflection to recall really all the steps that we took throughout the entirety of an investigation. So it's a document that we can refer back to without going to each and every document specifically.
Now, fair to say, though, that the officer's report also helps in the event that, say, for instance, you get promoted to become a sergeant and someone else takes over your caseload because you're no longer active, right?
Yes, sir.
They would look at that officer's report to help them get up to speed as to what your investigation was at the time you get promoted to become a sergeant.
Correct.
Or lieutenant.
Yeah.
Or captain.
I'll never see that, but yes.
I'm just hopeful.
Yeah.
Be hopeful. But with regards to your officer's report, for instance, when you are about ready to move on in the next phase of your career, for instance, those officer reports typically are prepared and completed upon your departure to whatever it is you're going to do next?
Most of the time, they try to get those done. Sometimes they're not.
Sure. Now, in terms of sometimes or not, can you tell us when is there an exception to the rule of when you do your officer's report after, say, for instance, when you retire?
Haven't retired yet. I don't know. Yeah, I'm sorry.
But fair to say, of course, if that in the event of an actual complete departure from the department, meaning you move on in your life doing something else, that those officers' reports should be completed prior to you departing the department.
I know the department would like them completed, but again, sometimes they're just not.
Yeah.
I've seen many cases where there's still open officers' reports with people who are no longer on.
Sure. And so with regard to those open officers' reports, fair enough, they get created at some point in the future. How about like 1 year after they retire?
I don't know. Are you asking like would they or could they?
Well, have you ever seen an officer's report being filed a year after an officer retires from the department?
Authored by the original investigator? No. A lot of times, like there'll be either one of the guys from Cold Case that will kind of pick up a case
Right.
and finish that up, and so then that will be completed after the originating officer retired.
Okay, well, what about 2 years after the main officer or detective in this case retires? Have you seen anyone actually, finish up his officer's report 2 years after he retires?
And submit it still as an officer? No.
3 years?
No.
And it's fair to say that there's common sense reasons for that, right? You want to make sure that your report is accurate, right?
Yes.
Because accuracy is important in what you do as a police officer.
Correct.
You want to make sure that your report is written in such a way, like you said before, someone could take that report and continue on with the investigation, who is still a detective.
Yes.
Okay. And also that report, in essence, becomes sort of a documentation of all the effort that that detective puts into the file, right?
Generally most of it, yes.
Yeah.
It might not have everything in it, but there's the vast majority typically goes in the officer's report.
Sure. Now, in this particular case, as you're sitting here right now, you work for the Metropolitan Police Department.
Yes, I do.
You work for the District Attorney's Office?
No, I didn't.
And the reason why you don't work for them is because they're two separate agencies, right?
They are.
They have two different purposes, correct?
Correct.
Your job as a police officer at Metro is to investigate and determine facts, fair?
Yes.
Now, at some point in the future, the District Attorney's Office, their job is to determine if they want to prosecute a case and actually litigate it like in front of this jury, right?
Yes. Yes.
That's not your role. Your role is just to find the facts
And present it to them,
and
yes.
present it to the District Attorney's Office.
Yes.
Okay.
But what if
Now,
one of
they
you
do have
transfers?
investigators that work for them,
Yes, sir.
right? But fair to say, those investigators are not doing what you're doing, right? Which is looking for facts.
Well, I object to looking for facts. And one calls for speculation.
What's your response?
I'm just asking for her experience as a detective as to how investigators fit into the overall picture of what we're talking about here. I don't believe it's speculation.
Can you rephrase it? Because I
Sure.
forgot the original question.
So with regards to your role and the experience you've had as a police officer, have you ever seen a Clark County District Attorney investigator be the primary person to put on an investigation?
Like as the lead investigator, no.
Yes, that's correct. So no, the answer is no.
Correct. Not in my experience.
And not in your experience. Now, in terms of what you're doing here, your testimony here was specifically about the search warrant and what happened when you located, whatever it is you located during the course of the search warrant, right?
Yes, sir.
So in the search warrant itself, did you apply for that search warrant?
No, I did not.
Now, typically, as a detective, when you're applying for a search warrant, you fill out an affidavit,
Yes, sir.
and at the end, you sign it, attesting it to be true and correct to the best of your ability.
Yes, sir.
And you detail in that search or that application for a search warrant, the location and what you intend on finding as a result of going into somebody's house.
Yes.
Okay. That would be the purview of whoever the lead detective is at that particular time.
Yeah, or who is just writing the search warrant. There's a lot of times people write search warrants and they're not lead detectives, but yes, I agree with what you're saying, for the most part.
And in this case, Detective Mogg was the responsible detective to petition for that search warrant.
Yes, he was.
And he was the one who signed that affidavit.
Yes, he was.
Now, you were on scene as a detective to help him with that, with the execution of the search warrant.
Correct.
And it isn't just you and Detective Mogg, there's other people from Metro that's present as well.
Yes, sir.
Other detectives as well.
Yes, sir.
As well as the forensic analysts that we have on scene.
Yes,
And they're all looking for information.
correct.
Now, the information that you're looking for is based upon my client's residence, right, Mr. Davis' residence.
For that search warrant, yes.
And you are looking for evidence that would take you back 30 years to whether or not that person was involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Yes,
Okay. So the information that we've received here today is the fruits of your labor from that search warrant.
yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, there were numerous different electronic devices that was taken from the scene.
Yes.
Now, are you aware that one of the intents or one of the focuses of the search was to look for evidence or facts specifically about the writing of a book?
Yes,
Okay, meaning the book that you had shown to the jury, that particular book, there was a search or at least an intent to look for evidence that would help support whether Mr. Davis had a manuscript.
I don't think I reviewed a book up here when I was being shown the evidence. I know the book that you're referring to.
Right, and I'm just showing you, once again, I just, if I could have,
They went beyond the scope. They looked too far. What do you think?
I have it. Show you what's been marked and admitted as State's Exhibit 104, this document or this book right here.
Yes,
Okay, so this book was the, one of the focuses of the search.
yes,
And in the application for the search warrant, fair to say that as a detective, you would read the parameters in which Mr. or Detective Mogg at the time had requested in terms of the purpose of the search.
he would have documented that in there, yes.
Yeah, and for instance, would a review of the application and affidavit of search warrant help refresh the recollection as to what Detective Mogg had requested from a court to allow him to search for?
I actually have not read the full document before.
Oh,
I can review it if you'd like. But yeah, I, up to this point, have not read the full document.
okay. So you're saying though that the person that could best tell this jury what he applied for would be Detective Mogg?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. Now, in addition to that, looking at the State's
What?
Exhibit number
Dolly Parton died?
104, the name that's on top over here, did this name have any significance to you in participating in the search warrant in this case?
Yes.
What significance does this name have to you?
We knew that was Duane Davis's nickname or street name.
Is that correctly spelled?
I don't know.
Yeah, and then with regards to this person right here, do you know who this person was?
Yes, I do know.
Who is that person?
Yosef Yal?
Now, with regards to Yosef Bell, can you tell the jury a little bit about who he is?
He was the to my understanding, he is the co-author of the book.
Okay. Now, you had a chance at some point to speak with Mr. Yap.
Yes, sir.
And just for my recollection, do you recall when you spoke to him?
It was on about Memorial Day of this year.
So 2026?
Yes, sir.
Memorial Day. Do you recall when the grand jury occurred with regards to this case?
In 2023.
All right. And so explain a little bit to the jury what a grand jury is.
It's a jury that have been assimilated here at the Clark County Regional Justice Center. They hear cases, then they determine if there is sufficient cause to issue an indictment on the accused.
And typically that would be something, if you were the primary detective, you would have been involved in this particular one, but you would not.
That's correct.
Okay. That would be something that Detective Mogg would be responsible for.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, with regards to you Yusuf. We had read off a bunch of names the state had, and I want to make sure I'm clear here. Was his name read off as one of the names that they had issued some type of warrant or something for in this case?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Okay, so you interviewed Yusuf about May of this year. He's on the book cover, but you don't ask the court for a warrant for his arrest in California,
No, I did not.
or some type of notice in California, hey, you need to show up to court.
No, we did not.
Okay. And did you ever at any point go down after your meeting with Yusuf to knock on his door again and say, hey, Yusuf, can you please come to Nevada based upon our interview or discussion?
No, I did not.
Now, in addition to that, when you went down to speak to Yusuf, at that particular time, you're with Clifford Mogg, right?
That's correct.
Now, at that particular point, Clifford Mogg is not a detective with Metro.
Correct.
He had been retired at that point how many years?
2.5, maybe?
Okay. And so you accompanied him down to California to do that interview with Yusuf?
With several people, yes.
Okay. But you're going down as a police officer with the Metropolitan Police Department at that particular point?
Yes.
But not Clifford Mogg. He's not a police officer at that point.
Correct, he was not.
He is an investigator with the Clark County District Attorney's Office.
Yes, sir.
Now, based upon that particular interview, did you conduct that interview?
No, primarily Detective Mogg did, or Investigator Mogg did.
Sure. And after that interview, did you draft an officer's report documenting what you learned in the course of that interview?
No, I didn't.
That would be something that Detective Mogg or Mr. Mogg would have done?
Sometimes we don't write an officer's report just for like an interview synopsis. We'll typically get those transcribed.
Okay. Now, in this case, for instance, the officer's report are pretty important, right?
Yes.
And we talked a little about going to the evidence locker, and we were all present at the evidence locker, right?
Yes, sir.
It's my assistant, the guilty looking one over there with the glasses, myself, and my investigator as well as Mr. DiGiacomo, Mr. Renew, Clifford Mogg, and yourself.
And my sergeant, Igor DeCaro.
Yeah. Now, after that particular incident, you wrote an officer report, right?
That one I did, yes.
Right. Once again, it's important to document what happens on a given event.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in this particular regard, did you at any point of your participation in this case, and that submission of that report, ever view a officer's report from Clifford Mogg?
No, I have not reviewed an officer's report from him.
Are you aware that Clifford Mogg began his responsibilities as the main detective on this case in either 2017 or 18?
My understanding, yes, that's correct.
And he had been the investigator from that time period, and we'll just give him benefit of the doubt, 2018, all the way up to 2023 when he retired.
Correct.
But as of right now, as you sit here, you've never read an officer's report from Detective Mogg in between that time period?
Pertaining to this investigation, no.
No. Now, in addition to that, there was some discussion about people. Was there ever a compelling order or a warrant issued for Suge Knight in this case?
Not to my knowledge, or if there was, I didn't have a role in that.
Right, and fair to say you know exactly where Suge Knight is today?
Yes.
He's actually in custody?
Correct.
Okay. Did you ever at any point issue a compelling order or a warrant for Foxy Brown?
I did not.
Okay. Do you know who she is?
I don't.
Okay. That would have been something that maybe Mr. Mogg would know of.
Yes.
Okay. How about for an individual named Big Meech from Detroit?
I don't know who that is.
Once again,
I have not issued a, yes.
So
And the
that-
same answer, that Detective Mogg would be, he would have more knowledge on that.
Now, the articles that we took a look at here that the jury was introduced to, do you know any reason, besides the fact that they were taken from my client's house, do you know who put those articles together?
I do not.
Do you know the purpose of those articles?
I do not.
Okay. Now, fair to say, in the course and scope of your investigation as a detective now, one of the things that you would look for if you were looking at a suspect would be through their phone. Right?
And in today's age, yes.
Yeah. And one of the things you look for either on their phone or on their computers would be maybe search history.
Yes.
And what you're looking for is if a person is Googling an address and Googling up a shooting that took place on the corner of Charleston and, I don't know, Wallaby, and they're doing it over and over again, that would lend some issue as to why you're looking up the details of a shooting that, say, nobody knows, right?
Yes.
And that would help you determine whether that person has knowledge of a shooting that pretty much nobody else would know.
I can't say nobody else would know, but they would show that they do have knowledge of the incident occurring.
Right. Now, in terms of those articles, though, can you say that that's what that was for?
I cannot.
Now, in addition to that, in your experience, we had spoken a little bit about this folder here. I'm going to show you again for the jury. This is State's Exhibit 37. Oh, I'm sorry, thank you. 137. Do you remember this?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and I just want to make sure I'm not colorblind, but is this blue?
No, sir.
Yeah, there looks like there might be like a candy cane on top of it.
That's correct.
And something else that's there, looks like a little snowman or something like that. Do you know what the purpose of this folder was?
No, other than it being just like a scrapbook type.
But nothing else besides that?
I don't know any other relevance to that.
Okay, and just for the record, it's got green in here as well. It looks like a pretty festive notebook or
Yes.
folder.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your one of the things that you had shared with us as well is the search warrant in this case that was found on scene. This would have been this would be State's Exhibit 136. You recall looking at this particular document here?
Yes, I do.
In terms of this document, this is a document that looks like this occurred back in May of 1997.
Correct.
And this obviously was in a different state. This is California.
Yes, sir.
And this was a search warrant of what looks like to be a house that would have been attributed to my client.
I'm not sure who it is, who resided there then. I know the address is there, the California.
Yeah, it would be the California address that's on the next page, right? I just don't want to bullshit again. But let's turn to the last page here. One of the things that was made mention by the state, and just pointing the jury to the receipt of property taken, that's like our property return.
Yes.
Or search warrant return. Okay.
That's correct.
And in it, it identifies various different things that was taken from that particular residence.
Yes, sir.
Now, one of the things that's in here, for instance, is this line number 4, money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino. Do you see that?
Yes, sir.
Do you have that?
No, I do not.
Was there any copy of that in the house that you searched in 2023?
Not that we found.
And with regards to that particular description there, can you tell us, for instance, just by the description alone, when that money due bill was dated?
I don't know from that description. We just know when the search warrant was issued, so I would assume previous to that
Right.
issue date.
Right, but we don't know an exact date.
Correct.
And the other things that are on here, for instance, the 9 miscellaneous photographs, all these things are things that another detective wrote down in the course and scope of their investigation.
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you were in Mr. Davis's home, you had identified, or there were various different electronic devices that were seized.
Yes.
Okay. Now, with regard to those electronic devices, there were quite a few.
Yes.
Those electronic devices, and I just want to make sure I'm clear here, you had taken a Dell Inspiron 1764 laptop computer.
Yes, sir.
Did you ever at any point cause that computer to be reviewed for information that would help you lead to whether or not Mr. Davis wrote that book or helped write that book?
I did not.
Okay. And just for the jury's edification, let's make sure we're clear. When you're reviewing an electronic device like that, you are looking for files, search history, things that would help you see whether or not Mr. Davis used that particular machine to help write the book, for instance, in this case.
In theory, yes, somebody would do that.
Right. And you also took from the residence a Toshiba laptop computer.
Yes.
Did you find any information that would help you know or learn whether or not Mr. Davis actually wrote Compton Street Legend or anything like that?
I did not write a search warrant to get into the digital items, so I've never reviewed anything from the electronics.
Okay, so I just want to make sure I'm clear. That would have been Clifford Mogg's job, not your job.
And they're not calling
Because
Mogg.
at the time, he was the detective responsible for this investigation.
Correct.
Wow.
Now, but I just want to make sure we're clear for the jury. The other items that were seized at that point that you were at least part of the seizure would have been a Toshiba satellite laptop computer. So that's 3 computers. Another laptop computer, HP 71 laptop computer, an HP touchscreen desktop computer, an iPad, another iPad, and a Sky device tablet. Those were the things that were taken from the residence, right?
That sounds accurate, yes.
And just stop me if you think I'm wrong, if you need to look at something, all right?
Okay.
In addition to that, it looks like there was some drives that were taken as well, a Toshiba external drive, a USB drive, and an iPad with a broken screen, and an iPhone in a black case.
Yes.
Okay. And those were all the fruits of your search of Mr. Davis's residence when you went there?
Yes, sir.
And once again, whatever was found inside of those objects would be something that would be Detective Mogg's responsibility to tell this jury, not you.
Yeah. Yes, sir.
Pass the witness? No?
Mrs. Detective Gatus, I'm done with my cross-examination of you.
Okay.
I appreciate your answers today.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Samp. Mr. Jackman will redirect.
Detective Gaddis, Mr. Sam said we're 2 separate agencies. That's accurate, correct?
Yes, sir.
How often, let me ask you this, do you work very closely with the DA's office?
Yes, sir, we do.
What is the soonest you've called the DA after you've shown up to a crime scene?
Oh, within an hour. Absolutely.
And are we, as the prosecutors, involved in the investigation from the beginning?
Yes, sir.
Or were you aware that prior to the search warrant, or are you aware if prior to the search warrant, Mr. Palal and I were already involved in this investigation?
Yes, you were.
And were you aware the determination or the decision that was made as it relates to Mr. Mogg, Detective Mogg, remaining the investigator on this case?
I don't know how those decisions were made.
Let me ask it this way. Are you aware that that decision was made the day he retired?
Yes, yes.
And your role and Sergeant DeCaro's role is if we needed a Metro police officer, you were supposed to assist.
Correct.
And do you have any active cases where the reports are not done?
Yes, sir.
And usually the report is done when all of the work is done.
Correct.
And so that's completed when you're done investigating.
Correct.
Mr. Samft also mentioned something about the fact that your job is to find the facts. Do you remember him saying something like that?
Yes.
Is your job and our job any different than that we're here to uncover facts?
We have the same mission. Do it in different ways, but yes, the same mission.
And are you aware that my investigators oftentimes interview witnesses?
Yes.
And that's not something that's unusual.
No.
Is there anything that you feel was improper with the idea of Detective Mogg becoming my contract investigator on this particular case.
Oh my gosh.
What's the opinion? I'm not quite clear what the relevance of that question.
Well, his entire cross was, hey, this is really odd, this is really unusual, there's something wrong here by Detective Mogg becoming Mr. Mogg and continuing the investigation. So I'm asking her, in her experience, is there anything inappropriate about that?
You know what's funny is defense attorney Samft did not spell out that argument. It's there for the questioning. Like, is it unusual? You guys are separate agencies, correct? Is it unusual to leave and not write a report when you leave? But attorneys aren't supposed to make arguments. They're supposed to just ask their questions and get the answers. But here, you have the prosecutor who seems like his pride is hurt, summarizing the argument that the defense attorney couldn't explicitly make himself during the questioning of a witness. He just summarized it and said the argument to the jury himself. Why would you do that? But okay.
I don't know how her experience is relevant.
He opened the door by asking her those questions.
Overall.
I would say Detective Mogg would have been the best fit to do it because he had the most intelligence and knowledge of the investigation.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Anything further, Mr. Sand?
Yes, Your Honor. Since we walked through this door, so with regards to Detective Mogg in this case, he was the best fit for this investigation?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
He had the most knowledge of it because he did not write an officer's report. Fair?
Objection assumes a fact, not an evidence.
Did you disclose an officer report? Oh, this is tricky water. If it's not in evidence, is there something you didn't turn over? And aside from his report that he turned in 5 weeks ago, almost 6 weeks ago now. And we have testimony that he didn't complete an officer's report, you know, the technical phrase, for Vegas Metro PD when he left. This is crazy. Look at them. Look at them at the bench. Looks like Keefe D just like quick wave.
All right, it's overruled. You may ask your question.
He gets to
I just
ask.
forgot the question. So you're telling us though that he was the best for the job?
Yes.
Okay. And that at the time of his retirement, 2023, he was the best for the job?
He had the most knowledge of it, yes.
Yes, and he had the most knowledge of it because he was the primary detective on the case?
For the preceding several years, yes.
Yes. And when he retired, he did not have an officer's report?
I don't know if he did or didn't.
Well, I'm just based upon your knowledge, you're saying you don't know?
Yeah, I know. I've never actually read it. I don't know if he did.
So you don't know if he had an officer's report?
Correct.
And you say he was the best for the case, even though technically there were other detectives on your unit that could have taken over that case?
There are additional detectives, absolutely, yes.
And are you saying that somehow Detective Mogg had something different compared to all the other detectives that could have taken over that case from the Homicide Division?
Well, I say that about Detective Mogg because he had those 4 or 5 years of experience already invested into the case. So for him to kind of finish it out and to see it through, to me that made the most sense, in my opinion.
But without capturing it, putting it down on an officer's report?
Well, objection. She just said she doesn't know if there is one.
Let me ask you this question. I'll withdraw the question. In terms of, as you sit here right now, there was a cold case unit, right?
Yes, we do. We have a
And
cold case.
The cold case unit would investigate crimes that occurred, like say, for instance, in this case, 30 years ago?
Yes, I do.
And they could have very easily taken this file as well, right?
So from my understanding, when Detective Mogg obtained this case, we did not have a cold case unit in our section at that time. That didn't come into play until maybe 2020, that we were able to fulfill a cold case detectives.
Okay. And so, in terms of the way you're describing it now, are you saying that Detective Mogg was operating a cold case?
No, he was on an active squad for the entirety of his time in the homicide section. But when he received this case from the preceding detectives, we didn't have a cold case unit for them to have investigated it. So basically, any of the cold cases came down to the next person in line, more or less, and that happened to be Detective Mogg.
All right. And in terms of the Detective Mogg situation, are you telling us though that he was hired by Metro as an investigator doing cold cases?
No, he was a detective with Metro, employed as a commissioned officer. He wasn't hired by Metro separately to do cold cases.
And I apologize for that. Let me just back up here. So, are you aware of a retired officer by the name of Dean O'Kelly?
Yes, sir.
And he, at some point, worked on cold cases.
Yes, he did.
And he worked on cold cases after he retired.
Correct.
And prior to that, he was actually a homicide detective.
Yes, sir.
So, I apologize, maybe I wasn't clear on my question. But are you telling us that that's what Detective Mogg did in this case? That after he retired, he became an investigator, just like Dean O'Kelly, on cold cases?
Detective Mogg did not do that with Metro.
And once again, as you're sitting here right now, you don't know of any officer's report up until the time he retires.
That's correct.
Are you aware of any other reports that he wrote after he retired in this case?
No, sir.
Are you, and once again, any reports at all that would be put in the file to help the next detective with the investigation, anything like that?
I'm not aware of them.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
Anything further, Mr. DiGiacomo?
No.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Seeing no hands, thank you, Detective Gatus. You're free to go.
Thank you.
Does it make sense to break for lunch at this time?
We have one short witness, but maybe we could do a restroom break and then break for lunch.
Does anyone in the jury have to use the restroom? Yes? Okay. All right. So we will take a break. During the recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or rewatch or listen to any recorded or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or from which express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 11:40. Please rise for the jury.
All right, we'll make sure that when the jury leaves, we'll see if they have anything outside the presence. Change my banner to say comfort break.
For the record, the jury has exited the room. We'll be in recess.
All right, no housekeeping. And we can skip a few, like we're behind like a minute and a half. So we'll get real time. How are you guys feeling today? It's day 7. Day 7. And there seems to be a lot of witnesses that we're not going to hear from. Doesn't seem like we were going to hear from Corey Edwards. That's C-Ray. Corey Edwards, it seems like his prior statement was read to the grand jury. He didn't testify in person in front of the grand jury. The state read a prior statement from him. And now we heard from this witness who was just on the stand that they made efforts to coordinate with California authorities to effectuate a warrant to make him compel for testimony, come to Nevada. And when they went to his home, not only was he not there, but his 95-year-old mother wasn't there. And what's the relevance of that? Well, it's a bit unusual. Someone in elderly age, you get them up and out of a place, just all willy-nilly. And maybe also, I know my grandparents are very good with their bookkeeping. If they move, they're not going to be like, oh, I still need to change my address. It's the type of thing that my grandparents, just the way that their generation was, they go and update those things right away. So I thought it was interesting how we got that detail about the 95-year-old grandmother in there. And then they made a second attempt to effectuate the warrant for Corey Edwards. That doesn't work. They don't try. She's not aware that they ever tried to compel anything out of Suge Knight, even though they know where he is. There's another witness, Mr. Gonzalez. I'm actually not sure if we've heard his name before. in this trial, but there was a line of questioning about a potential witness in New York who is on probation. Who's on probation. That should indicate whereabouts should be known. If we can't find you, someone should be looking for you because you're supposed to be reporting. And seems like they couldn't locate this person in New York. Big Meech, probably not actually, it's up for debate whether or not he actually has anything that he could provide as far as information about what happened that night. Probably doesn't have any information. But what would be important is Keefe D made claims that Big Meech was present in Las Vegas the night that Tupac was shot and killed. So if the state wants to investigate, do any type of corroboration to see how much of this is truthful, how much of these details are reliable, because they're not really publicly disclosed anywhere, but Keefe D has firsthand knowledge. He's the one talking about it in his book. One thing that we could go do is go speak to Big Meech and see if he was in Vegas the night of the Mike Tyson fight. And that Mike Tyson fight and Tupac being shot are two huge events. It's the type of thing that you would remember if you were in Vegas that night or not, even if you don't remember any details. So the idea that you don't go to people like Big Meech, you don't go to people like Foxy Brown. This witness said, I don't even know who Foxy Brown is what this witness said. It just goes to show that you aren't doing anything to follow up and look into easily verifiable information. So that leads me to believe that maybe Big Meech, Foxy Brown weren't actually in Vegas. Maybe they didn't want to follow up with them because they figured it would be the type of statement that would go against their prosecution of Keefe D. And then Mogg. The defense attorney just repeatedly, consistently, with a degree of consistency, and I would say it was pretty tempered. You know, I've been saying he's trying to hint and get the jury to expect to look for certain witnesses, but at the same time, he's not doing it in a way where he puts on a tone while he's asking the question of the witness. He'll just say something to the effect of, and you didn't do this, did you? Oh, that would be something for Detective Mogg, right? In that type of tone is how he would ask the question. And repeatedly he asked that question, and this witness and previous witness agree like, yeah, that would be for somebody else, or that would be specifically for Mogg. So you're gearing the jury up and maybe trying to goad the state to call Mogg. And hopefully the defense is prepared to handle it either way. If the state does or does not call Mogg, I feel like the defense might have a field day with Mogg. And that's why the state doesn't want to call him. But either way, I think the jury's in tune. Why are we not hearing from this guy? If he did all this great work, the prosecution is doing a whole redirect dedicated to rehabilitating a witness that isn't even on the stand. And we saw something similar yesterday with Greg Kading, with the objections, oh, this is becoming like a character assassination of Greg Kading. State jumps in to rehabilitate the character of an individual that the jury is hearing a lot about, but the state doesn't seem like they plan to call that individual to the stand. And this just doesn't seem like the way I would expect a team of prosecutors whose job is to seek the truth so they can get to justice. Doesn't seem like that's what's going on here. And so Foxy being in Vegas with Zip is something that's really just in Keefe D's words, which is within the four corners of this case. But we've had several individuals testify that they did not verify that. And I think that's a problem for the state. Because why not? Why not? Like, it's just, like, I don't know. I don't expect everybody ever to be called and take the stand. But you would think that even before we get here, because a lot of times with trials, you'll have the detective be like, this is the way we proceeded. This is step A, B, C, D in our investigation. Step C, You know, we followed up with Foxy Brown and she said she was there. She said she wasn't there. So next we did this. And you can get that discussion without having to call in the little witnesses that are like just name dropped for one tiny part of the big picture. So you don't necessarily need to expand your witness list at trial just to accomplish these things. But to me, it doesn't look good when you have multiple law enforcement officers saying that they never asked any follow-up questions or tried to verify this information, period. The state has like 200 witnesses that they provided to the defense, but I'm not aware of one that's tailored down to who they actually plan to call. So, and then the other interesting thing, of course, Zip. Did Zip die earlier this year? Zip died somewhat recently, right? Like it wasn't like a decade ago. So there's also there's witnesses that we seemingly didn't even try to speak with during the course of the investigation, let alone try to call at trial. And then there's witnesses that are unavailable because it's just so much time has passed, any number of reasons to explain the unavailability of certain witnesses. So, yeah, Brooklyn says, I love the jury question about evidence from 30 years ago. If you missed it, that was, I believe, our second witness of the day. Yeah, second witness of the day. That was Jeff Scott. And they're coming back in from the break right now. They're going to have one short witness and then go to lunch.
Back on record in C377407. Over the break, one of our jurors let Marshall Spies know that it was juror 5, Sydney Stratton, let the Marshal know that she knows Mr. Scott, who was the CSA who testified. I don't know any more information about that. I was just going to have her come out and ask her some questions about that relationship, see if it would affect her ability to be fair and impartial. And then if you guys have any questions about it, just I'll give you that opportunity as well.
Yes, right.
Okay, can we get Ms. Stratton in?
Oh, they said her
Randy?
name. Don't say her name.
No? Okay.
Okay, you guys are thinking 5 years ago for Zip passing away, more than 5 years ago. 2012. So, okay, Wayne Higgins died earlier this year. The attorney then died earlier this year, right? Or somebody. Who died in March of this year? It was someone whose name was mentioned a lot. And they haven't talked about it in trial. I'm just thinking in terms of witness list. So, yeah, let's see. A juror realized, maybe she didn't recognize the name Jeff Scott, but seeing his face on the stand, maybe she's like, Maybe they're going to mute this whole portion. No. I feel like we should be able to hear the questioning. They should just, but maybe they're worried she'll say something self-identifying, like, I know him because I used to be this so-and-so at this employment location. Like, maybe they don't want to broadcast that. And while we wait to see if we hear that, the jury question that Brooklyn was referencing in the chat was, what piece of evidence were you expecting to find in the location that was different from 30 years ago? Why would you expect it to be intact 30 years later? That was a question to Jeff Scott about the 2023 search of Keefe D's residence. Nope.
For the record, Ms. Stratton has exited the room. You may be seated. Anything else we need to discuss on that issue?
Not from the state. No, yeah.
Anything we need to discuss outside the presence?
Not from the state. No, yeah.
All right, we'll get the jurors lined up. And who is the witness that we're going to do next?
Mark Hatten.
Mark Hatten.
Yeah, he's a firearms person,
Okay.
so he should be short.
I'll look and see if anyone
And as
from
soon as we
inside
get
the
the jury
court
in,
talks
we'll
about the juror.
proceed with that one short witness, and then we'll take our lunch break. You had said there were 6 witnesses you wanted to get on, and we've done 5?
And then one in the afternoon.
So the 6th is in the afternoon?
Yes.
Understood. Okay.
We believe you should take most, if not all, of that.
Okay, no worries.
Maybe not. I mean, who knows? Yeah, they talk all day. Read a book.
A little hot micing there. And also, hold on, let me show some love. Sunshine for you one. Sent over on the tip jar. Thank you for the tips. Says thanks for the devotion, Kat. Thank you for hanging out with us. I am enjoying it's a lot of notes on this trial, but I'm enjoying putting them all together.
So the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, you may be seated. All right, so you may call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. Please call us Mark Hatten.
You solemnly swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
You may have a seat.
Thank you.
Sir, if you please state your full name and then spell it for the record.
Mark Hatten, M-A-R-K-H-A-T-T-E-N.
Thank you, sir. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Hatten, how are you employed?
I'm currently a police officer with the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department. I was hired in 2007. I also worked as a NIBIN technician within the Firearms unit of the Forensic Laboratory at the Metro Forensic Lab for 7 years, from 2018 until 2025.
Can you tell us what NIBIN is?
Yes, NIBIN stands for the National Integrated Ballistic Information Network. It's overseen by the federal agency, the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, Firearms, and Explosives, otherwise known as the ATF. And this is a technology that contains hardware and software that takes high-resolution 2D and 3D images of a cartridge case that has been fired, or a cartridge, excuse me, that has been fired out of the firearm. It looks specifically at the head stamp area And I also brought a model with me of a cartridge if the court will allow me to use this. And I could also pass this around to the jury so you can get a closer look and see exactly and understand what NIBIN is looking at.
Mr. Hatten, you're getting a little ahead of me, but let's go. I know, it's fine. I was going to ask you, what is a cartridge case?
Cartridge case, it's what this is called is a cartridge. And once it's fired, the bullet gets projected out of the barrel, and the cartridge case gets ejected from the firearm. And basically it contains all the components of a cartridge, including the bullet, the cartridge case. Can I use
Yes,
them?
and so it appears you brought a demonstrative. Your Honor, may the witness use the demonstrative for the purposes of explaining it to the jury.
Is it the tube? Yeah, okay, yes, you may.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, so during the firing process, when somebody pulls the trigger, this bullet will project out of the barrel, and this is the cartridge case. This is the head stamp area. It can be stamped with the manufacturer of the ammunition as well as the caliber, and this is the what NIBIN looks at, specifically the primer area, which contains a small explosive that ignites the gunpowder within the cartridge case.
And then on the back of the cartridge, you had mentioned that, or the cartridge case, you had mentioned that the strike that causes the explosion to expunge the bullet, is that strike unique or something that you look at in determining whether or not a cartridge has been fired from a similar, the same gun?
Yes, it's unique because during the manufacturing process of the firearm, it has tooling marks and it's hardened steel. This metal is soft, so this comes out at very high velocity. So when that slams into the firearm, it imparts its unique markings from that tooling process directly onto the cartridge case.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to case number 960907-2063, where you asked to do some work on that case.
Yes, I was.
And is it fair to say that, and the jury's already heard this and they've been received in evidence, that 7 cartridge cases with a head stamp of 140 SNW were recovered from that scene?
That's correct.
And then initially, when this case first occurred in 1996, they were run through the database that existed in 1996. Is that fair to say?
Not in 1996, it was in 2003 because NIBIN was not created. It was a program called DrugFire, and NIBIN actually was implemented in 1997, but of course it takes time to build up the database, so it really wasn't really, the database wasn't built up until about the early 2000s. So that's when they actually initially entered this cartridge case into the NIBIN system.
So in 1996, it was DrugFire, and then in 2003, it was re-entered into NIBIN. Is that fair to say?
I don't have any knowledge if this was entered into DrugFire.
So we'll focus on 2003, the NIBIN entry. Did the cartridges used in this particular cartridge cases collected in this case match any other cartridge cases that were entered into NIBIN back in 2003?
They did not.
Did they match any other firearm that was recovered by 2003?
They did not.
Now, in 2023, were you asked to re-enter these cartridge cases or re-examine them within the NIBIN system?
Yes, I was.
And that request, I think, was made by Mark DiGiacomo.
Yes, it was.
And had technology changed between 2003 and 2023?
Yes, so that 20-year period, yes, the cameras and the resolution has definitely improved over that 20-year time frame.
And is it also fair to say that probably in the intervening 20 years, more cartridge cases and more firearms have been entered into the NIBIN system?
Yes, it's the gold standard of that type of ballistics. So everybody uses it now, and yes, there's millions of images in the database.
And did you actually conduct that? Did you actually look into NIBIN to see whether or not this cartridge case matched any other cartridge case that was entered into NIBIN?
Yes, I entered it into NIBIN myself, And we did a nationwide search, and it looked throughout the entire country. And then the NIBIN results had no associations other to the original entry from 2003.
So what you learn from NIBIN is when you entered the cartridge in 2003, it matched the cartridge you entered in 2023.
That's correct.
But nationwide, it did not match any other cartridge case though that had been previously entered into NIBIN.
No, it did not.
Yeah, pass.
Any,
All right, that was quick.
Sorry, cross-examination, Mr. Smith?
Sir, did you actually look at the actual cartridge casings themselves?
Yes, I looked all 7 side by side, and I screened them and then grouped them into one grouping, which represents one firearm.
All right. And as far as you recall or understand that the cartridge casings were located at one scene, not multiple scenes?
I didn't look into the case notes. That's to try to keep our distance. We don't do any investigative work at the lab, so we don't want to bias our mind to what was. So I did not review any of the crime scene photos, any of the diagrams. I do not know. All I know is I have 7 cartridge cases. How do they group, and which ones to enter?
Okay. And so out of the 7, all of them look like they were fired from the same firearm?
Yes, they had similar visual characteristics, and I entered one, which I assigned as lab item 1.
I see. So no one of them was different, like indicating maybe another gun was used. All of them were from the same gun.
That's correct.
Right. No further questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything further, State?
No, Your Honor.
Any questions from our jurors? Seeing none, thank you, Mr. Hatten. You're free to go. You are
Thank you, Your Honor.
excused.
All right, so they're going to take a lunch. So the importance of that
Start with
is
this before the lunch break?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay,
that
sounds good.
conflicts
So at this time,
Keefe
we're
D
going to
story.
take our lunch break. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial. Rewatch or listen to any report of a commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll have you guys back here at 1 p.m. for further testimony. Please rise for the jury. For the record, the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Yeah, yes, Your Honor. So we're going to have Robert Ladd testify whenever we come back at.
Okay, you can all be seated.
And there was this outstanding issue during our gang motion about the term shot caller. Now, in the interim, we found that Mr. Davis refers to himself as the shot caller in the book. I don't know that that was pointed out. I had not realized that at the time of that motion, so I certainly failed to point that out. But at this point, the state's going to be asking that we allow Mr. Ladd to use that term. When I pre-trialed him last night, I told him he is not allowed to use it unless the court gives a go-ahead, so he's aware of that prohibition. But I
Was
think
the idea that he was going to be the one to lay the foundation, that he was the shot caller, that
Yes.
allegedly Keefe D
Yes.
was the shot caller?
Yes.
So we can use that term and attempt to lay the foundation, and then I guess we can just, at some point, you can approach and say, has that been conclusively established or something?
okay, so I just want to know the mechanism. So I'm not going to have him say it at all, and then I will try and lay the general gang foundation, and then I'll lie the foundation for Mr. Davis's role within the gang, and at that point, I'll probably just ask to approach out of an abundance of caution, and then see if the foundation's in place.
Does that work for you, Mr. Stamps?
It does, Your Honor. I do have one further housekeeping matter for the shot caller issue.
Yes.
Okay.
The other issue is that we're asking the court to see if we could just exclude putting on the record or publishing to everybody the addresses of my clients in terms of where his family still lives today in Compton. So if we're going to talk about a location, that we just use maybe the street name, something like that, to differentiate between
I
the
think
two.
that's appropriate, for
That might be problematic.
not to give the exact address.
So can we?
You
so
could say like
without
the
giving
3600 block, maybe?
Can we? I think it's a little complicated because there's a 1405 and a 4. There's two houses on the same block. And so I think if Mr. Sam doesn't object to us just saying that on the search warrants it's listed as Mr. Davis's house without giving the actual address, or Mr. Anderson's or Miss Anderson's house without giving the actual address, I'm happy to do that. Like, I'm not trying to cause any problems. It's just that I don't want the vagary used against us.
Sure. Would that compromise work for your purposes?
Yes, Your Honor, because I think that's all we're asking, is just to just refer to who the house is.
The exhibits themselves that will be admitted list the actual address, but we won't display those portions of the exhibits publicly if that helps.
Okay.
Yes, Your Honor, thank you. Yes,
Sounds good. Okay. Anything else on that thing, Mr. Sampson?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Anything else we need to address in general? Look, hearing nothing, we'll be in recess. Thanks, guys.
When are we coming back in?
1 o'clock.
All right, wow, they cut to that seal like instantly as soon as the judge said 1 o'clock. Okay, so they are on lunch recess, and the witness that we're getting for the afternoon, the state said it's going to be their final witness of the day, and they're going to be here for a while. So they said Robert Ladd, I believe that's Bobby Ladd. Let's see. And he was one of the Compton gang detectives. Let me back up. Let me get the context. What witness was saying this? I think this was Dorsey. If I remember correctly, Mike Dorsey, the documentarian, was giving a description of what he learned from Kading and from Kathy Scott's book. And he described that 3 Compton gang detectives said Keefe D was too big for them to be looking at. And he was asked to specify who those 3 were, and that's where we had the mention of Bobby Ladd. So that's who they're calling this evening. And also said the other 2, he said Reggie Wright Sr. and a 3rd person. He couldn't remember the 3rd person's name. So we're getting Bobby Ladd, colleague, if you will, of Reggie Wright Sr. for a big chunk of testimony, it seems like. So, and Sabata says Bobby Ladd, he's been on Vlad TV. So, and Art of Dialogue, I'm assuming by Art. Not like Art Garfunkel or anything. Let's see. Okay. Yep, and then you guys were asking about the time. Remember, this court's in Nevada, that's Pacific time, so that would be noontime. That's why they're going to be back. They're saying 1. So, it's noon for them right now. And I had something queued up, but we haven't had a longer break. It might be kind of fun now that Sabata just mentioned, let's see, Vlad TV and the podcast, the blogs. Well, like 2 years ago, there was a hearing in this case. This was like June of 2024. I'll get the exact date in a minute. We have a grilling of Wack 100. So I've been wanting to watch that with you guys. I've had it bookmarked. And because it's a hearing in this case, I feel like it keeps us within the 4 corners. We're not going too far outside. So let's cue this up. Close this down. Okay, and it says June 25th of 2024. So we're time traveling. Again, old attorney here.
All right, so we've got Mr. Jones. Are we able to make him the largest person? Perfect. All right. Mr. Jones, I'm going to place you under oath.
All right, let's make this a little louder.
Right now. You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Cash, C-A-S-H, Jones, J-O-N-E-S.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Arnold, you may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Jones, what was the amount that you paid for the bail bond premium in this case?
$112,000 It was 15% of whatever the 750 was.
Okay, that's
$112,000 and some odd dollars.
and $500, is that correct?
112.5, yes sir, yes sir.
And you paid that out of your business?
Yes sir.
And what's your business name, sir?
100 Entertainment.
And you're the sole owner of that business, is that correct?
Yes sir.
And that business is a business license to do business in the state of Nevada.
Yes sir.
And how long have you had that business?
Roughly 8 years maybe.
And again, you used the proceeds from that business and you provided us with the documents showing that those amounts were taken from your business account. Is that correct?
Yes sir.
How do you know Mr. Davis, sir?
I know him through passing. I know his son. I know him. We sat down and talked a few times. In general, you know, about personal things. He was having this bout with cancer, and you know, personal things, industry stuff. You know, just regular conversation. He's always been a monumental guy in our community. Conversation. So you know, and I've helped several people in our community, whether it was funerals, whether it was for bail. In his situation, I know his cancer has been, I don't know if it's come out of remission or been speaking with his son. I know he's having an issue in there, so I'll let you help it in.
We appreciate that, sir. Sir, are you deriving?
Shout out to Bench Jam, and thank you for the tip over on Tip Jar. I put it up as a little post, but I want to make sure people don't come in here and think we're watching live court. Big thank you.
Any benefit financially from Mr. Davis's release?
I know that.
All right, I have no further questions, John.
State cross-examination.
Yes, do you need me to stand up on the podium because of the blue jeans aspect, or just, okay. Sir, you're in the entertainment business, is that right?
That's one of my businesses, yes.
And you also go by the moniker Wack 100?
Yes, I do.
And one of the things that you do is manage, some artists like The Game and Blueface, etc.
Yes.
And where do you live?
I have a residence in California. I have multiple residences in California, Oklahoma, as well as New Jersey and New York.
Okay. And is it fair to say that the last 4 digits of your phone number are 697?
6979.
Okay. All right. And I want to turn your attention. We were provided a letter by Mr. Arnold that said that you had known Mr. Davis and his family for many years. Is that right?
Yeah. I mean, they're a pillar of our community, especially the urban community.
Well, I think let me clarify. You said, I have been a good friend of Mr. Davis and his family for many years. Is that right?
Well, I know his sister. I know him, I know his son.
When did you first meet Mr. Davis?
Oh. In passing, maybe about, 8 years ago, maybe.
When did you become good friends with Mr. Davis?
Good friends with a lot of people.
I'm sorry, when did you become good friends with Mr. Davis?
Did you hear him? He's asked, when did you become friends specifically with Mr. Davis? He's like, I'm friends with a lot of people.
About, 8 years ago, maybe.
When did you become good friends with Mr. Davis?
Good friends with a lot of people.
I'm sorry, when did you become good friends with Mr. Davis?
The day I met him, the day we shook hands. We come from our upbringing, we come from the opposite sides of the track. So, in my travels over the last 25 years, coming from the gang life and making my exit from being a gang banger. Anybody that I meet that's willing to sit down with me and be cordial and be respectful, I'm going to consider a good friend.
All right, and so the other thing you say in the letter that Mr. Arnold provided to us is that the money is a gift and Mr. Davis is not obligated to repay. Is that right?
That's right.
All right. Do you have any contract between you and Mr. Davis?
Not as a gift.
Okay. Do you have any financial agreement with Mr. Davis?
Not as a gift.
Do you have any financial agreement with his son?
No, I don't. I want him to come work for me. That's what he want to do, try to get my streets.
Now, so are there any stipulations that you have with Mr. Davis in order to put up this money for him?
Well, my stipulation with the bail bonds, but I definitely want him to be on house arrest to protect my son.
Now, have you ever said you were thinking about getting Mr. Davis out with the stipulation that you do a series with him?
We've had talks and conversations just about what would be a series, as the BMF series, and just in question, in general conversation, talking about his life story. But I'm not in TV land, I'm in music. I don't do TV.
Okay.
I've never done a television show or any of that. I do music streaming, diapers, stuff like that.
Okay, so I just want to be very clear about this. Have you ever stated that you planned on getting Mr. Davis out as long as he did a stipulation with you to do a television series with you?
Oh, I have said this story would be a very interesting story. As if Orlando Anderson's story would be a very interesting story. As if the BMS story, as if my story. We talk about it, everybody talks about it, but again, that's not my lane. If that's what he chooses to do, then that's what he chooses to do. That's not what I do.
And you had mentioned earlier, you had agreed with me earlier that the last four digits of your phone number were 6979, correct?
6979, yes.
And you've had at least one conversation with Mr. Davis via jail calls, is that correct?
One call, yes. I spoke with him one time.
And as part of that time, you asked Mr. Davis whether or not he had signed the contract, is that right?
Yes, I did.
What contract was that?
His life rights contract. Somebody told me he had did a life rights deal, and I was asking them why didn't they come assist him.
And so you didn't ask him to send you his waiver of his life rights to you, have you?
No, I mean, at the end of the day, again, that's not my lane. That's not what I do. I do music.
And I'm gonna have to play some exhibits later, Your Honor, but in terms of if someone were to say that this money put up is not entirely for you, would that be the truth or a lie?
Say again?
If someone were to say that the money provided here to bail Mr. Davis out is not from you, would that be the truth or a lie?
Be a lie.
Okay. If someone,
I didn't send the money, is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Saying I'm not the one providing the funds?
Yes.
Yeah, that would be a lie.
If someone said you are being used as a front, would that be the truth or a lie?
That would be a lie.
If someone says you are a middleman in this transaction, would that be a truth or a lie?
That would be a lie.
If somebody said that there's a movie company putting up the money for you, would that be the truth or a lie?
What company?
A movie company.
No, that would be a lie.
Okay. So your testimony is you're not a middleman.
I'm not a what?
A middleman.
No, I have no contracts with any movie companies. I've never had a contract with a movie company. I've never done television. It's not my thing. I'm actually moving out of entertainment into the diaper business. I have a company called Incredible Diapers. I have contracts in Congo, Nigeria, Amazon, Walmart, and Portland. So I'm really moving away from entertainment. These are things I can provide documents MOUs, contracts for it.
No, and I appreciate that, Mr. Jones. Your Honor, I think I'm going to have, I don't know how mechanically we want to do this. I have a video featuring Mr. Jones talking about the stipulations that he would require.
The interview?
Yes. And then I also have a couple of jail calls talking about signing a contract with Mr.
You just play them and then they will play also from your computer and they will play through the speakers.
I think for this witness in particular,
Hilarious.
Have you ever met Keefe D?
Look at this kid's face, this guy's face.
Stop it.
You know, person? Yeah.
You want to authenticate that with them.
it's going to be
Vlad TV interview.
Yeah, so you agree that you did a Vlad TV interview, is that right?
I work for Vlad, I'm contracted to go to Vlad, I go there like every 2-3 months.
And in fact, you did one about a month ago, is that right?
1 or 2 ago, maybe something like that, yeah.
Okay, and I think Mr.
I don't know
Arnold,
what's going on, about 2-3 months ago.
I think Mr. Arnold will stipulate that the person depicted as WAC 100 is Mr. Jones.
Right.
Okay. All right, so I think we have foundation for the Vlad interview for 21. You may play.
His lawyer did an interview recently and said, Keefe D is a liar. He made up all this stuff just to make some money from people like, me for interviews and to get out of a serious drug case. He was never in Las Vegas. All this is fake. And he's not connected to Tupac's murder at all. Yeah, I believe him. You believe him? Do I believe him? That's up to law enforcement. That's I'm not gonna say. That's up to law enforcement. He's gonna be home in the next 5 days. About going to bed enough. You gonna bail out Keefe D? Yeah, it's only 75. What is the $1 billion bond? That's 750. 750. So you got to put 75. Yeah, I was thinking about going to get him and put the stipulations that I do the series on it. People are watching. Yeah.
Mr. Jones, did you hear that interview?
First day interview.
Yeah, and it's fair to say that.
You understand, Brian?
Wait, sir. You can answer my questions. I'm sure Mr. Arnold has questions for you. You can answer them as well. So it's fair to say that you said you would bail Mr. Davis out as long as he follows some stipulations, correct?
It's just entertainment, right?
Sir, my question requires, my question simply requires a yes or no answer.
His face is killing me. Look at him.
Did you tell, or did you say that you would bail out Mr. Davis, assuming he follows some stipulations?
We're glad, me and Vlad discussed that. We was gonna say that. We discussed what we're gonna do before we interview. That everybody knows that about Vlad.
And in fact, you said that you would bail him out in return for an agreement to do a series on Mr. Davis's life, correct?
That's what I said to Vlad, but Keefe D is already involved in somebody. With that, I believe, with his book. I have no contracts with him, no dealings with him on that.
Okay, so you're saying what you said is just not true.
We have, before you go on Vlad, you have a discussion about what you're gonna talk about, what needs to be said so we can drive the views. There's nothing about Vlad or nothing about YouTube that says that we're being truthful about what we're saying, we're entertaining. I'm just, being truthful, which I do a lot of interviews. I do interviews every week on No Jumper, and we sit there and we BS about things and we exaggerate things or we make up things. But it's a view thing. They pay you for that.
Okay, so you are exaggerating or not telling the truth when you're on Vlad TV.
I mean, you see the number I gave wasn't accurate. If I was gonna, that's what the conversation was, I would have gave you the accurate number if that's what it was.
All right, Your Honor, at this point, I would like to publish a jail call between Mr. Davis and Mr. Jones. This is from, in order to protect Mr. Jones' privacy, it's just the last 4 digits are 697.
No. Excuse me. My last 4 is 6979. He's never called me direct. Somebody's always called me for him.
So we agreed your last four are 6, 9, 7, right?
Don't know. My last 4 or 3, what are we saying? But my last 3 is 9, 7, 9.
Yes, we agree with that. I'm going to publish a call between Mr. Davis and Mr. Jones.
Okay.
What up, man? Okay, home? Yeah, I'm very well. I'm going to get work. I've been on this board, yeah, that's playing last week. With the coach, after the coach, the guys didn't get him, he just stopped playing. Yeah, I've been doing all my due diligence. I've been setting things up, we can get right to it. You know, once you come home, you know, you got to string the things out. You know what I'm saying? If that's your time to set up. Because my fan is fuck the movie shit takes too long, we can do that later. Let's be serious. You know what I'm saying? We got like 30, 40, we got like at least 30, 40 different episodes with like 3, 4 scenes. You know, let's start with you. As a youth, you know, the teenage years, show, you know, the garage, local TV. No, it's cool, we can fucking finish. I'm telling you what my idea is, right? And, you know, we can get these first 10 episodes done. We're gonna like get for their folks and like can't get out doing that because we hate that and so we got tired of the name so we can make sure we hold. You gotta remember, so this shit can set you up for the rest of your life. We have to do what we do. It's a life we get this that's throughout the whole world forever. So, you know, let me tie in to these big wigs while they got pumped up and amped up and to, you know, attach the right name to it. And then, you know, at the end of the day, we got the book. The book is pretty much our guide. We turn that into script, TV script form to let us run out the back up. We just turn the first 10, get that first 10 done by the time, you know, the poster season starts. Once we do that, all around that, we good. Say it again. Yeah, but now this ain't about no views, this is about, so we don't do the same number 15 years being left as power. Yeah, we ain't fuck on you, you going, yeah, I know that, because you got that E.D.I story, you got Betty Lane's story, your story, Summer Day, Jeff Jones shit, you got all kinds of shit up in there, so we got these 34 episodes, I'm doing my due diligence. They people want to tell you they scared, so I had to reach out there and call my people. They ready, they called in there. If they did, I submitted your wife died arrest because I guess the DA said they want a house arrest, which is like they get two places the same way. So and they got to register the address. Yeah. Yeah, they got to register the address. So I said that over there. I'm doing everything I'm supposed to do. I'm just waiting on a knucklehead. Yeah, I told you that, man, listen, I'm in conflict. One on that, it's supposed to go get the caddy out. I said, hey, that's all they go. You said, I can't be your homeowner to you. 50 years old, everything's different. That shit ain't what it was when we were great. Yeah. Listen, man, I got all the pieces over on my. I've been on getting ads every day. I've been on these things. I've been on my nigga. I know what it is. But the whole company tell them what they're gonna come get it. And every day, got this progress. Every day, you should be doing something that moves up close to this round. Let's get you out and then you sit down and talk about all that. Get me the fuck out of here. fuck with this spread up. You can't tell me this last week, and I'm looking crazy to the people. You know how it is. You know what I'm saying? Alright, so what, 2 times a day? 2 times? Okay, 2 times. Oh, so I get it morning. Alright, well, come to me, I'm here.
So, Your Honor, I understand Mr. Davis is part of that conversation, is part of it here, so I can provide a copy to the court. The court wants to hear, but particularly the last end, they're talking about whether or not Mr. Davis has signed the contract, and Mr. Davis confirms that he has signed the contract.
I'm also happy to provide a list of all of your exhibits with this.
Sign the contract before you raid in my house, all that stuff.
Not right now.
Okay.
State has another exhibit to play,
Are there any questions you wanted to ask?
but nothing for Mr. Jones.
Okay, anything further for Mr. Jones?
No.
Mr. Arnold, any questions you want to ask Mr. Jones?
Yes.
Okay.
Mr. Jones, do you remember the conversation that you had with Mr. Davis by telephone?
Yes, I do.
And can you tell us in regards to the conversation generally, what were you all discussing?
Well, the father was having a troubling time getting a hold of the wife. And unless they had a home he can go to for house arrest, they wasn't moving. I also had discussed with Keffe D that in fact he'll get Reader's book, right? And that upon him coming home, if he comes home, we can go over his book and some things that could be done to really do those things. At the time, everybody has to realize is that I wasn't given any instructions on I couldn't have an open conversation with him. An open conversation is an open conversation. Something that hasn't been done is something that hasn't been done.
Okay. And in that jail phone calls, it talks about something about a contract. Did you and Keefe D have any contract?
What it was Keefe D had a vehicle, a very long vehicle, that I was trying to get to, and it's on the East Coast. There was some titling problems. I found the owner of the vehicle. That guy told me what I needed to do if I wanted to obtain this vehicle. So our conversation is all over the place in there. At the end of the day, I don't do television. Is it something that I may look into one day? Possibly. I have artists that have a history. But as of today, right now, as we sit, I have no contract with him. I have no television deal with any network. I'm a business guy, so of course it was a thought. But a thought versus being with the legitimate businesses is 2 different things.
Do you have anything in writing that states that you will derive any benefit from Keefe D's release and his story?
No, I don't.
It sounds like eventually you and Keefe D may sit down and have a conversation. Was that the intent of that discussion?
That's exactly what it is. I can plant a seed. I planted seeds. It took 10 years to grow. But positioning yourself for the near future, that's how I conduct my business. What it is today, there's no business today.
Right. And then in regards to the conversation that you had with Vlad, who's Vlad?
Vlad is a podcast guy. He's a blogger. Bloggers. I blog every week. I blog every Thursday on Little Jumper. And it's a shame that the world takes what we blog about as if it's real. Like it's things that about me on the internet, down to fights. That's not me fighting, and they say it's me. So, at the end of the day, it's astounding to me that I belong to be admitted in court when it's just that, it's just entertaining.
Well, I think
playing a role.
I think the purpose of them introducing it into evidence was that the statement in regards to stipulations, if he was to receive $75,000, which was not the bail amount, what were those stipulations? Prior to your interview with Vlad, did you have any stipulations that you had entered into with Mr. Davis?
I haven't even talked to Mr. Davis. So again, it was just a blog and interview that I had. I hadn't spoken to him since he had been arrested. So it was just me talking. He asked a question, I built on the question. And you gotta sit there 2-3 hours, you stretch a conversation, you say whatever you gotta do to keep the back and forth going on. That's what it is, no more, no less. And at the end of the day, maybe these people should start telling us you're under oath about everything you're about to say, because before we go in the room, they say, hey, let's go in here and go to the show. And that's what we do.
One last question. I believe it was in the Vlad interview, and additionally, you made mention of it today. Did you become aware of Mr. Davis signing some life rights away in regards to his story?
Individuals told me this. I don't know if it's true or not. Somebody had told me, I guess, wherever you get the book with, I believe the book's been published for, I don't know, 3 to 5 years. I couldn't tell you. I had anything to do with it, but they had told me maybe whoever had something to do with the book had something to do with it. I don't know. I haven't really looked into it.
So you haven't seen any documentation in regards to Mr. Davis signing his life rights away, but you were made aware of that prior to going ahead and giving up this bail money. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And again, you're giving up this bail money in a hope that maybe you can have a sit-down conversation with him and discuss a series or something like this.
When it's all said and done, because the outcome of the situation is really what's going to dictate. You know what I mean? I believe Mr. Davis is innocent, but if the outcome of the situation shows something any different, and then he's confined, and he is guilty of what they say he's guilty of, then it changes the whole scenario. But if the man is innocent, then, why not? And at that point in time, there's no stipulations on it.
And so, when you say the outcome of the situation, if you had any deal with Mr. Davis, this would be a deal that would be done after the completion of the trial.
It would have to be. It couldn't go no other way. Couldn't go any other way, because if he's guilty, then it's like he's going to be looked upon a certain way. If he's innocent, as I think he is, as I know him to be, understanding the case, and he'll be looked at a total different way. And then, yeah, he deserves the right to have somebody that will do some business with him.
I have no further questions, Your Honor.
Anything further to say? I'm just really confused. What is this contract for? Obviously, there's a contract that you guys are talking about. Obviously, there's a contract based not only on your Vlad interview, but based on the jail call. So what is the contract for?
What contract are you referring to?
The contract that you're talking to him about.
2 or 3 months ago, I hadn't even spoken to Mr. Davis.
Okay, so what is the contract that you and Mr. Davis are talking about? What's it for?
The possibility of, upon his completion of trial, right? And yeah, we could talk about doing some television or doing something like that, but as of right now, there's no business, there's no nothing. Hopefully, I don't know him to be guilty. I'm innocent. I don't know him to be guilty. I mean, the people that we know that committed this crime are no longer with us. I come from that. So, at the end of the day, I just think he has a better shot of representing himself, walking into the courtroom in a suit and tie and being healthy. The man has cancer, 60 years old with cancer, and I know this to be true. So that's just really my disposition. If he was come out innocent, like everybody else that has came out innocent and did something after the fact, so be it. At that point in time, he's not under any stipulations, nor would I be. But at this present time, I guess you could say, maybe I got faith in this thing. I got faith in the man. I've been in these courtrooms before, bailing out other people. It's not the first time I posted bail for somebody out of Nevada court or California court.
All right. Nothing further. or Mr. Arnold, is there anything else you wanted to present?
Nothing further, Your Honor.
Mr. Jones, you can, if you want, you can stay on and see what happens, but you're not under oath anymore. You don't need to answer any more questions. State, did you want to present any more evidence?
Yes, Your Honor. We have a recorded jail visit between the defendant and Ms. Clemens, where his wife.
Okay.
Where I'd asked Mr. Jones whether or not he was a middleman or a front, somebody else putting up the money for him. And in that visit, precisely what Mr. Davis says is that Mr. Jones is a middleman, that the money's not from him, that there's somebody from the movie putting it on. All right. This visit is from June 14, 2021.
Excuse me, ma'am.
Hold on. You have your chance, Mr. Davis.
I'll obviously submit all
I did
these.
the state's presentation, so are you asking to reserve to something for rebuttal? Or?
No, Your Honor.
Okay.
So, again, as the court asks, I will submit all these exhibits to the court. But in the file of the visitation, I'm going to start at about, for brevity's sake, I'm going to start around like 9 minutes and 30 seconds.
The man name was Al, he's a Belgian, and he said that they said that I lived there. Well, what Cassie got on there, what he got just a bad. Listen, you're going to listen. Yesterday, I spoke to the man out. He said, I'm not doing my business. That is Cass's job, and he's the one who put the money up from his bail. He said he will be enforcing the job on whatever day for the whatever. I said, and Cass put the money up. He told not. You think Cass has only like this to put up? This is what this man out said. He's a building. People don't know this. But the Jewish man that owned the fucking movie company, Chaz ain't got no fucking money to own no fucking movie company. Okay, you can say what I want to say. Of course you can say that. So why am I telling you something out of me? The money found with all the shit. People talking about his money yesterday. That's right. That type of money going from him. He don't fall in. He don't got that type of money to do nothing. They should use him as a front. So it won't look like they did it. You know what I'm saying? The Jewish man. I'm going to tell you what's going on.
So that's just 2 minutes, Your Honor. I think that, without belaboring it, there's more conversation along those lines. I can submit the whole 45 minutes to the court, but the essence of that, and I don't know if it came as clear, but it is Cash and Mr. Jones, first name is Cash. Cash doesn't have the money to get me out. Cash doesn't have the money. And using Mr. Davis's words, the Jewish man that owns the FA movie company, he's the one putting it out. You think he, meaning Cash, got that money to put up for me? He don't, Paula. He don't got that money. They just using him as a front. He goes on to say a couple of disparaging things about Mr. Jones after that, but not particularly relevant to this proceeding. That's the state's presentation.
All right. Mr. Arnold, is there anything else you wanted to address at this time? I think your client just wants to speak with you.
Yes, Your Honor. I just have some questions to Mr. Jones that I'd like to clarify that conversation, but if I can speak to him real quick.
Who do you want to talk to? Mr. Davis?
First to Mr. Davis and then I'll
Okay,
ask the
all right.
questions.
I'll call a couple matters and let you talk to Mr. Davis, then we'll recall it as soon as you get those answers. All right, who wants to be called? Any quick matters?
Because we're ready on break.
All I think Mr. Weinstein beat you to it, but
He's
he
got a bigger smile. He can go first.
Just outright. I've never seen such a thing. Mr. Hunter is present in custody. This is on for trial setting. We have Ms. Worship from the state. Did you guys discuss trial dates?
Not necessarily. It's a 1.5 for whatever opinions the state gave to the board for the court. Probably next year.
You don't really have to, on the homicide, there is an ordinary course, as soon as I have it,
Well, I do.
August 12th, and then it goes into November.
It would have to be sometime next year for us.
January 27th, does that work?
Yes, that should be fine now.
All right, we're going to do January 27th, 2025 at 9:30 a.m., or at 9 a.m., sorry, calendar call of January 21st, also at 9 a.m. And then we'll do a status check to make sure you've got all the discoveries, you're progressing well with everything in 90 days, that'd be okay.
It'll be September 24th at 9 a.m. Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
We'll see you back that time.
Thank you.
Judge, good morning. We're ready on Don Juan and Gray, please.
Do I have Mr. Singer?
Mr. Singer's been appointed counsel's office took a month. Apparently, there was some mix-up with who got appointed or something like that. It's supposed to put the SPD first.
Yes. Hold on. On the 8th, we have a vote setting. I'm actually just going to pass this over for a special set on Thursday, which is going to be the 27th at 9 a.m. That'll be just this case, both Ms. Don Juan and Ms. Gray. I'll talk to Ms. Bush to see what's going on with your attorney, and so hopefully we can maintain the date that we currently have because you guys are in court and want to respect that. Okay. All right, so continue till Thursday. We'll see everyone back at that time.
I'll be here, Judge. Thank you.
Did anyone else have anything real quick they wanted to say?
Your Honor.
This is
I have an address, please.
You have a plate? Yes. Okay. I think I need somebody to stand in, correct?
Correct.
Okay, perfect. You're here on this one. All right, let's call Candelaria, page 12C, 380240.
Good morning, Your Honor. Justice Vice President, on behalf of Mr. Candelaria, who is present in custody at this time. Your Honor, should have a filed guilty plea agreement.
Go ahead and state the negotiations for the record.
Your Honor, today Mr. Candelaria is prepared to plead guilty to 1 count of murder and the second degree use of a deadly weapon. The parties agreed to recommend 15 to life as the aggregate sentence on that charge.
Is that all correct? Mr. Candelaria, I have your understanding of the negotiations. What is your true and full name?
Elijah Robert Candelaria,
How old are you, sir?
18.
How far did you go in school?
11th grade, like the beginning of 11th grade.
But you didn't finish?
No, I'm still in school here.
Okay. Is it fair to say that you read, write, and understand English?
Yes, ma'am. Yes.
Are you under the influence of any alcohol, drugs, or medication today?
Why not?
Do you understand that you are being charged with second-degree murder, in this case, with use of a deadly weapon?
Yes, ma'am.
How do you plead to that charge? Guilty or not guilty?
Guilty.
Is anybody forcing you to plead guilty?
No, ma'am.
Are you pleading guilty of your own free will?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you understand that the penalty for second-degree murder is either 10 to 25 years in prison or 10 to life? You know those are the two available penalties for that charge?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you also understand that the deadly weapon enhancement carries a mandatory consecutive 1 to 20-year sentence? Do you understand that at the end of the day, sentencing is strictly up to the court or myself, so that nobody can promise you probation, leniency, or special treatment in this case? You got that? Okay. And I do have a copy of your guilty plea agreement. In this case, it looks like on page 6, you signed this document. Did you sign it?
Yeah.
Was that after you talked to your attorney about the case? Did you go over the entire document with your attorney before you signed it? Did she answer all your questions before you signed off on it?
Of course, we can.
Sure.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Okay. Did anyone force or threaten you in any way to make you sign off on this deal? Do you understand that you're giving up the constitutional rights that are listed in this document by pleading guilty? Do you want me to go over any of those constitutional rights? Do you have any questions about them?
No, ma'am.
Do you understand that if you're not a U.S. citizen, this plea could result in negative immigration consequences to you? Did you discuss your case and your rights with your attorney? Do you have any question about your case or your rights for me?
No, ma'am.
Okay. The amended indictment reads as follows. On or about December 13th, 2023, you did willfully, unlawfully, feloniously, and with malice of forethought kill Noe Lopez Garcia, a human being, with use of a deadly weapon, to wit, a knife, and or an unknown bladed object, by stabbing Noe Lopez Garcia in the face and or neck with said knife and or unknown bladed object, that killing having been either willful, deliberate, and premeditated, and or committed during the perpetration or attempted perpetration of a burglary and or robbery, and or committed after lying in wait. Are those the facts that cause you to plead guilty today, sir? All right, I find there is a factual basis for this plea and it is freely and voluntarily entered. At this time, we will refer the case to the Department of Parole and Probation for preparation of a PSI and set it down for sentencing on the following date.
That'll be August 6th at 9 a.m.
All right, we're also going to
Your Honor.
vacate the calendar column.
I have the jurisdiction on August 6th.
Did you want to move it 1 week back?
1 week back would be great.
So that'll be?
That'll be July 30th at 9 a.m.
Oh. I meant the other way. Oh, sorry.
August 13th at 9 a.m.
Okay, does that work?
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, we'll see everyone back for that date. Calendar call of 7/9 and jury trial of 7/15 are vacated. We'll see you back for sentencing. Thank you.
Do you have anybody for a road viewing?
All right. They're going to download some? Ms. Mercer, do you have anything from Mr. Ewing on this matter, or are we still waiting for him?
I took some of the text message and I have it on that.
Okay. Let us know. There's just, some special combinations we have to make with that one.
Your Honor.
Okay. Recalling Duane Davis, page 16, C377407. Mr. Davis is still present with Mr. Arnold, and we have Mr. Giacomo and Mr. Kowalback. Mr. Arnold, how do you want to proceed with this time?
You probably have to put Mr. Davis under oath. I just want to answer some specific questions in regards to what we just heard.
Okay.
You do solemnly swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God. May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Duane Keefe Davis.
Could you spell it?
D-A-V-I-S.
And D.
Duane, D-U-A-N-E.
N-E. Okay, go ahead, Mr. Davis.
Okay.
Oh, and Mr. Arnold can ask questions of Mr. Davis.
And Mr. Davis, you heard the conversation between your wife and you while you were in custody?
Yes, sir.
And when did that conversation happen?
This happened, I think the day of my birthday, June 14th.
At that point, was the bond posted?
No, sir.
What was the reason that your wife came down to have that discussion with you in regards to Mr. Jones and the cash
She said,
bond?
She said, I'm not signing no papers for, was there anything going on like that?
And when she said that she didn't like him, who was she referring to?
Cass Jones, because her family has problems with it. I don't have problems. And she was like, you're punking that sellout, and that's what she said. And I was just telling her to throw her the fuck off, get her off my, excuse my French, get her off my back. You know what I'm saying? I don't want to look like no wolf, her or her family, you know? And I'm selling out.
Let me ask the question. Did you think at that time in the bond process that your wife's signature was necessary for you to be released?
Yes, sir.
And so in the effort to convince her to go ahead and get her signature, what did you tell her, Mr. Jones?
I said, he don't have nobody like that to put up. It's Jewish people, it's just so she can sign the fucking bond and leave, leave that as is. She was saying I was a sellout. They played the whole tape.
Did you come to find out that you did not need her signature to enter into the bond process?
I found out just following Wednesday when he came up here and seen me.
And so any conversation that you had with your wife at that time was in an effort just to get her to comply with the bond process?
That's right. I wanted to go on till I got cancer, and I just called it back. In here eating y'all processed food. I had colon cancer right here. And it's down in the root of this side, behind this processed food in there. They don't sell no fruit. It's just terrible. Fake potatoes, fake milk, fake everything. It ain't good for an ex-cancer patient. Now I got it again. They took me to the hospital. UMC on the 5th of May. He came into my cell and said, Mr. Davis, hurry up and get dressed. You need emergency surgery. So I went over there. They did all the CAT scans and stuff. And they referred me to my cancer doctor. So I went and seen him on the 8th of May. And he said, I'll get you to do a colonoscopy in a week, CAT scan in 2 weeks, a PET scan in 3 weeks. They haven't came here to do nothing. I'm in a life situation and I will say anything to save my life.
So if there's issues with not getting that medical care and there's an order that you need or anything, we will sign that. There's no issues with that. What are you trying to get at with this information, Mr. Arnold?
No, he provided everything that we needed.
Okay. Any cross-examination on these very limited issues?
Very limited. Sir, so my understanding of your testimony is that you thought you needed Ms. Clemens' signature in order to get out of custody.
Yes, sir.
And in order to facilitate that, you lied to her.
Yes.
You're not under oath anymore? Mr. Arnold, did you want to talk to Mr. Jones any further, or are you good?
Mr. Davis? Mr. Jones? No, I'm good with everything.
Okay, let's, argument?
Sure.
Unless you have anything further to present.
Nothing further, Your Honor.
This has been a very unorthodox hearing, so I'm giving everybody an opportunity to be heard. Go ahead. Mr. Arnold, your argument regarding whether you've met your standard under the source hearing.
Your Honor, nothing has been provided to show that Mr. Jones, the person that is putting up the amount of cash bail, is going to derive from this story. There's a hope at some point and at some time that he will derive from it, but there's no contract signed between him and Mr. Davis. The state hasn't produced any contract showing that. Additionally, the state is trying to say from Mr. Davis's own mouth that Mr. Jones is just a middleman. However, again, he had this conversation with his wife, as he explained, in an effort just to convince her to go ahead and sign whatever paperwork at that time that he was under the impression that she needed to sign. As he stated, in reference to myself, there was no paperwork that she needed to sign to proceed with the bail. No one at this juncture is deriving any financial benefit from his release. I'm sure there's hopes. To be honest, Your Honor, I get the calls almost every other day in regards to, you know, some kind of series or something that somebody wants to produce. We haven't agreed to anything, we haven't signed anything, we have a trial to prepare for. I need Mr. Davis out so I can prepare for that trial, and we can go ahead and be ready in November.
Steve?
Yes, Your Honor. I think what we've learned today is that Mr. Jones is not credible when he says that he has no financial interest in Mr. Davis retelling the crimes that he committed upon his release. The statement that he provided to the court, that his attorney provided to me, that this is a gift, is clearly not true. I mean, it's just out false. The interview he gave on Vlad TV says, I expect some stipulations. I want to have a television series out of this. So Mr. Jones's response is actually kind of similar to Mr. Davis's response when it comes to this case. Don't believe the words that are coming out of my mouth. It's just entertainment. It becomes even more problematic, though, when he has that same conversation with Mr. Davis on jail. Literally nobody to perform for. He's literally saying, hey, you signed a contract. And this notion that this is some kind of hope after trial is belied by the actual jail call. What the jail call actually says is Mr. Jones says, we need to get some episodes in before you go to trial. We need to get 10 episodes done before you go to trial. And let's be honest, the only reason why Mr. Davis is of note at all is because of his self-proclaimed role in the murder of Tupac Shakur. That is his notoriety. And Your Honor, I think the other thing that we can drop a couple other things from the prison visit, which is either A, jail visit. Either A, he's telling the truth and Mr. Jones is a front, or B, he's lying and he admitted he would say anything to include lying in order to get out of custody. Lastly, Your Honor, I was, the one advantage of having cameras in this case is that I'm able to review this court's rulings before coming to court. And
You can always review them.
Yes, that's fair.
We always have, yes, I'm not having.
Yeah, And so what I heard this court say is that this court wanted a detention order. And this court specifically was concerned about the defendant's repeated insistence that he committed these crimes. And that this court found that while his criminal past may be somewhat removed, concerns still arose, including the FBI having to move a witness, about Mr. Davis's future safety, which is the reason why the court took the bail at $750,000. So let's just assume, A, it's a gift. That doesn't allay the court's concerns. How could found money, without any consequence of losing it, affect Mr. Davis at all? If he's being told by some benefactor, just for out of goodwill, I'm letting you out, go out, there's no consequence to Mr. Davis. It doesn't have the prescribed deterrence that this court's detention order had. Let's say, which I think the evidence clearly leads to, that this is him getting paid from his retelling of his criminal past. Well, pursuant to NRS 441B200, a killer cannot profit from their crimes. And what is even worse about this particular instance is that there'd be no way for the estate to recover these funds. Because Mr. Davis is getting a benefit from having retelling his story of killing Mr. Shakur. As a result, Mr. Jones, in order to benefit from that, is paying the bail bond company $112,000, right? The purpose of the statute in statutory scheme in NRS 41B is that an estate should be able to recover the proceeds of somebody who is benefiting from the telling of their crime. Here, there's no way for the estate to recover these funds. They're going straight from Mr. Jones to the court. Lastly, I think what is abundantly clear from this thing, even though it's convoluted, is that a fraud is being perpetrated on us, one way or the other. I think if the court had an opportunity to question Mr. Jones, see what he said on live TV, see what he said on jail call, see what Mr. Davis said in the privacy of that jail call. I don't think this court can have any faith that this surety, the source of the surety is legal, in the sense that it is for the benefits, the legal benefits of profiting from his or her crime. And then two, I don't think the school can even have any faith as to what this actual nature of this thing is.
After this hearing, I'm left with more questions than answers. Ultimately, there's a question that was raised regarding where the funds actually came from by Mr. Davis himself. I don't have the bank records or anything to show that it was posted by a different source besides the word Mr. Jones, who's contradicted by his own previous statements on other matters. Ultimately, I do see there was collateral posted, but I don't really see where the actual $112,500 came from with what's been provided for me. I also don't find that the defense has met the burden of any sort of burden, or a nebia type hearing to show that the bail is not connected to Mr. Davis ultimately talking about Mr. Shakur's murder. And any evidence to the contrary, it is not credible. And so at this point, I don't find that you have met your burden. And so if you want, you can present additional evidence at some point if you want to have a further hearing, or I can void the bail, and so that would go back to Mr. Jones. So.
Current and bank statements.
I don't have them.
The bill fireman is here. He's on the Zoom. I have to give up 6 months of bank statements.
We did send those over to the court, Your Honor. You didn't have them.
Showing you what I have.
This will show you that whatever you told my wife, it was definitely exaggerated.
Mr. Jones, hold on.
I also turned in one of my properties.
Mr. Jones, hold on. We also sent the bank records.
Okay.
Sorry.
Okay.
You guys have
Do you have the records?
Yes, Mr. Arnold provided 6 months of banking records.
Okay.
Your Honor, I'm the bail agent. On this matter, I could testify if necessary on regards to the source of the funds.
All right, I'll review the bank records additionally, and then ultimately issue a minute order regarding bank records if that satisfies my first concern. I don't know that it will necessarily satisfy my second concern, but I'll address it all in the minute order, okay? All right, it'll be under advisement. Thank you.
What do that mean?
Mr. Arnold can explain it to you. Ultimately, I have to review more documents to determine if that shows what Mr. Jones says it shows. Page 8, Kevin Perez Stubbs, C378339.
Oh, that was good timing. So they should be filing back in from lunch. I still see the seal. But let's see. Let's see if they're on time. Let's see if they are on time. And I knocked the volume boost off. Let's get that back on. There we go. Also, always good to see that guy Nick in the building. Thanks for renewing your green. Hope you're doing well today. Hope you're having a good one. And what you just jumped in on, we were just doing a rewind to a 2024 hearing where Wack 100 gave testimony. So I thought that'd be interesting to watch. Next up, the state has one more witness today they plan to call, and it is Robert Ladd, or Bobby Ladd. He's a retired Compton gang detective. He worked alongside Reggie Wright Sr. as well as Timothy Brennan. We've heard about Reggie Wright Sr. a little bit. Timothy Brennan, not so much, but he is the individual who signed off on the 1997 warrant that was displayed on screen today, with the first line item represented to the judge, notating the payment due to the Monte Carlo with no date. So I think this is going to be an interesting witness. Seems like they're going to be on the stand for several hours. And I don't love gang testimony, gang expert testimony, but I expect we're going to get some of that with this witness. So let's see what we think. Let's see if they do a better job than some of the stuff we got in the YSL trial. Other than that, if you missed anything this morning, I think all of the testimony is clipped separately, or of course you can rewind if you want me on screen while you rewatch. Other than that, you guys, what did you think about that Wack 100 hearing? Keefe D's previous attorney. It's still the same two prosecutors. And let me change my banner. Let me change my banner. Retired Compton gang detective. And oh yeah. I'm sure it's going to come in as testimony. I would be shocked if it doesn't. But I don't think we've heard about it. Maybe Dorsey was asked about it. Maybe it was one of the books that Michael Samt held up yesterday in his stack of books when he was questioning Michael Dorsey. But Bobby Ladd and Timothy Brennan wrote a book together, like Once Upon a Time in Compton. So we have we have more individuals, and not just more people writing books, specifically law enforcement writing books and selling books about this case. Another one. So yes, Luke Skywalker, if you missed it, Malcolm Greenidge testified. I think he was the first witness called today. I can drop a clip if you just want to jump right to his testimony and watch that. He wasn't on the stand all too long. 22 minutes is the timestamp I have. So if you 2 times that, you could be back here in 10 minutes. So there's a link in the chat to Malcolm Greenidge, his testimony. And if you're on Replay Crew, just go to the playlist in the description or go back to the video tab on my channel and you could run it back. So yeah, E.D.I mean. And I never know how to spell it. Like, should I put the dots between E.D. and I? Or is it just like this? Same thing with Mob James, because the prosecutor, they emphasize it was like M-O-B, but like he doesn't spell it as capitals. But for trial watchers that might not already know the previous context, like, should I spell it out in the title who someone is? My goodness. God's Devil Dog says, I'm going to write a book too. Everybody in the chat write a book. We could write a book together and then just have like 500 pages listing all the co-authors. It's just crazy. You could have an entire like year-long book club catching up on books about this trial. Okay, so sometimes with the dots. Sometimes if you guys, and Keefe D is a nightmare with the different names too. So if you guys watch, I think day 5, it might have been day 5. In one of the audio recordings, Keefe D is asked to explain, I believe first it starts asking why Baby Lane. How did he get his name? And then he's asked, why Keefe D? And he says because he went with Keefe D because there were already 2 other Keefes. But how does that work with the alphabet? A, B, C, and we get to D, and his reason being that there were 2 others. But anyway, we saw his jacket displayed today that said on the back, Southside, City of Compton, whatever it said in the lettering. And then on the front it said Keefe D, because his middle name is Keith, Keith. And then D, presumably for his last name, Davis. But yeah, all these different name spellings are killing me with this trial, because Keefe sometimes has spelled his name as Keef. Other times, and on his book cover, it's Keffe, so 2 Fs. And then earlier today, we saw something else written where he added an extra E to his name. So some of my descriptions and notes on this are just like Keefe 1F / and it's like 10 AKs by the time I'm done writing my notes. Just a pain in the butt. And same thing, like I don't want someone to try to like search notes, and if they do like find on page and they try to type E.D, they won't pull up the notes on E.D. Mean if I don't put a version with the dots in it. So it's a pain in the butt. It is a pain in the butt. Probably like something so minuscule that nobody else cares about, but it's like I wake up at 3 in the morning stressing about it. Just kidding, but not really. All right, so we are back from lunch. And in my banner, I'm going to put, let's do Robert Bobby Bob Lad. I think that should cover
We're on
cover all
record,
of
State
them.
versus Davis, C-377-407. Anything that we need to address outside the presence of the jurors?
Not from the state.
Okay. And we have Mr. Ladd
Yes.
ready to go?
Yes.
Okay, we don't have to delay for him? Perfect. All right, we'll get the jurors lined up and we'll bring them in. They are lined up? Okay, perfect. And just so I'm aware, 1 o'clock tomorrow is the plan?
Yes. 1 o'clock tomorrow. I think this is our last witness for today. I don't know how long it's gonna take, but.
Okay. So, once I have them recess after this witness, we'll tell them to come back at 1 PM tomorrow.
Correct.
Okay, perfect. Sounds
Half
good.
day tomorrow.
And are we still starting noon on Thursday?
That's the idea, if you guys are ready at that time. So you guys can talk about it and let me know.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, perfect.
All right, so maybe half day on Thursday. So 1 Pacific tomorrow, maybe noon on Thursday. Because remember, this judge has still had court calendars for other cases that she's had to deal with while this trial proceeds. She's a fast typer. Roddy, I think you got here just in time for what might be the most interesting testimony today. We're getting retired Compton gang detective Robert Bobby Bob Ladd. So, and co-author of a book about these cases.
Stand for jury.
So the parties stipulate to the presence of the jury.
Yes, sir.
Okay, you may all be seated. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you liked lunch. We are still in the state's case in chief. Mr. Palal, you're standing up, so I assume you're calling your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. So
Okay.
I call Robert Ladd.
Oh, I have the lunch banner up still? What am I doing?
I swear the testimony you're about to give in this action shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I did.
You may be seated.
Here we go.
May I please have you state and spell your first and last name for the record?
Robert Ladd, R-O-B-E-R-T-L-A-D-D.
You may proceed, Mr. Palal.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good afternoon, Mr. Ladd.
How you doing, sir?
Sir, can you tell us a little bit about your employment?
Yes, I'm retired now, but I was a police officer for 32 years.
Where did you start your career?
I started in 1983 when I was hired by the city of Compton.
And what was your initial position with the city of Compton?
A patrol officer.
And then did you change positions at some point?
Yes, when I was a patrol officer for several years, and that really was my beginning introduction into the world of the Crips and Bloods, because most of the radio calls that we got in Compton revolved around gang activity. So I got to learn there, you know, the way they dressed, the territories, how to read graffiti, and then in 1988 I was promoted to the gang unit.
And for our edification, how big is Compton?
Compton's a 10 square mile city. It had a population of 100,000 people. and we had 55 active gangs in this little 10 square mile city.
And is it fair to say that most of the gangs were affiliated either with the Crips or Blood or Mob and various subsets of those types of groups?
Yes, it was basically Crips, Pyrus, and Hispanic gangs.
Mr. Paul, you've reminded me that this may be a good time to read the Taurus instruction.
You're right.
Ladies and gentlemen, you are going to hear testimony regarding drug trafficking, conspiracy, federal convictions, as well as gang affiliation. These are not offered to show the defendant's propensity to commit crime or any other improper purpose, and you may not consider it for those purposes. It is only offered to establish the credibility of his prior statement, the statements made by defendant, motive, and identity. You may proceed, Mr. Paul.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, and then tell us a little bit about your career in terms of, you said in 1983 you became a patrol officer and you were patrolling Compton, which had you responding to a lot of gang-related calls. Is that fair to say?
That's correct.
And then you ultimately go to the gang unit, is that correct?
Yes.
And were you assigned a partner?
Yes, my partner was Tim Brennan.
And then who was the lieutenant in charge of the gang unit at that time?
Lieutenant Reggie Wright Sr.
During your time as a gang detective, did you also respond to a lot of gang activity in Compton?
Yes, when I got into the gang unit in 1988, Compton was a very violent city. We were averaging 70 to 80 homicides a year and hundreds of shootings. So my responsibilities now were to investigate all gang-related crimes, gather intelligence, and photograph and identify gang members. And I also went out on a daily basis and try to contact gang members and talk to them when I arrested them. And also I tried to talk to them out in the field so I could kind of build a rapport with these gang members out there.
Okay, so you'll have to forgive me, but when I think of a officer or detective rolling through Compton and trying to start up a conversation with a gang member, it seems weird to me that the gang member would want to interact with you at all. Like, how did you develop that rapport?
Well, it doesn't happen overnight. It takes several years. You just gotta treat them fair, and you have to talk to them like you'd want to be talked to. And we didn't sweat them on the small stuff. We let patrol kind of do that. For instance, if they were out there just drinking some beer or smoking some marijuana or whatever, we'd come up and we'd talk to them and say, man, we're not going to sweat you on that stuff. And so over time they say, all right, this guy's pretty cool, we'll talk to him.
And then your partner, Tim Brennan, he ultimately was given a nickname Blondie, is that right?
Yes, DJ Quick wrote an underground song about it, and it was called Blondie. So everybody in the Compton knew my partner as Blondie. He kind of became famous over it.
Can you tell me a little bit about any type of gang training that you've given as somebody who has dealt with Bloods and Crips in Compton specifically?
Yes, it was from 2001 to about 2010 that my partner Tim and I, we taught at many national seminars right here in Vegas and in California also. And this is where thousands of police officers come from all over the country as well as around the world to learn about the Crips and Bloods. And so we taught them about that.
You had mentioned that in a city as small as 100,000 people, you would have somewhere between 50 to 60 or more homicides a year and then additional hundreds of shootings. Can you tell us a little bit about that, about the volume of these types of cases? Were they mostly gang-related shootings and homicides?
Most of them were, yes. And in 1993, I was promoted to gang homicide detective and started handling all the gang homicides too. And I did this till the year 2000. And so I spent 12 straight years in the gang unit. And during that time, I handled hundreds of homicide cases and thousands of shootings. And I actually talked to thousands of gang members, and I got to know really the way they talk, the way they think, the way they act, basically their overall mentality about gang life in general.
I want to talk to you a little bit about some of the difficulties associated with investigating gang cases. As somebody who did hundreds of investigations and homicides and thousands of shootings, did gang cases in particular present investigatory problems?
Absolutely. Gang cases they're the hardest to solve, especially in Compton, because there's a code out in the street where you're not supposed to talk to the police, you're not supposed to go to court, or you get labeled a snitch. And the other problems that we have is that the good citizens that actually see what happened and want to come forward, they're afraid to. They get intimidated by these gangsters, and so they're really hard. We really don't have any witnesses, so we kind of rely on a lot of informants to get our information out there in the streets.
And then you mentioned relying on informants, but is it fair to say that if somebody wants to, if the case needs to be prosecuted or brought to court, somebody can't remain a confidential, reliable informant? They actually have to reveal who they are.
That's true.
And as part of your investigating homicides and shootings, was that a problem to get people to come forward and testify as opposed to giving you information on background?
Yes, it's very difficult because when they come to court, if you can get them to come to court, they don't want to get involved. They don't want to say anything, so they're not cooperating. So.
And you said being labeled a snitch was something that was frowned upon. In your training and experience, were there any other types of consequences for people who are labeled snitches in Compton, California, in gang life?
Absolutely. These guys take the code very seriously, and if you get labeled a snitch, it's probably the worst thing that can happen to you as a gang member. You're probably going to have to leave the state if you want to get, if you don't want to get severely beaten down all the way up to getting murdered. So they take it very seriously.
Now, I'm going to ask you now about gang in particular. I'm going to ask you about, I'm going to ask you about the Southside Compton Crips. During your time in Compton, California, were you familiar with the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, sir.
And can you tell us a little bit about the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes, the Southside Crips, they're located in the southeast portion of our city, and they're one of our larger gangs. It's probably a half mile in every direction. There was an excess of 100 documented active gang members at the time, and they identified themselves by wearing the color blue. So when you contacted a Southside Crip member, he's going to have something blue on, a blue shoestrings, a blue rag, anything blue identifies him with being a Crip gang member. And also the Southside Crip members adopted the Seattle Mariners baseball cap. It's a blue cap, it had an S on it, and to them the S stood for Southside Crips.
Now, I'm going to direct your attention to specifically the mid-90s, 1995, 1996. Were you familiar with somebody by the name of Duane Davis?
Yes.
Were you aware, was he somebody that was a high-ranking person in that gang or a low-ranking person in that gang?
Well, as high as you can get, yeah.
Now, what are the different levels of gangsters in Southside, or just general gangs? Are there different levels?
Yes, there's definitely a hierarchy within the black gangs in Compton. There's really 3 phases that these guys go through. The first phase is the BG, or baby gangster phase. And this is the time when they're just joining a gang, and usually, most of the time, not all the time, they get jumped in. And by getting jumped in, you have to show how tough you are. So it probably lasts about a minute, maybe 2 minutes, where 5, 6, 7 gang members are going to try to beat this guy up, and he's got to fight with them to show how tough he is. And if he passes, he gets to join the gang. And these are the ages between 12, 13 to 15 and 16. And this is the beginning stages, so they're out there doing low-level crime, such as graffiti, selling drugs for the older gang members and being lookouts.
And then is there a level above that?
Yeah, the next level we call the gangster phase, and that's from the ages from 15 to 16 to about 25 or 26. Now this is a stage where these guys do the most violence. They're the ones out there that are committing the drive-by shootings and murders and robberies and carjacking. What they're trying to do is they're trying to earn their stripes for the gang so they can get kind of respect within the gang. So this is the most violent time for these gangsters.
And then is there another level in the hierarchy?
Yes, the last level is ages 25 to 26 on up. And these are the guys that, a lot of them went to prison during their gangster phase, and a lot of them are getting older now, and they put in the work. They call it earning their stripes within the gang. They're getting their respect. Now they're the older gangsters. And these guys become the leaders or shot callers of the gang. And they tell the younger officers what to do. And again, they take this very seriously. If the OGs tell younger gangsters what to do, they do it without hesitation. If they don't, there's going to be severe consequences. I've seen all the way from severe beatdowns all the way up to murder.
Right. Now, in that hierarchy, so we have baby gangsters, just, what was the middle one called? Just gangsters?
Just
Gangsters, and then like OGs. Did you happen to know in the mid-90s where Duane Davis stood in that hierarchy?
Yes, he was a shot caller.
You want to let me approach?
You may.
I don't think they were supposed to just jump right into that. They were supposed to ask beforehand. Right before they took lunch, they handled this outside the presence of the jury, and they're like, hey, we wanted to ask him questions about that because Keefe D calls himself that in one of the audios. But we weren't aware. We missed that part of the audio. We didn't pre-litigate this. And the judge was like, well, when you approach that, let me know, and we'll address it
All right,
then.
so you're saying that Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the Southside Compton Crips.
Absolutely, yes.
And what does that mean?
Well, he could tell the younger gangsters what to do, and if they don't listen, like I just said, there's going to be severe consequences. The younger gang members are supposed to do what they're told without hesitation.
Now, were you aware of whether or not Mr. Davis was a narcotics trafficker?
Yes, he was definitely a high-level narcotics dealer. Compton, we were a small city, and we didn't have the manpower or the resources to go after a major narcotics dealer like Mr. Davis. But during my time in the gang unit, we were approached by two different agencies, the FBI task force, really, the DEA and FBI task force, and they would come to us because they wanted information on Mr. Davis's fellow gang members who he hung around with. And basically they would tell us that he's trafficking narcotics across the United States all the way to the East Coast.
Now, I want to talk a little bit more about Mr. Davis. Would you see him sometimes in Compton?
Yes, many, many times I've seen Mr. Davis.
And can you, do you see him in the courtroom today?
Yes, I.
Can you please point him out and identify an article of clothing he's wearing?
Yeah, he's male black sitting at the end of the table wearing it's either gray or black suit.
Your Honor, may the record reflect the identification of the defendant in this case?
It will.
All right, and how would Mr. Davis dress in normal, like, gangster attire, like you were talking about before, or would he dress differently?
No, in his later years after he became a leader, whenever I'd see him, he'd be nicely dressed. Have the brim hat on, and he wouldn't have anything gangster-like on. He was always well dressed.
I'm going to ask you now about somebody by the name of Orlando Anderson. Were you familiar with Mr. Anderson?
Yes, I was very familiar with Mr. Anderson. I had many, many contacts with him.
Okay, and can you tell us how you first became aware of Mr. Anderson's involvement in gang activity, if such activity existed?
Yes, I guess you could say I was there for his initiation into the gang. My partner Tim Brennan and I, we We're at a fast food restaurant getting something to eat, and we're in the drive-thru. And this particular restaurant was right adjacent to Southside Crip territory.
To the McDonald's.
And there's an alley that runs just adjacent to it. So as we got our food, and we were driving out of the fast food restaurant, and all of a sudden we heard a barrage of shots. We can hear them hitting our car. Then I heard about 5 or 6 shots, right? So after the shots stopped, we looked at each other, jumped out of the car, made sure we were all right, and we ran to where the shots were coming from. And witnesses were pointing down the street, and I saw 3 male blacks running down towards a known gang hangout. So these guys ran in there. We called the troops. We subsequently arrested Orlando Anderson and 2 other people, and during their interviews they said that was part of their initiation. They didn't have to be jumped in if they tried to kill me and my partner. So they were automatically in the gang, and Orlando Anderson wasn't the shooter during this incident.
Was not.
Was not.
Okay. Now, were you familiar, well, did Orlando Anderson, to your knowledge, have any relation to Duane Davis?
Yes, we found out that it was Orlando Anderson was Keefe's nephew. I'm sorry.
That's fine. And Keefe is what?
Yeah, Keffe D.
Yeah, Keefe D. Is that kind of how you're used to referring to Mr.
Yes,
Davis?
I'm kind of known by their nicknames, really.
Okay. And then, were you also familiar with somebody by the name of Terrence Bubble Up Brown?
Yes. Had many contacts with Mr. Brown. He was kind of an older gangster, call him a wobbler. I still considered him in the gangster phase, but he kind of was a little older too.
And I guess in the mid-'90s, what phase or what level would you say Orlando Anderson was?
Definitely gangster phase.
And then, did he go by any nicknames that you're aware of, Orlando Anderson?
Yes, Baby Lane.
And then, were you familiar with somebody by the name of DeAndre Smith?
Yes, DeAndre Smith, many contacts with him. Again, admitted to me, he's a Southside Crip member. His nickname was Big Dre.
Why was he called Big Dre?
Because he was a big man, and he was like 6'4", probably 300 pounds. He was a big guy.
Were you also familiar with a gang called Mob Piru?
Yes.
Can you tell us about Mob Piru?
Yes, they're a gang in the city of Compton, and they're located in the northeast portion of our city. Their gang used to be called the Looters Park Piru. That was their territory. In about 1975 or 76, a group of kids over there wanted to start their own gang and have their own territory, so they started at Mob Piru, which stands for Members of Bloods. Now their area is probably a quarter mile in each direction, and there's probably 45 to 50 active gang members in this gang. Also, and they identified themselves by wearing the color red. So, and just like the Crips wore anything blue, the Pirus or Bloods wear everything red.
Now, we're going to talk a little bit about the flare-up between Mob Piru and Southside Crips, but even before any of the music or any of the particular 1990s issues that we're here to discuss, would it be fair to say that Mob Piru and Southside Crips were natural rivals?
Yes, the Bloods and Crips never got along since they originated way back in the early 70s. They're kind of like just natural enemies because one wears red and one wears blue.
Were you familiar with whether or not Mob Piru associated with any particular record label in the mid-90s?
Yes, Death Row Records.
And do you know who ran Death Row Records at the time?
Yes, Suge Knight.
And were you familiar with Suge Knight prior to his ascension in Death Row Records?
Yeah, we had contact with him before, but not many, because he really wasn't a gang member. He didn't really hang out, but he grew up in that neighborhood.
I'm going to ask you about some of the people that you would associate with the mob Pyru. Earlier, I think now it's last week, we met with somebody named James McDonald. Are you familiar with James McDonald?
Yes, very.
Do you recall what his nickname was?
Yes, Mob James.
Now, would you go to the McDonald house in Mob Pyru territory?
Yes, Mob James's house was kind of like the main hangout for the Mob Pyru, Looters Park Pyru. He had two younger brothers, Buntry and Timmy Rue. So this was the main hangout for the Mob Pyrus, and we would go there. If you wanted to find a Mob Pyru, that's the first place you'd look. So we had many run-ins at this Mob James house.
And were you familiar with somebody by the name of Trayvon Lane?
Yes.
And States Exhibit 60? Do you recognize the person depicted in States Exhibit 60?
Yes, that's Trayvon Lane. His nickname's Trey, and he's a member of the Mob Pyru.
Are you familiar with somebody by the name of Roger Williams?
Yes, I am. His nickname is Neckbone, and he's also a member of the Mob Pyru.
No, actually, I think I skipped something with Trayvon Lane. You had talked about the 3 levels of being a gangster. What level would you say Trayvon Lane was in the mid-90s?
Gangster.
Okay, so like the middle, most violent level.
Yes.
And then with in the mid-90s, what level was Roger Williams?
Definitely gangster.
In the mid-90s, what level was Mob James McDonald?
I would consider him an OG.
And then in, you'd mentioned Buntry. Is that Alton McDonald?
Yes, it is.
And in the mid-90s, what level would you describe him?
Gangster.
And then are you, now in that neighborhood, same neighborhood, there was a person that lived there or grew up there named Reggie Wright Jr. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
Were you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Very, yes.
And when you say very, how are you familiar with Reggie Wright Jr.?
Well, he used to work at the Compton Police Department. He was a jailer, and then he went to be a full-time police officer, I think, in around 1988. He was only there for like 5 years because he got injured and had to retire.
Now, I'm going to ask you something, I guess, culturally about gang life. How important is one's reputation in the gang world?
Very. It's these guys live for respect. That's how they live their lives.
And then if somebody felt as though they were disrespected, what would you expect them to do?
They have to retaliate. If a gang member is disrespected, they have to retaliate or they're considered a punk out in the streets. And if you get considered a punk out in the streets, you kind of lose your respect and credibility.
And what's the consequence of losing your respect and credibility in the streets?
Well, I mean, no, you're going to be nothing in that gang, really.
And we talked about the hundreds of murders that you've investigated and the thousands of shootings you've investigated. Was retaliation, in your experience, ever a motive for those shootings or murders?
Yes. I've investigated like 1,000 crimes, and I would say 90% of them are because of disrespect. And so when you get disrespected as a gang member, you can expect some sort of retaliation.
Now, you had heard gathering intelligence about this Lakewood Mall incident. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But you weren't there, were you?
No.
And just so we're all clear, Lakewood Mall, is that in Compton?
No, it's several miles out of Compton.
And so that wouldn't be something for you to investigate?
No.
But as a gang expert and a gang investigator, what to you is the significance of somebody trying to rip off a gang member's chain?
Well, it's definitely disrespect, especially the chain that they were trying to take at the Lakewood Mall. It was a highly prized medallion, and these guys wore it like a badge of honor. So them try to steal this chain and beat up this subject, it would be major display of disrespect. So now this guy's got to go back to the Mob Piru and Death Row Records and tell them what happened. So the next time they see each other, it's going to be on site. As soon as they see each other, some confrontation is going to happen.
And you had said that we're talking about the chain. We're talking about that Death Row chain. Is that right?
Yes.
And you had mentioned that they were wearing it with great pride. By they, who are you talking about?
The entourage of Suge Knight. That's Trayvon Lane. Well, back in '95, Suge Knight gave these out as Christmas presents to his entourage, like just, Trayvon, Neckbone, Buntree. They gave one to Reggie Wright Jr. So not too many people had him at this time. So it was a prized possession to these guys.
Now, I'm going to take you forward to September 7th of 1996. You become aware of a shooting that occurs out here in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
How do you become aware of the shooting that occurred here on September 7th, 1996?
Well, I was at home, and I get a call from my boss, who's Reggie Wright Sr., and he tells me that, hey, Suge Knight and Tupac were just shot. Tupac's in critical condition, and get ready because it's coming back to Compton. He told me that they thought the Southside Crips were responsible for the shooting.
And so when he's telling you this, do you now have to have a response to this? Or why is he telling you specifically to get ready?
Because when you disrespect and shoot the biggest rap mogul on the planet and the biggest rap star on the planet, and he surrounds himself with the Mob Piru, then there's going to be some sort of retaliation. And all these guys were from Compton. So when they got back to Compton, we expected a war.
And was there a war?
There definitely was a war.
Can you tell us about that? So in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting, did you notice an uptick in violence in Compton?
Yes, 2 days after Tupac was shot was our first shooting. One of the OGs was at a store on Alondra Boulevard in Compton, and he was shot in the back several times, and a 10-year-old little girl got caught in the crossfire, and she was hit, and she was in critical condition. And the guy that was shot was a Southside Crip member, and again, he was a shot caller for the Southside Crips. His name was Darnell Brim.
Okay, and we've heard Darnell Brim's name before here, but was Darnell Brim part of the same subgroup of the Southside Crips as Duane Davis?
No, he was a Southside Crip gang member like they all were, but there was two factions of it. There was a group called the Burrs Crew, which Mr. Davis ran, and then there was a Glencoe crew that Darnell Brim ran.
And is it fair to say that at some point there was a conflict between the two groups that caused the factionalization?
Yes, they used to be one big happy family, but there was a disagreement over drugs, or some drugs were stolen from one of the Burrs Crew members, and that's when they split apart. They start fighting with each other, and they split apart into two different factions.
Now, in your understanding of gang culture, would Mob Piru, if they're seeking retaliation, would they be discerning about which crew or which part of the Southside Compton Crips they were shooting at, or would it just be you find a Southside Crip and then you start shooting?
Yeah, they don't care. When they go hunting for somebody, they don't care which faction he's from. If he's a Southside Crip member, or they're going to go after him.
Now, certainly that wasn't the only shooting that occurred in the immediate aftermath of the Tupac Shakur shooting. Is that correct?
That's correct. We had 3 murders and 10 attempted murder drive-by shootings that happened within a 10-day period in Compton.
And is that when, and were those shootings going back and forth related to Mob Piru and Southside Crips?
Yes.
So, I mean, you had mentioned earlier, there's 53 or 50 plus gangs in this 10 square mile radius. But during this particular heightened sense of violence, what was happening was the shooting back and forth between Mob Piru and Southside Crips.
Yes, but basically what it told me as a gang investigator right after the first shooting of Darnell Brim, to me there was no doubt in my mind that the Southside Crips were responsible because the Mob Piru had to retaliate and they had 54 other gangs to choose from, but they went right after the Southside Crips. So there's no doubt in my mind who's responsible for shooting Tupac and Suge Knight.
Now, as a result of this, in October, you and your partner Tim Brennan put together a multi-house search warrant.
That is correct.
And what was the purpose of this search warrant?
Well, we had two purposes, really. One, there was a war in the city of Compton, and innocent people were getting shot as well as gang members, and so we wanted to put a stop to that. So by hitting houses on both sides, both the Pirus and the Crips, and we wanted to quell the violence and try to stop it. The other reason was we wanted to try to help Las Vegas PD with their investigation of the shooting of Tupac and Suge.
And when you said you wanted to help the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department in their investigation of who shot Tupac and Suge, can you elaborate more on how you believe this search warrant might help Metro in its investigation?
Yes, the way we handle gang-related homicides is when we did these search warrants, we'd find a reason, hopefully, to arrest them. We'd find guns or narcotics in their house, and then we'd bring them down to the station. So you would have all the players that were involved, like that we were heard about that was involved in the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So we rounded them all up, and hopefully Las Vegas PD would come down and try to interview them, try to get one of them to cop out, or to try to put them in Las Vegas, whatever they want to do on their investigation of the murder. We rounded up all the people for them, so that's how we help them.
So the search warrant served two purposes. You have an active war going on, and you're trying to slow the violence in Compton, but you're also thinking, well, maybe we can get some of the folks who we think might be involved in the Tupac shooting to start talking as well.
Correct.
Did Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department send detectives out here for that purpose? Or out there for that purpose?
Yes, they sent 2 detectives.
Now, with regards to the search warrant itself, were a number of firearms recovered as well?
Yes.
And was part of the goal that maybe not only just take this guns off the street for the Compton war, but was there a hope that maybe the firearm for the Tupac Shakur murder might be recovered as well?
That's correct also.
It's fair to say that that did not happen.
That's correct.
You know, I'm actually going to approach with State's proposed exhibit number 161.
You may.
I'm showing you what's proposed State's exhibit number 161.
I got to get my glasses on.
No problem.
Okay.
Do you recognize what's in State's proposed exhibit 161 is?
Yes, it's a search warrant.
And can you open it up and look through it? Do you recognize the search warrant?
Yes, I do. It was a search warrant that we prepared, well, Tim wrote after the Tupac shooting.
And was it, did you assist him in the investigation that led up to the search warrant?
Yes,
And did you assist him in giving him the information in order to get the probable cause?
definitely, yes.
And then did you also assist in executing that search warrant?
Yes.
Now, State's going to move State's proposed exhibit 161 to evidence.
Any objection, Mr. Snapp?
No objection.
So admitted.
Now, there's been some allegation that the Compton Police Department was only focused on the Southside Crips when it came to trying to stop this war and stop this violence. Is it fair to say that among the houses that were searched included a large number of Mob Piru houses along with Southside Crips houses.
Yes, definitely. We hit many houses on both sides.
And is it fair to say that is a total of 38 residences that were looked into?
Yes.
And to include members of Mob Piru and Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
Now, permission to approach, Your Honor?
No.
I'm going to show you what's been previously marked as State's Exhibits 162 and 163. Do you recognize what these are?
Yes.
What are they?
These are evidence that we collected at the scene.
Okay. And without going into the addresses, is it fair to say that these were evidence that were collected from Duane Davis's house and Duane Davis's family's house?
Yes.
Okay. Now I'm going to move State's Exhibits 162 and 163 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
Okay, I'm going to first turn your attention to State's Exhibit 162. Can you push that?
Yeah, you just want me to avoid the address, though, right? Sorry. We have to avoid the address, so maybe take it off.
They better not whisper
Jessica,
the
maybe
address.
take it off me while it comes up, so we can avoid the address itself. What page do you want?
The fourth page, please. Actually, no, I'm sorry. Can you do the second page first?
Okay.
Yes. Okay, so this is the first address we're going to talk about here. And again, we're not going to go into what the actual address is, but do you recognize the people that are listed that were located at the address?
Yes.
And fair to say they were members of Mr. Davis's family?
Yes.
Now I'm going to turn your attention to the next page. And under on line number 5, do you see what's listed there as the receipt?
Yes.
And line number 5 is one hotel's receipt. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then line number 6 is one Compton Municipal Court subpoena. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did it just blink me out? Hold on, I'll go back 2 seconds. Darn it, StreamYard.
Then I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 163, if we can take it off us for a second.
Give me half a second here. Sorry, can we approach? I think you just got to show it to Mr. Blah. I don't think we can put it up.
Okay.
This is what it says.
So I'm showing you page 3 of State's Exhibit 163. Can you tell us what this document actually is?
Yeah, it's a receipt for property taken.
And then it actually mentions who is taking some of the property here, doesn't it?
Yes,
And who's that?
myself.
And then one is a letter from the Excalibur Casino, is that correct?
Yes,
And then the other is a envelope addressed to Orlando Anderson, is that correct?
yes,
And then the third is miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson as well, is that correct?
yes.
And all of these three items were collected by you, is that fair to say?
Yes.
So from Mr. Davis's home, and well, we'll start with 163. We have from Mr. Anderson's home, we have a receipt from the Excalibur. Is that correct?
Yes.
And then and is part of the reason why you're collecting that receipt is because it's relevant to the investigation as to who shot Mr. Shakur?
Yes, we thought it might be significant that it showed that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the shooting.
I guess in this one's Mr. Anderson, correct?
Yeah.
And then from Mr. Davis's house, there's also a receipt, a hotel receipt that was collected. Is that fair?
Yes.
That's confusing.
Yeah, I'm going to approach. I'm going to show you space 160. And we're not going to talk about the addresses specifically, but the two addresses attributed to Mr. Anderson and Mr. Davis. One is at the top, and then one is at the bottom with a red dot. Is that correct?
Yes.
It's fair to say that they are very close to each other.
Yes.
I'm going to move 160 to evidence.
Any objection?
No objection.
So admitted.
So Mr. Anderson, was he one of the people that was caught up during the search warrants, this 38 house search warrant?
Yes.
And was Mr. Davis around during the 38 house search warrant?
No, we couldn't locate him.
So you were able to locate Mr. Anderson, but Mr. Davis was just not around.
Correct.
And you don't know why or how that is.
That's correct.
But with regards to Mr. Anderson, it's fair to say Mr. Anderson at that point is a person of interest, at least, in the shooting of Mr. Shakur.
Definitely, yes.
And then at that point, do you make him available for questioning with Detective Becker from LVMPD?
Yes.
And does Mr. Becker make an attempt to question Mr. Anderson?
Yes.
And did any useful or relevant information come out during the course of that questioning?
Not that I was aware of.
Now, let's fast forward a little bit. You were aware that 6 months later, Christopher Wallace, also known as the Notorious B.I.G., also known as Biggie Smalls, he was killed in Los Angeles. Is that correct?
Yes.
Now, was that in the Compton area?
No.
And so, were you responsible for the investigation to Christopher Wallace?
No.
But did you end up assisting the LAPD in trying to execute search warrants in an attempt to gather information on the murder of Christopher Wallace?
Yes.
And why were you the person, or you and Mr. Brennan the person that LAPD would ask for assistance?
Because we knew who all the players were, and we told them at the time that they had a little internal feud going with each other, and we were getting ready to do search warrants on them.
So you were getting ready to, they were having an internal feud. Is it fair to say that the 1997 search warrant served a dual purpose in a similar way that the night?
Okay, so My YouTube continues to play when my StreamYard does that. So it's not the internet, it's not YouTube. I don't know what StreamYard is doing. If it happens again, we'll burn it down. Just kidding. But fingers crossed.
They were having an internal feud. Is it fair to say that the 1997 search warrant served a dual purpose in a similar way that the 1996 search warrant served?
Yes.
So, like in 1996, you have a war between Mob Piru and Southside Crips, and you're also trying to see if you can get any information related to the Tupac Shakur murder. Is that fair?
Correct. Yes.
And then in 1997, you had mentioned that there was an internal feud that had gotten violent. Is it fair to say that the Burris Street crew and the Glencoe Street crew on the Southside Compton Crips, that they had started engaged in their own violent feud?
Yes, definitely.
And as a result, and at that same time, there was some question as to whether or not members of the Southside Crips may be involved in the murder of Christopher Wallace.
Correct.
And so, were those two goals, or those two functions, part of the reason or the basis for executing the search warrants?
Yes.
Now, I'm going to show you what's been previously admitted as State's Exhibit 136. Do you recognize State's Exhibit 136?
Yes. This is a search warrant we did on.
And we're not going to talk about addresses by agreement, but it's a search you did on a different house from the houses that you did in 1996. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this is a different residence that was associated with Mr. Davis. Is that fair?
Yes.
All right, so I'm going to refresh my StreamYard. I'll be right back. And we'll see, because the YouTube keeps playing. My internet is fine. Let's see. Be right back in 1 second. All right, let's see. This is the final chance, StreamYard.
Of course about this, John. We're just pulling that up.
Sure.
Just speaking, hold on me.
And Mr. DiGiacomo, do you mind zooming in a little bit?
Yeah, I gotta figure out how to make the Zoom work on this. Oh, that didn't work. Let's see if the Zoom tool's not working.
Well, Mr. Ladd, we're going to do this the old-fashioned way. It's going to be up there, but I want to show you page 4 of 136. It's still up there on the screen as well. On page 4, we have another receipt of property taken. Is that right?
Yes.
And on line 4, what do we have?
A money due bill for the Monte Carlo Casino.
Now, in relation to this search warrant as well as the other search warrant, really you can only take property that would be related to the investigation, correct?
Correct.
So, like, if I couldn't take just any random property just because I have a search warrant, can I?
No.
You have to take things that are related to the actual search warrant.
Correct.
Now, I am going to ask you, did you spend, you said you had worked at Compton till about, how long, actually, let me rephrase. How long did you work at the city of Compton for?
From 1983 to 2001. I'm sorry, 2000.
Okay. Is it fair to say that at some point the Compton Police Department got swallowed up by the LA Sheriff's Office?
Yes.
And did you stay with? Did you sign on to the LA Sheriff's Office after that?
Yes.
Do you recall approximately how many of the Compton police officers stayed with the LA Sheriff's Office? Okay.
Go ahead, if you want to
Okay,
finish,
yeah.
I'm sorry.
I don't want it to be like yesterday where we keep on interrupting each other. Do you recall how many of the Compton police officers were hired on by the LA Sheriff's Office when LA Sheriff's Office took over Compton Police Department?
Yeah, I'm not sure the exact number. I think there was like 103 of us, and I think all but 2 were hired by the Sheriff's Department.
Now you ultimately left the LA Sheriff's Office, is that correct?
Yeah.
And then where did you go to work after that?
I lateraled over to an agency, Garden Grove PD in Orange County.
Probably a little bit safer than the Compton Police Department.
You could say that, yes. It was still a busy city, but it wasn't nothing like Compton.
And then during that time period is when you started giving talks with Detective Brennan regarding your experience working blood and Crip gangs in Compton.
Yeah.
Is it fair to say that Detective Brennan is no longer with us?
Yes, he passed away of cancer several years ago.
Oh, yeah. You know, I'd forgotten about one of the murders I wanted to talk, or one of the shootings I wanted to talk to you about during the war that escalated immediately after the shooting of Tupac Shakur. So I'm going back a little bit, and I apologize for that.
No problem.
One of the people that was shot was a man by the name of Bobby Finch. Is that correct?
Yes.
And Bobby Finch was actually killed on September 11th. Is that fair?
Yes.
Where did Bobby Finch live in relation to Corey Edwards?
Next door.
Was Bobby Finch a gang member?
No.
Was Corey Edwards a gang member?
Yes.
And what gang did he belong to?
Southside Crips.
And do Bobby Finch and Corey Edwards look alike?
Yes, they did.
Seal pass the witness.
Cross-examination.
Does anyone need to use the restroom before we get into cross? Seeing no hands, Mr. Sampson. Oh. We're good? You're good? Restroom. Okay, perfect. All right. During this recess, you're admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. I'll have you guys back here at, let's say, 2:15. Please rise for the jury.
I think we're going to have a pretty lengthy cross compared to some of the other witnesses. I mean, relative to Dorsey, maybe not quite as much as that. But I would expect that the state is prepared to redirect on some of the stuff that defense might want to get into.
We'll be in recess.
All right, so I think we have like a minute to catch up. Sorry about my StreamYard stuff. It's breaking. Scared to talk too much on it in case it wants to do it again, but we've been good since I refreshed. So we'll see. All right, so that was our direct. And Corey Edwards, if you missed it earlier today, Corey Edwards, we had testimony from Las Vegas Metro PD homicide detective Justine Gatus. She was asked about her attempts to get several witnesses to appear for the purposes of this matter, of this trial. Because this is in Nevada and a lot of these individuals live in California, they had to work with the California authorities. They're like, hey, we tried to serve an order to compel testimony to Suge Knight, and they go through a bunch of names. They mention Corey Edwards. Interestingly, Gaddis mentions that they even put a ping out on the phone of like 5 different people to track their whereabouts. They could locate them as witnesses, which I thought was kind of shocking, but not shocking, but also shocking. So you need to find someone to come testify or speak at trial, and you just go get a phone ping. You can watch where their device is. I'm like not surprised to learn that that's being done, but it's also kind of like, sheesh. And then we get to Corey Edwards, and she says that she worked with California authorities to try to execute a search warrant for Corey Edwards. He's not home. He's not at his address, and his 95-year-old mother, who lives at that address, isn't there either. And then they try to execute the search warrant again a few days later, and that's also unsuccessful. So Corey Edwards is a person of interest. Anytime you've heard C-Ray mentioned in any of the audio recordings that we listen to, that is Corey Edwards. Corey Edwards, there is a news article that has not been updated. It was incorrectly reported in 2023 that Corey Edwards was no longer alive, but that wasn't true. And the source article updated, and some of the residual syndications of that story did not update. So it's like this weird relic out there that at one point it was reported Corey Edwards died, and that's not true. He's alive. But for the grand jury testimony, where this charge was presented, the state presented a written statement as testimony for Corey Edwards. He did not give live testimony. So the state has strongly relied on Corey Edwards, who says that he was in Vegas, and something to the effect of, between all of these stops that Keefe D and the crew partake in that night, all of the places they go before the shooting, that Keefe D stops at the bar that Corey Edwards was at and tells him we shot Tupac, and like laid out all the details. So my guess is Corey Edwards is somebody that maybe informed law enforcement of that information, steered the ship towards Keefe D, and kind of like helped progress this thing forward, albeit slowly over the course of 20-some years. And yet I don't think we're going to hear from him at trial. Don't think we're going to hear from him at trial. In addition to, it seems like we're not going to hear from Mogg, Kading, all of these people. So with the prosecutor forgetting to ask that line of questioning in the mix of things and kind of having to circle back to it, maybe that highlights the story a little bit more, and this name Corey Edwards is being thrown out there again. I'm curious what at least that juror who keeps, maybe it's not the same juror, but there's a juror, at least one, who's asking questions like, what did you expect to find 30 years later? I can't help but wonder if this person is trying to figure out, like, who is this Corey Edwards who keeps getting mentioned? And I don't know. He's purportedly a suspect in a shooting of his neighbor who was not a gang associate. So if it's not just gang beef, which makes sense because you're living next to each other, are you just hot-headed and had like neighbor rage? Like, if this guy placed himself in Vegas that night and he's Southside Crips, how do we know that the state properly eliminated him as a suspect in the Tupac shooting? And the jury's not going to hear from Corey Edwards to use any of his information to figure that out for themselves. So, interesting that Palau circled back to that. Let's see if there's a line of questioning about Corey Edwards in that mix. I believe we've had it touched on during some of the testimony, but not too much so. But there was a gun recovered from this neighbor incident with Corey Edwards that the California authorities, LAPD, who, even though Compton Police Department's going to dissolve and be absorbed at some point, it seems like their like circle with Brennan and Ladd, and we're not having much discussion about Reggie Wright Sr., even though he was a colleague of both of theirs. It seems like their work still went beyond the realm of the Compton Police Department. LAPD may have been relying on it. Of course, the LA Sheriff's Office may have been relying about it. And at some point, LAPD sends a gun they recover from Corey Edwards to Las Vegas Metro framing it as if it's a lead that could tie back to the Tupac Shakur shooting. And then Las Vegas Metro tests it, and there's no match to anything. So in other words, I think the state's going to say that's why we didn't think that Corey Edwards was a good lead. He wasn't a suspect because the gun we recovered from his yard for a totally separate incident doesn't tie back to the ballistics that were recovered from the Tupac shooting scene. That's like the hot mess of it all. The hot mess of it all. Benj Jammin saying 36% chance of walking. At the end of the day, this is like the ultimate. I am a huge proponent of the state always needs to meet their burden. But at the same time, it's pretty damning, it's pretty compelling if you write in a book and publish it that you were the shot caller and orchestrated in somebody's murder. Right? That's like undeniable. It's almost objectively like compelling evidence. But when it's so far removed, law enforcement has not figured this out over the years. And kind of the testimony that like the gangs want to handle the beef in and amongst themselves. I know the state's trying to use that to explain why we're not going to hear from certain witnesses because people don't want to talk. But at the same time, it also suggests that maybe it's been handled already. Right? And if it's been handled and you see somebody still sitting in court, maybe the ultimate determination by those most intimately involved in it made the determination that it wasn't this individual who is still alive. Right? So it's the kind of thing that can work in both directions. But just this idea that you have somebody writing it all in a book, and yet you don't go and verify the basics. Just go pick out a few details and go speak with the individuals he says were also there, find out if they were there. I think that's a problem. And sure, we're getting these mentions of a payment due to the Monte Carlo, but in Keefe D's own words, he's told detectives in his proffer and his interview with Las Vegas Metro from 2009, like his wife, Paula, that they would go to the Monte Carlo. That was their spot because Monte Carlo also had a casino of their own built in. So there's no dates on that. And the defense has already asked that question. There's no dates on this search warrant affidavit, property receipt thing. Like, is that enough? Because I think what the state's going to struggle with, we have this initiation story that Ladd talked about where they chased 3 men down the street and then they follow to a known gang hideout. They say it's a known gang hideout. And when they go inside, Orlando Anderson's there. And Ladd says he wasn't a shooter in that initiation shooting at the fast food place. But he's still there and like he's now associated with the shooting. Even if the state can make a convincing case that Orlando's a shooter, he was present that night, he had, as we discussed, if you're disrespected, you need to get your get back. We still haven't proven the elements of the defendant orchestrating this as a principal to the murder. Except for his words that, I don't know, it came from the back seat, the gun was just back there. So Corey Edwards' testimony, if the jury were to find him credible, if he were to testify, could kind of close that gap. Corey Edwards could come in and say, they came to me that day, back in 1996, and they told me that this is what happened, and it was them 4 that were all together. All 4 of them were in Vegas. All 4 of them came to me, and they all talked about this thing with me. And then the defense would have to argue he's not credible. Right? So it's a big deal that they're not calling Corey Edwards. Big deal that they're not calling Corey Edwards. Because he could have closed that gap, or it could have been another instance where the defense is like, Corey Edwards, maybe he was facing charges and he gave you this information years later. Because I believe he gave this information in like 2006 when he was facing charges of his own. Right? So there'd be tug of war there still, but it's an important witness that the jury doesn't seem like they're going to hear from. And if the state's job is to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt, and it's like every day we're finding out a new important person that either didn't write reports, their case file went missing, things were missing from their desk. State can't locate them, state can't call them, or unfortunately, they're no longer available because they've passed away in the last 30 years. That's just a lot of like circumstantial gaps. So, I don't know. I don't know. I see excellent point about jurors conspiring to be a mob. they just they just do it on their own. They form their own. Oh my goodness. Let's see. Wait, are we talking about Poly Market and court cases? That's hilarious. That's a good subject. All right, let's see if they're back because somehow we're. There we go. I think they're late. Okay, wait. While we do that, I just saw a random story, nothing to do with this trial, but it says homicide case declared mistrial after 1 of 14 jurors caught smoking weed during lunch break. Let me get a link.
Back on record in
I'll
State
drop it
versus
in the
Davis,
chat.
C-377407. Anything we need to address outside the presence before we bring the jury in?
Top of the stage.
No, you're not.
Okay, let's bring him in. Randy. Not ready yet?
I guess we should stand since they're coming in.
Staff adjourned.
Did the party stipulate to the presence of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, Your Honor.
You may be seated. All right, we're on cross, so whenever you're ready, Mr. Stamp, you may proceed.
Mr. Madden, welcome to Las Vegas.
Thank you.
Now, during your time in Compton, seems like it was a pretty colorful time where you were there.
Very active, yes.
There's a movie called, I think, End of Watch. Have you ever watched that movie?
No.
Okay. Have you ever watched any movies at all from that time period? Like, say, I don't know what was out there. Any of the LAPD movies during that time period? Have you ever watched any of those?
You have to be more specific.
I know.
Sorry.
And I'm trying to figure out there's another one out there besides End of Watch. But you share basically your experience working as a Compton police officer to the time you started working as a detective for gangs in a book that you wrote.
Yes.
And that book is called and entitled Once Upon a Time in Compton, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you do write this book in addition to Timothy Brennan, your partner.
Yes.
Now, in the book, I've read the book, and when you guys are working together as a team, it's Tim and Bob, right? In the book, you guys, Tim and Bob, we did this. Tim and Bob, we did that, right?
Yes.
Now, the book itself, as you created the book, fair to say that that was a book that I would think that you would be proud of, the work that you put into the book.
Yes.
And in terms of the book itself, you could sit here basically as you're talking with us and this jury today, that the book is accurate in terms of what you recall during that time period, right?
Yes.
And you would have taken great pains to make sure that that book was accurate before it was published.
Yes.
For instance, if you read something in the book that wasn't accurate, and it wasn't published yet, you would make a note to either tell Tim or this other lady, I think her name is Lolita, that, hey, this isn't quite right, I don't remember that, and there would be some discussion, maybe changing or something, right?
Yes.
Okay. And in order for you to write the book, and I think you published this book in 2017?
Correct.
That was, and you started working for Compton in what year?
1983.
So, and you start off in the book from 1983 on in terms of your experience working as a police officer in Compton, as well as Tim's experience working as a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Did you, I would imagine you would have used notes and that kind of thing to help refresh your recollection and help remind you of certain events, certain cases, that kind of thing?
Yes.
Yeah, because in the book, for instance, there's a lot of different people you run into. And there's a lot of different scenarios you run into as well, right?
Yes. Most of it was based off our memories, but
yeah,
like for the search warrant or whatever, we could go back to a search warrant and look at that to refresh our memories. Right. Most of the stories are just from my memory.
Yeah, and fair to say, of course, it's also Tim's memory as well. So something that you would remember, he would remember, and vice versa, and you go, oh yeah, I remember this now, and you would say, oh yeah, I remember that now, right?
Yes.
So part of the book, in essence, really is it's teamwork between you and Tim and Lolita writing the book for you.
Yeah, it's a collaboration.
Collaboration, okay. Now, did you write any of the book yourself?
Basically, we got Lolita Files to write the book, and we told the story to her.
Right, and so
she actually wrote it, but it's our story.
Right, and Lolita, meaning that this was an experienced writer that you recall, right, before she wrote the book?
Absolutely.
And when she wrote the book, can you tell us a little bit about Lolita, who she was as a writer?
Yeah, she had several books that were published prior to that, and she was very up on the hip hop scene. So when we got together, and we kind of just clicked, and we collaborated to write the book.
And in terms of her background and so forth, did she go to school for that?
I'm not sure.
All right. And was she working as a journalist or a writer prior to you meeting her to write this book?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, throughout the course of the book, you do put pictures in here, and pictures of you with darker hair and less of a goatee and more of a, looks like actually one without a picture of no much facial expression whatsoever. It's a picture of you as a young police officer. Now, the purpose for these pictures in your book is really to help establish some of the things that were happening during that time period, so the reader could see visually what was going on, right?
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, in the book, you had put as well, and the book, the picture, the picture that I was looking at is this picture right here. Do you recall this picture?
Yes.
Yeah. So, and once again, it's just to show your experience while you were being a police officer in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, in addition to that, though, you do put in the back of your book some documents that were documents that you used in furtherance of your job as a detective at some point, right?
I don't really understand that question.
Meaning, for instance, in the back of your book, you do put in here a map of the Compton area gangs, for instance.
Yes.
You also put in here, and the Compton area gangs for the jury, we're talking just to highlight how compact of an area the city of Compton was and how many different areas was claimed by different types of gangs. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. In addition to that, you also have included in here the affidavit, the search warrant that we just talked about before, right? This 40 area search warrant.
Yes.
You put that in the book as well.
Yes.
And just for the jury's edification here, for instance, none of the information in here is redacted, meaning it's not taken out by a black mark or anything like that, right?
Correct.
All right. And I'm not trying to get anybody in position here to be in trouble, but in essence, the book and the information that's in here was readily available for anyone who wanted to buy and read it.
Correct.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, did you have a publisher on this?
At the beginning, we did, yes.
Okay. And what do you mean at the beginning?
Well, it was a publishing company, and we kind of had a little conflict with them, so we decided to leave them and self-publish.
I see. And so with Lolita's help, once the book was finalized and you and Tim both felt good about the finished product with Lolita, then you just published it yourself.
Yes.
How does that work?
Well, you just go to Amazon Books, and it kind of just runs you through it. It's kind of a complex system that you have to do certain things. I mean, I didn't really do it, so I can't really tell you the exact steps because I'm not very good on the computer. I know how to turn them off and I know how to turn them on.
Well, let me ask you this in terms of what was happening with Amazon. Once you submitted it to Amazon, Amazon becomes a platform that sells the book.
Yes.
And so if someone's interested in the book, they just look it up and they click and they buy the book.
Correct.
Now, at some point, though, as they're buying the book, you receive a record as to how many people have purchased the book, right?
Yes.
And how much money you and Tim and Lolita would potentially be making for the salvage book.
Correct.
Now, in this case, for instance, with the salvage book, I would imagine Amazon would have taken a pretty big chunk of the proceeds from the sale of each book.
Yes. You don't make much money.
Yeah. And so even though you're selling, and with regards to Once Upon a Time in Compton, can you tell us how many of these books that you sold?
No.
Okay. I'm assuming at some point you did receive a check.
Yeah.
Okay. But not something that you could retire on.
Oh, definitely not.
Okay. And in terms of your books, do you remember how much they cost, how much you were selling them for?
I thought it was $15.99, but I'm not positive on that.
Okay. Right. Now, one of the things that's in your book as well is you had, there was a part of the book where you had identified a MGM Grand ticket to the Tyson Seldon fight. Do you recall that particular image in your book?
I think it was, yeah, we covered that out of Suge Knight's house.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with regard to that, if I show you, let me just do this quick here. Your Honor, if I could approach and ask the clerk to mark this as proposed exhibit next in order.
Okay. What is the next order, Jess? D.
DD.
She'll put it on there. Is it B? B?
DD.
Okay, got it. It'll be omitted.
Thank you.
Oh, was there any objection? I apologize.
I just need to say it first.
Oh.
No objection.
So omitted.
Mayor Pachen.
You may.
Do you recall this particular image in your book, so showing you what's been marked as BB?
Yeah, it looks like it, yes.
Okay, and that was a ticket stub, it looks like, to the Seldon Tyson fight
Yes.
On September 7th, 1996.
Yes.
And that ticket stub was located in Suge Knight's house.
Yes.
Okay.
Interesting.
Option for the jury here so they can see. Do you recall when Suge Knight's house was searched?
The day that I think it was October 2nd, well, the day we served all 38 search warrants.
I see. And so his house was one of the houses that you were searching to basically try to quell any potential violence in Compton as well as gather information.
Yes.
Now, with regard to this particular ticket, though, because it was captured, there was an understanding between all the police officers conducting all the searches at the same time that you were looking for information leading to the murder of Tupac that had occurred in September.
Yes.
So, with regard to this ticket, for instance, because it was the Seldon Tyson fight on the night of Tupac's murder, this ticket was obtained by you or kept in evidence as part of your investigation.
It wasn't part of our investigation, no. It was for Las Vegas PD.
Right, so let's get a little bit into that. So, and I want to make sure that the jury understands. So, in terms of the actual murder investigation itself, that was the jurisdiction of Las Vegas Metro.
Yes.
And so, which I guess is difficult here, right? Because potentially everyone that's a potential suspect in the Las Vegas murder potentially would have been residing in Compton, right?
Not necessarily, but most of them did.
Yeah. And so on this particular day, when you're out executing the search warrant with all the different locations, you had invited the detectives that were assigned to the Metro homicide investigation here to come out to Compton to be present so that they can interview people if they wanted to.
Correct.
All right. And so this particular piece of information would have been something that they would have been interested in, I would assume.
Yes.
All right. Now, we talked a little bit about what was also found, and you had indicated that there were some receipts, some hotel receipts that were located. Where did I put that? Oh. I think the state had already presented this to the jury. What was the last exhibit you guys put up for that?
It's 161 and 162. It's just, that's the entire return for all locations.
Yeah.
The two are up there.
Okay. Sir, what you were showing earlier in terms of the affidavits in this case, thank you. Fair to say that the size of the affidavits that were shown to you, and then once again, this is for the state, or for the jury's edification. State's Exhibit 161. This particular affidavit was actually a lot bigger, right?
What do you mean by that?
Well, meaning, for instance, that you were targeting some 38 houses, which means that each house had its own paperwork attached to it, which would have made this document a lot bigger than what this document is right now.
Oh, for sure.
Yeah. And then
Wow.
with regards to the document, we're targeting or focusing on the first item here. Looks like was a, let's see here. In State's Exhibit number 162, there was a reference here to a hotel receipt. Right?
Yes.
Now, the property report here that we're looking at on 162, which I will show, this is the property report that we referred to earlier, right?
Yes.
And the hotel receipt that's on there is one of the items that was taken from this particular property, right?
Yes.
Do you have that receipt?
No.
So unlike for instance, the Suge Knight ticket indicating that there was a fight and so forth in Las Vegas, September 7th, 1996, this indicates that there was something taken, and that would have been that hotel's receipt, but you don't have it here.
Correct.
Do you have it? Do you know where its location is at all?
No.
Now, in addition to that, you also, in one of the other homes, had indicated that there was a letter from the Excalibur Casino and so forth. I'm going to show you this document here. This is State's Exhibit 163. And just for the jury's edification here. So it looks like here on number 1, this would have been the receipt of property taken, correct?
Correct.
And underneath it here, number 1 would show a letter from Excalibur Casino addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
All right. Do you know the date of this particular document?
It would have had to be the same day of the search warrant.
Well, I'm sorry. I'm talking about the letter itself.
Oh, no.
Okay. And do you have a copy of that letter?
I do not know.
All right. Do you know where that letter is?
No.
All right. The next part here looks like there's an envelope addressed to, once again, Orlando Anderson. And with regards to this particular document, do you have any indication of where that document is?
No, it's booked into property. So.
Right. And that's the same thing with number 3 on miscellaneous bills addressed to Orlando Anderson, right?
Yes.
None of these documents are addressed directly to Mr. Duane Davis, fair?
Yes.
And once again, when you are searching and finding something like, for instance, the Suge Knight ticket, that document is carefully taken from the scene and put into evidence in a way that would preserve the chain of custody of something like the ticket.
Correct.
Now, in this case, when you searched either the 2 residences in this case, did you find any indication at all? Any MGM grand ticket of being on the second row of the fight? Anything at all that would indicate that Mr. Davis was actually in Las Vegas?
No.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, we had talked a little bit about the second search warrant. And the second search warrant is this one here, State's Exhibit 136. Okay. Now, when a search warrant is executed in California, at the time it's executed, is it confidential or sealed?
Sometimes, yes.
In this particular case, with this particular search warrant, was this search warrant sealed?
Yes.
And was it sealed up until the time that the search had been conducted?
Yes.
Okay. When did this particular search warrant become unsealed?
I don't recall.
Okay. Fair to say, though, that if someone's charged in a crime based upon the search warrants that are sealed, that search warrant would then be available for the defense to look at?
Yes.
And it would be unsealed at that point?
Yes.
And that would be the same, of course, with the search warrant that occurred at the beginning of October the year before, right?
Correct.
So in this case, with this particular search warrant here, this is dated as of May 27th, 1997. On this particular one here, you had indicated the following. This is on page 4 of this document. The information that I think we're most interested in is line 4 of that document, right?
Yes.
Meaning that, once again, these are items that were taken from this home, and those items were put into your property or evidence log.
Correct.
And number 4 is a money due bill from the Monte Carlo casino. Right? Can you tell us the date of what this money due bill was for?
No.
All right. And once again, your search in this particular regard was actually May of 1997, right? Quite a few months after the September 7th, 1996 shooting.
Correct.
In addition to that, in terms of that money due, can you tell us, for instance, who that money due bill was addressed to?
No.
Okay. Now, there were some questions by the state on that issue about the fact that this was actually a search warrant investigating into the murder of Biggie Smalls. Remember that line of questioning from the state? But fair to say, of course, that even then, as you're conducting this kind of investigation, you are still thinking about the Tupac case, right?
For sure.
Yeah, you weren't just at that particular point forgetting that the Tupac murder even occurred. You're still thinking during that time period, you run across something you think is relevant, you would have identified it, right?
Correct.
In addition to that, though, you would have identified it, you would have called Metro to say, hey, by the way, we got something there that will help you with the Tupac murder investigation. Fair?
Fair.
Okay. There's no reason why you wouldn't have done that?
Not that I know of, no.
Now, we talked a little bit about the size of some of the people that were involved here, and I think, was it DeAndre Smith you said was a pretty big guy?
Yes.
All right. And you said he was like, what, 6'2", 6'3", and about 300 pounds, something like that, big guy?
About 6'4", 300 pounds.
Okay. Did he play any sports or anything as far as you know?
I think he did, but I'm not positive.
Okay.
What sport.
Now, are you aware of an individual by the name of Terrence Brown?
Yes.
And was Terrence Brown one of the individuals that was potentially a suspect in the Tupac murder?
Yes.
All right. Now, with regards to Terrence Brown, can you describe for us how, like his size as well?
Yeah, he's approximately a little shorter than you, and just medium built.
So a good-looking guy.
Correctly.
I'm sorry?
I don't know about that, but.
Oh, Lord.
So it's a little bit shorter than me and about my size.
Right.
Okay. Let's just put it down as I'm 6'2", so that's like I'm just kidding, 5'8" and something else. And then in terms of the at the time with Terrence Brown, you are aware that Terrence Brown actually dies in 2015.
Yes.
Right. And when he dies, do you know how he dies?
Yes.
How did he die?
He was at a marijuana dispensary in Compton, and a robbery occurred, and he got killed during the robbery.
So, based upon the way he was murdered in that case, no indication that that was some type of retaliation for the murder of Tupac in 1996 or 7?
No.
In addition to that, in 1996, I apologize. With regards to DeAndre Smith, do you know when he passed?
2004, and he died of medical complications.
Right, and as far as you know, nothing that would have been associated with any type of retribution or revenge for the murder of Tupac Shakur.
Correct.
Now, Orlando is the one who passes away relatively quickly after the shooting.
Yes, approximately a year and a half.
Right, and in terms of how he passes, he was shot and killed?
Yes, you want me to tell you what happened?
Please.
Orlando Anderson was with his best friend Michael DeRoe, and they were at a burger stand in Compton. And across the street from the burger stand, there was a car wash. Orlando Anderson recognized the people at the car wash. There was 3 people sitting in the car, and he recognized one of them that owed him money for some narcotics that he didn't pay him for. So Orlando Anderson took it upon himself, and he initiated the confrontation. He drove up to the car and he exited with a gun. However, one of the persons in the other car, they had a gun too, so they had a shootout at the car wash. And then when the smoke cleared, Orlando Anderson was killed during the shootout, as well as 2 other people in the other car were killed.
And in terms of the 2 other people in the other vehicle, were they both Crips?
Yes.
So it wasn't a blood on Crip sort of shootout?
No.
It was just over money and drugs?
Yes.
Now, we've had some discussion here about Darnell Brin. And you're familiar with Darnell Brin?
Yes.
And the way I'm understanding this is that within the Southside Crips, you had 2 different factions.
Correct.
You had the Glencoe faction with Darnell Brin.
Yes.
And then you had the Burr Street faction.
Correct.
Now, in terms of the 2 different factions that we have here, the Burr Street faction was a faction that was dealing with the drugs, mostly?
I'm sorry, can you repeat that?
In terms of the Burr Street faction, that they deal in drugs.
That was one of the things that they were involved in, yes.
Yeah. And in terms of the other faction, we talked a little bit about Darnell Brin. He was a shot caller.
Correct.
And he was a violent person.
He had the potential of being a violent person, yes.
Well, you recall in your book describing him as a very violent person?
I don't recall that, but if it's in there, it's what I said.
Okay.
You don't know what you wrote?
And once again, it would have been something that if it wasn't true in your book, you would have corrected it.
Yeah, I'm not saying he wasn't a violent person.
Yeah.
He definitely has the potential to be a violent person.
And isn't it fair to say, though, like even in your book, that you describe him as being someone that was implicated in some attempt murders, that kind of thing as well?
Absolutely.
Darnell Brin.
Yes.
Now, Darnell Brin is shot in the back how many days after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
2.
And with regards to the shooting in the back, do you know who shot him in the back?
No.
Okay.
We were told it was Pyrus, though.
Right. And would that fall more into the idea of what you're saying about retaliation in this case?
Yes.
Now, there are other people that potentially were considered, I think including the initial investigation here, as being part of the Tupac murder. Do you recall a person by the name of Noel Spank Johnson?
Yes.
All right. And he is also a Southside Crip member, part of the Glen Cove crew.
Correct.
All right. Do you recall a person by the name of Jerry Monk Bond?
Yes.
All right. Once again, part of the Glen Cove crew.
Correct.
And then also Orlando Anderson.
Correct.
Okay. So those individuals at some point were considered to be potentially involved in the murder of Tupac Shakur, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, when you had conducted the searches on Mr. Davis's home and the locations that we're at, did you ever find money?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
No vast sums of money for somebody making 20% of $4 million a month?
No.
How about expensive clothes, like stuff that was worth, suits worth $6,000, anything like that?
I don't recall the clothing that was inside.
Yeah. But in terms of, just information about the individual's living conditions, for instance, did you find any expensive cars that he owned or anything like that? Besides the lowriders and stuff that people put a lot of work into?
Well, them are expensive cars to me, so yes, we did.
And when you say lowriders, we're talking about, are we talking about lowriders here or BMWs?
Monte Carlos, hydraulics, all that kind of stuff.
Sure. And in terms of the Monte Carlos and the hydraulics, Mr. Davis was actually part of a, what they call a lowrider club in Compton?
I wasn't aware of that.
Okay. You're not aware of, let me ask this next question. But in terms of the vehicles we're talking about, they were not for, Mercedes-Benz, BMW, nothing like that. They were just modified cars.
Correct.
Now, in addition to that, does your, going back to your book, do you have anything in here, like a disclaimer that says that, hey, we can't verify the truthfulness of the book at all?
I'm not sure.
All right. If you were just to review the book real quick, just to tell me if there is anything like that, would that help your recollection?
Yeah, honestly, I wouldn't even know where to look.
It should be in the front because it'll be a big warning. You want to check it out?
No, there's nothing in there to that effect then.
Okay. And would it be... Have you ever read a guy by the name of Greg Kading's book?
Oh boy.
Murder Rap?
Some of it, yes.
Can you tell us who Greg Kading was?
He was an LAPD sergeant.
Okay. Did you have any interactions with him?
No.
Did he share in any investigation that you were involved in?
No.
Did your partner have any work with him?
Yes.
And the work that we're talking about is in the task force that was assigned to investigate the murder of Biggie Smalls.
Correct.
And he was part of, Tim Brennan was part of that along with Mr. Kading.
Correct.
All right. Now, we had shared a little bit about the swallowing up of Compton PD by the LA Sheriff's Department.
You call it swallowing up. I call it absorbed or whatever.
Right. Why was that?
Well, it would take, I could tell you in a couple of minutes, but it's really a 6-month long thing that happened, but I can explain it to you if you want.
Well, I mean, obviously there's a lot of moving parts, right?
Yes.
The absorption or dismantling of a police department is a very unusual thing, right?
Yes.
And so in order for that to happen, if I can just cut right to the chase with you, was there corruption going on within the department that caused the absorption of the department back to the sheriff's department?
No.
Okay, then what was it that caused it?
It was the mayor, Omar Bradley, at the time, was being investigated by the FBI. He found out that he was being investigated by the FBI, and he blamed our chief, right? So what he did is he put our chief and a captain off on administrative leave, and he made some allegations of missing narcotics, okay? Now, these guys were two 30-year veterans with prestigious careers. Our department elected to do a vote of no confidence against the mayor. And this really pissed the mayor off. And he went to the city council and they voted to bring in the sheriffs. And they never asked the citizens if that's what they wanted. He just did that upon himself. Now, there was a long investigation regarding the stolen narcotics, and our two captain and chief were exonerated. There was a 60-page report on it, and it was resulted in one Hispanic narcotic officer was taken to narcotics, and he was dealt with. So the bottom line is, we lost our police department, 112-year-old police department. Omar Bradley ends up getting arrested and convicted, so everybody lost here.
Yeah. And as a result of that, I think you told us earlier, you didn't stay in the city of Compton anymore. You got reassigned to another city?
No, I stayed in the city of Compton for a year, and then I elected to go to another agency.
I see. All right. And then, while you were there, the other thing that you did, and you shared with us a bit about the fact that you were very well versed in the gang culture in Compton, right?
Right.
And in terms of the well versed, meaning that you can identify and see patterns of behavior that would indicate to you maybe gang activity, for instance, right?
Yes.
And that would also include how a person dresses. We talked a little about that. I apologize. Like, for instance, even like the way a person dresses and lives, right? That would help you determine maybe potentially that person's associated with a type of gang.
Yes.
Like in this case,
No.
no, all right. But with regards to the way it's set up, though, is that, did you at any point ever determine that Tupac Shakur was a member of the gang?
No.
Why not?
Because he wasn't.
And when you say that, I mean, obviously he's associated with the mob, or with the death row label.
Correct.
And he was also at that particular point hanging around with Suge Knight.
Correct.
And Suge Knight was an identified Mob Piru or an associate of the Mob Piru.
Correct.
As well as other people who were Mob Piru, like Mob James, for instance, that was in that association.
Yes. His entourage were all Mob Piru gang members.
Okay. But you're telling us right now that Tupac was not a gang member?
No.
Just because he was hanging around these people did not make him a gang member?
Correct.
Now, fair to say, of course, that even in the Death Row record label, there were actually Crips that were assigned, that were part of that label as well, right?
Yes.
That would have been Snoop Dogg?
Correct.
That would have been Dr. Dre?
I'm not sure about Dr. Dre.
How about, who's the other one that I'm thinking of? Is it Eazy?
He wasn't associated with that record label, I think. I don't think he was.
You tell me, because I'm just, I'm trying to figure it out. But fair to say, though, that within business, it wasn't about a color as much as it was about money, right? You're making money, and so you're not isolating one segment of the population from the other in terms of your product.
Correct.
Okay. Now, with regards to Mob James at that particular point, you had told us that you believed he was an OG at the time. Did Mob James have any indication for violence?
I never investigated him for anything. violence because he was in jail when I was, most of the time that I was in patrol and in the gang unit. And I don't know exactly when he got out, but when he got out, he was already older, and he didn't really hang out with the younger gangsters.
I see. And with regard to this retaliation thing we talked about, you said there was some concern that once the shots were fired and Tupac was hit, that there was concern that there was going to be some type of gang war back in Compton, right?
Yes.
Now, you shared with us a little bit of how this worked. You were asleep in bed, and you get a call early morning from Reggie Wright Sr.
I don't recall if I was asleep in bed, but I was at home.
Okay. And can you tell us what time that you received the call from Reggie Wright Sr.?
I don't recall. It was a long time ago.
Okay. But what would have been still that evening or that night?
Yes.
Not the next morning or anything like that? And the reason why he would have called you is because he was your direct boss?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in addition to that, you had also mentioned that this retaliation. The shootings that occur after, you have, is it Mr. Brim's was the first shot fired between the Mob Piru and the Southside Crips? Was he the first one shot?
Darnell?
Yeah.
Yes.
And then after Darnell, who was the next person shot?
I believe it was the next day at 713 North Bradfield. I believe 2 people were shot, and that's in Piru territory.
You know if they were Piru?
They were.
They were. And do you know who shot them?
No.
Right. Now, with regards to the Darnell Brim, do you know who shot him?
No.
Now, in terms of the 2 Piru that were shot the morning after Mr. Brim, do you know how the order was given out for these people to be shot?
No.
So no phone records, for instance, from Mr. Davis indicating that he wanted these people shot or anything like that?
Correct.
Now, after the 2 Piru were shot, what happened next?
I believe later on, another person was shot at Pine and Bradfield in Mob Piru territory.
And was that person a Crip or a Blood?
The person that was shot was Piru affiliated, yes.
Okay, so 2 Pirus are shot that day, and then later on that day, another Piru affiliate was shot?
Yes.
All right, and do you know if that was an order that was given out by anybody to shoot that Piru?
No.
Okay, and then the next Piru the next person shot after that was who?
I don't recall the name, but I believe it was 80 something South Ward Street.
Was
that
that
in Crip territory?
And so that person was a Crip?
Yes.
All right, and that shot occurred when did that shooting occur?
I don't recall.
All right. And as far as you know, this is happening over the course of maybe, there was 10 days. I think that was how it was framed. It was like it's a 10-day war in Compton.
Yes.
But fair to say it may have been a little bit longer, like maybe 13 days, right?
No.
Okay, let's say. So if we go with 10 days in this, any proof at all that we can show this jury that Mr. Davis ordered any of the shootings to occur in this case?
No.
Now, in addition to that, the idea here behind the shootings, we go back to the Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Sure.
Is the Lakewood Mall incident, in your mind, the sort of the definitive act in which the war is now declared between the Mob Piru and the Southside Crips?
That was the first incident that sparked this whole back and forth thing. Yes.
Now, let me ask you this. Did it really happen?
Yes.
Okay. Now, in your book, you identify it as happening at the Lakewood Mall.
Yes.
And it happened in a Foot Locker.
Yes.
Now, do you have any indication at all of a police report or a call for 911 to the area on a fight that occurs at the Lakewood Mall that day? No.
No.
Do you have indication at all from the security people at the mall where they would have written up a report that said, hey, we had an altercation here at the Lakewood Mall?
I don't think a report was generated by the security officers, no.
Okay. Now, fair to say, of course, there's been some description of that brawl being the kind of brawl that actually required Foot Locker to
Remodel.
do their entire inside because it just destroyed the inside. You recall anything like that?
I never heard anything like that. I just know there was a fight at the Foot Locker.
Right, you heard there was a fight, but you never made any effort, for instance, and it's not your job because it's Lakewood, right?
Correct.
But in essence, no verification that even Foot Locker was contacted to say, hey, did a fight break out over here on this particular day? Nothing like that.
Don't recall.
Okay. So in essence, what we have right now is what you had heard from people on the street as to what happened at this Lakewood Mall incident, right?
Yes.
Now, some people, I would assume, thought that the shooting of Tupac was in retaliation, or maybe the fight of Tupac in Orlando was in retaliation to what happened at Lakewood Mall. But as you're sitting here right now, you don't have any actual proof of the Lakewood Mall incident actually occurred.
No.
Okay.
Just
Yeah. Now, in addition to that, we had heard from you a little bit about, I'm sorry, I just have to make sure I got all my notes here. We talked a little bit about your identifying of a shot caller, right? Now, a shot caller is somebody who basically tells people what to do.
Yes.
And you had said that the shot caller is somebody that if an order is given to one of the other lower people on the totem pole, they have to follow that order.
Correct.
All right. And in this particular regard, you don't know, for instance, what happened in Las Vegas, who did anything in terms of a shot call or anything like that, right?
I don't understand the question.
Meaning you don't have any proof for us today that says that, first of all, even if Keefe D was in Las Vegas, right? You don't have any proof of that.
His own admission, I mean.
Besides the admission, you don't have any actual physical evidence that supports that, right?
Correct.
And then in terms of his admission, did you ever verify what he was telling people to see what he was saying was true?
As far as what?
Being in Las Vegas.
Did I?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. So in terms of the information that was given, you're just saying that because Mr. Davis was a drug dealer and maybe had provided money for the Southside Crips or something like that, that because of that, he is a leader in the Southside Crips.
Well, there's more to it than that.
Sure. But I just want to make sure I'm clear about something here. In terms of your investigation in this case, did Keefe D ever order a hit on anybody before or after the shooting of Tupac Shakur?
Not that I know of.
I have no further questions. Thank you.
All right. Redirect by Mr. Paul.
Yes, I'm going to start where Mr. Sam left off. So, Mr. Samt asked you if you had any proof that Mr. Davis was in Las Vegas at the time of the Tupac Shakur murder. And your response was, his admission. Is that fair to say?
Right.
Now, you have investigated hundreds of homicides, is that right?
Correct.
Have you ever relied on a defendant's or suspect's admission to form a case?
Yes, sir.
In fact, in gang cases in particular, where witnesses are scared to come out, is a defendant's admission of committing a murder powerful evidence used to prosecute.
Yeah, that's basically that's how most of our gang crimes get solved, is by self-admission or incrimination.
Okay, and then Mr. Samt asked you about, you don't know that whether or not Mr. Davis ordered the hit. And to be fair, you weren't in the Cadillac, were you?
No.
Okay. But let's go through Mr. Samt's logic. You had said that
Mr. Davis was a shot caller within the Southside Crips. Is that fair?
Yes.
And then, let me pose this to you. If using Mr. Davis's admissions, if Mr. Brown, Terrence Brown, DeAndre Smith, and Orlando Anderson, and Mr. Davis are in a car, who is the leader in that car?
Mr. Davis.
Who is the shot caller in that car?
Mr. Davis.
And so if a shot is coming, if those four people are in a car, and shots are coming out of that, who has to give the authorization?
Mr. Davis.
Okay. So if Mr. Davis is in the Cadillac, he's the one calling that shot.
Absolutely. If he tells them not to do it, say, let's handle this back in Compton, they wouldn't have had a shooting. If he sanctioned it, then there'd be a shooting.
And Mr. Orlando Anderson, he was what you had called a gangster, right?
Absolutely.
So he would be the person that would have to listen to Mr. Davis.
Yes.
And so was it in your experience, knowing the roles of everybody in that vehicle, could Mr. Anderson shoot that gun with Mr. Davis in the car without Mr. Davis's permission?
No.
Now let's talk about your book. When was your book published?
2017.
Okay, so that would be well after Mr. Davis's proffer statement, correct?
Correct.
Be well after his 2009 statement to the Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department?
Correct.
And it might be contemporaneous, we don't know, to the time of his statement to the death row office.
Correct.
Regarding the, I want to talk a little bit about the LA Sheriff's Office absorbing the Compton Police Department. Is it fair to say that a function of that transfer was that some of the evidence that was retained from those search warrants just were, for lack of a better term, lost?
Yes. I mean, I didn't know it at the time. I mean, we just switched police departments and they absorbed us and they kind of were responsible for all the evidence too. So I don't know what happened to it after we got absorbed by the sheriff's department.
Mr. Sanf mentioned Reggie Wright Sr. to you. Did Reggie Wright Sr. ever ask you to work on behalf of the mob pirates?
No.
Did you ever work on behalf of the mob pirates?
Never.
Okay. Talking about the Burris Street faction, Mr. Sanf mentioned that Mr. Sanf asked you some question about Southsiders. Darnell Bren was actually in conflict with this Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
But Michael Giroux was a member of the Southside Compton Crips, the Burris Street crew. Is that fair?
Yes.
I think he went by a Little Owl. Is that right?
That is correct.
Were you aware that the court actually has taken judicial notice of the fact that Little Owl was actually in custody during the September 7th, 1996 murder of Tupac Shakur?
That is correct.
Kind of hard for him to be the person responsible for the murder of Tupac Shakur. Okay. Now, Orlando Anderson, he was also a member of the Burris Street crew. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
And we had talked about before, Corey Edwards was a member of the Southside Compton Crips Burris Street crew. Is that
yes.
fair?
Recross, Mr. Sand.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Are we going to end early today?
I mean, we'll get a clean copy for you. A little bit.
Just a couple things, sir. In terms of the publication of your book, can you tell us, you said that was accurate, right?
Yes, tried to be.
I'm sorry?
I tried to be.
No, and it's fine. I'm not, we're not really gonna knock it. I just want to know that at some point in here, you do identify Mr. Davis as Keefe D, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall the spelling of his name in the book?
No.
Do you recall how you spelt his name?
No.
Would review of your book help you in terms of how you spelt his name in the book?
Sure.
Okay.
They're asking my question. Why are there so many variations?
You want me to approach?
You may.
Okay.
Okay. And just for the record, how did you spell his name in the book?
Keefe.
Right. And do you have any reason to doubt the accuracy of your spelling of his name?
I could be misspelled. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't.
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, but in terms of, for instance, I would imagine during the time period that that's not a usual name, Keefe.
No.
And you would have learned that that name Keefe was more of a nickname.
Correct.
It wasn't his birth name, for instance.
Correct.
And in terms of that name itself, you would have had, like, say, for instance, field interview cards. If you ever ran across individuals, you would put their names down and maybe their monikers or their street names or their nicknames, for instance.
Correct.
Did you ever fill out a field interview card for Mr. Davis?
I don't think I ever did, no.
Yeah. And once again, these field interview cards that you would have used are cards that would help law enforcement identify people that potentially are gang affiliated.
Yes, it does help, yes.
Yeah. And what usually would happen, I would assume, is that when you happen upon someone that you're speaking to and you identify him to be maybe a member of a gang, you would write out information about him, including his nickname and so forth, on a card that would help other law enforcement know whether or not they're affiliated with a gang or not.
Correct.
So in this particular regard, though, you being the detective for the gang unit in Compton, which according to your book was actually very small. At some point it starts out with you and Tim as being the main gang detectives in Compton.
Yes.
And so you had a lot of people to go through, but even then you don't recall ever filling out a field interview card identifying him as a gang member.
No, but he self-admitted it to me. I mean, we go out there, that's all, I see the same people every day because Compton's such a small city. So every time I saw someone, if I stopped and filled out a field card, that's all I'd be doing. So I talked to these guys and they self-admitted to me. They tell me their nicknames.
Yeah.
So,
And why didn't you fill it out?
Mr. Davis and I.
And fair to say again, once again, this is a form of keeping records, right? Is that if you ever have a police officer who's not with your same knowledge and experience on those streets, they could look at those field interview cards to help them determine who Mr. Davis is, right?
That's correct.
No further questions, John?
Any redirect?
Yes, sir.
Redirect, actually.
With regards to Mr. Davis, did he ever hide the fact that he was a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
No.
Was he actually quite open and proud of the fact that he was a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Objection to that speculation and description.
Okay, I'll actually rephrase.
Okay,
Did
so
Mr. Davis evince behavior that made you believe that Mr. Davis was proud of being a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
Yes.
And to your knowledge, did he ever hide being a member of the Southside Compton Crips?
No, whenever I would see Mr. Davis, he'd always be in the company of other Southside Crips too.
And did he ever self-identify as a member of the Southside Compton?
Yes.
Is that it for you, Mr. Paul?
Yes.
Anything else, Mr. Sam?
No, no.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, any questions for this witness? Okay, we have a few.
Ooh, questions? And the prosecutor went after that as if it was to go to the fact of the matter, but I think it's more important that they just document this for gang associates, but they didn't do it for Keefe D. Just like we didn't have reports for anything earlier, but when defense wants to go to the evidence locker, Las Vegas Metro makes a report of that meeting. That time we get a report. But not for any of the other occasions that might be relevant to the case. And we learned that Greg Kading had no access or didn't interact with this guy or his investigation at all. So everything that Greg Kading provided to anybody else was his own started and stopped. Greg Kading was his own alpha omega. So this book that this guy on the stand wrote, where he's pointing to this back and forth, other retaliation, pointing at other potential suspects for the Tupac shooting, just completely insulated, not on Greg Kading's radar. I like that the defense attorney is in the middle of the two prosecutors. And the state said this was their last witness for the day. And we're not back until 1 Pacific time tomorrow, which is 4 p.m. Eastern. So it'll be a half day, 4-hour day tomorrow. I wonder if they have issues with one of the questions, or maybe they're trying to figure out the order to ask them.
All right, a couple questions. You got a lot of questions. Okay. Why is Tupac not seen as a mob pyro while in company of other members, but Mr. Davis is?
Well, there's nothing that documented Tupac as a pirate. Now, he associated with them, but he didn't live their lifestyle. He was a rapper. He did show some allegiance to the mob Pyru. However, he wasn't active. He wasn't out in the streets gang banging or whatever. He was this rap mogul, and I think he liked that lifestyle.
Okay. From what you have observed regarding Reggie Wright Jr., would he have been considered affiliated or in connection with Mob Pyru or any other gangs?
No. Reggie was the head of security for Death Row Records, he was actively employed, and the difference is the entourage, they were paid by Suge Knight, but they played a different role. Reggie could carry a firearm like the rest of the people that he employed, but the entourage, not saying they didn't carry firearms, but they couldn't do it legally. So there's a big difference there.
Is it fair to assume there wouldn't need to be orders from Mr. Davis for members of the Crips to carry out retaliatory shootings, considering there was an active war between Mob Pyru and the South Side following the shooting of Tupac? In other words, is the order implied even if the shot caller does not explicitly say shoot?
Yes, if the shot caller is not there, then gang members are going to do what they do. If they're going to go out hunting, they're going to go out and shoot, even though it might not be sanctioned by a shot caller. But if he's present, most likely they're gonna do what Mr. Davis tells them to do. But if he's not present, then they're gonna do what they did.
Did Orlando get permission to have that shootout at the car wash, seeing that he was a gangster and not an OG?
No, it's like I said, Mr. Davis wasn't there. These guys are gangsters, and when they confront somebody, I mean, it's on. It's going to be on. He doesn't need to be sanctioned by Mr. Davis. Now, if he does something wrong, and when he gets back, he brings heat on the neighborhood or whatever for doing something stupid, then he'll be disciplined for it. And when they're out in the street gangbanging, it's a whole different story because Mr. Davis is not present.
The Las Vegas Metropolitan Police Department asked Compton PD to help them with the murder investigations at the time that Compton searched homes on both sides, or was that something you took your own initiative?
We took the initiative to ask them to come down, and once they were down here, they never asked us for help.
Okay. Any follow-up based on that, Mr. Palal?
Yes, Your Honor. In regards to the distinction of whether Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright were gang members, is it fair to say that you don't become a gang member by hanging around other gang members?
That's correct.
And you had mentioned earlier that you had to put in some work in order to become a gang member.
Yeah, you have to live that life in order to be considered mob pirate.
And with regards to putting in work, what are some activities that one does? Not specific to mob or Southside, but just in the gang culture. What type of work do you have to put in order to be considered actually a gang member as opposed to a guy who hangs around gang members?
You're gonna be out there being active, doing drive-by shooting, getting in fight with other gang members, carjacking, anything that's gonna get you some respect within the gang. They're gonna be out there doing it.
So you had mentioned acts of violence, primarily shooting. Is that
Yes.
fair? In fact, that's how you had mentioned how Orlando Anderson got put on is being part of a group that shot at shooters.
That's correct.
And then you would also, with being part of the narcotics trade, and I guess that's too of a lawyerly word to say, selling drugs, is that one of the ways that you get considered putting in work to become a member of a gang?
Yes.
As long as that money is going towards the gang.
Yes, because money made from the sale of narcotics is the lifeline of every gang in Compton. So the money that they get from selling narcotics, of course they buy more drugs, they buy more weapons, but most of these guys don't work. So the money made from the sale of narcotics, they buy cars, they pay their rent, everything that they do is generated from the sales of narcotics, the money made from that.
And so while Mr. Shakur or Mr. Wright Jr. may have been around the mob pyro, is there anything to suggest that they were putting in work to become members of the mob pyro?
Definitely not.
And let's contrast that with Mr. Davis. Was it, in your observation, training, and experience with Mr. Davis, engaged in the narcotic sale for the purpose of benefiting the Southside Compton crimes?
Absolutely.
So pass the witness.
Okay. Any questions based on the juror questions, Mr. Sand?
No, Your Honor.
Okay. Thank you so much for being here. You are excused.
Oh my God. Is that how we're ending day 7? Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is our last witness for today. We are going to recess for the evening. During this recess, you are admonished not to talk or converse amongst yourselves or with anyone else on any subject connected to the trial, or read, watch, or listen to any report of or commentary on the trial of any person connected with this case by any medium of information, including without limitation, newspaper, television, internet, and radio, or form or express any opinion on any subject connected with the trial until the case is submitted to you. We'll see you guys back here at 1 p.m. For further presentation of evidence. Please rise to the jury.
All right, chat, we're doing an informal vote. Rate the jurors' questions on a scale of 1 to 10. All right, let's see if there's any housekeeping while you guys vote. I see 20 from
For the
Factual
record,
Lie.
the jury has exited the room. Anything we need to address outside the presence?
Nothing to say.
Well, one thing. Mr. Samp asked if we could admit the entire 180-page return from the search warrant. We had no objection to that, and so we will bring a clean copy from Mr. Samp to put in tomorrow. Also, we still need to correct the 2017, the 717 transcript and audio. I'll have that brought forward tomorrow.
What exhibit will the return be?
I have no idea.
Will it be a defense or state?
It's the defense.
Defense next in line, so that would be
WW.
WW. Okay, sounds good.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, man. And by the way, the transcript thing that they just mentioned that they're talking about there, that is yesterday before they started playing the audios that Dorsey brought in, there was something that they needed to redact, and they're like, well, I kind of already played some of it, and they made the decision that they're still going to redact the audio and the written on-screen transcription that gets sent back to the jury. So they've heard some of it in part. They didn't want to like bring attention to it with a curative, like disregard that type of instruction, but they are going to make sure that if the jury wants to re-listen to anything back in the deliberations room later, that the information is taken out. Some information relating to prior shooting, or prior conviction. Not sure if it's the shooting or a conviction for something that they need to take out, but something to that effect. So let's see what the chat is saying. We have the first vote in here was a rate of 20 from Factual Lie. We have T Wood with the 10. That guy Nick gives a solid 8. Brooklyn with the 10. Tarika, like that name, says 10. DJ King Seed says 8. Sabata says 100. Geraldine says, you know what, 10 with an exclamation. Abdi with the 10. See Mish with the 7. Venus Buddha, you must be one of those people that never wants to give a perfect 10. So we got a 9.7. Very, very precise with it. Kay says 10. Kristen says 8. And it's okay. If you think those jury questions were dumb and you think this jury, you don't like their questions, you can say so too. They're just, some of these questions are catching me off guard. We just had this line of questioning about how they didn't put together a field information card to help identify to other members of law enforcement that, hey, this individual might be associated or might be a member of a gang. We fill these out all the time to inform others. It's part of regular record keeping. But for whatever reason, we don't have one for the supposed shot caller guy, Keefe D, and all of his different names. And when someone goes by different names, it's more important than ever to document what they might go by. That way you know how to look them up. Keep things on track. Cross your T's and dot your I's. They don't have that. And then the first jury question out the gate is a question about why is Tupac not seen as Mob Piru while he's in the company of others, but Mr. Davis is. And that question could be a lot of things, right? I can't know what's in the juror's mind when they're asking that question. But my gut instinct is not to read that question as a juror like raising an eyebrow at Tupac. I think that's a juror raising an eyebrow about how law enforcement, this particular witness, whatever, decides to compartmentalize different things. You just decide this because you say so, and you decide this is that because you say so. Where's the objectivity? Where's the consistency? Where's the standard operating procedures? So we have a 1. Thank you, Migs. Yes, we got a 1. Got a 1. We gotta round out. We gotta have different perspectives in here. We have a 9.9 from Ben's Jammin', 7 from the Sean one. We have Yolanda with the 10, Angela with the 10, KP with the 2 super chat. Thank you so much. As the jury is active. Yeah, and I am loving it. Thank you for the 2. We've got 9.8, an 8. We have a 100 emoji. We've got another 8. C. Carrera likes the 9.7. We got a 10 here from Shamika. There we go. 15. So, and again, a question that seems to like raise questions. The question about Reggie Wright was worded something, my notes I wrote, from what you've observed regarding Reggie Wright Jr., would he have been affiliated with Mob Piru or any gang? You know, that's it seems like it's signaling some type of curiosity. And these questions might not mean that the person asking the question isn't leaning towards guilty for Keefe D. But somebody can think the defendant's guilty, but also have questions about what the heck some of these investigators were doing. Right? And I think it's pretty clear that there are some questions about what the heck these investigators were doing. So, and I think that's our record for jury questions for a given witness. I think we had 3 or 4 for a prior witness. This seemed a bit more extensive. So I'm going to do what I do with my notes, you guys, when I put them together in the Tupac trial.catnotwilliams.com, the recap of all the daily summaries and testimony. I do go back and re-listen and get those jury questions verbatim in case you want to reference them. Not verbatim right now because it's just from my quick notes while we're watching this. But yeah, just a hot mess. And then the defense had no follow-up after the state had quite a lot of questions to follow up those jury questions. Sabata thinks maybe some of the questions are trick questions to see if the witnesses are full of it. I don't know. And I think, do you guys remember in the YSL trial when there was a jury question during deliberations? There were no jury questions allowed in that court between witnesses. Like the jury couldn't ask a live witness questions. But during deliberations, when they sent a note in saying they had a question specifically about who was the owner of the Richard Mill watch recovered from Jeffrey William, Young Thug's home after like the group of law enforcement raided and searched it. And Doug Weinstein, attorney for Diamante Kendrick, said he panicked because he was like, oh my gosh, in my efforts to point out some of the missing evidence, missing property, to kind of impugn the integrity of the law enforcement who was in charge of the search and use that point to defend my client. Maybe I'm causing an extra issue because maybe a juror is back there thinking my client actually resides at Jeffrey Williams' home, and that could lead them to think that there was constructive possession of the other items, the contraband recovered from Jeffrey Williams' home. And so Doug said he was panicking, and then jurors did interviews after the trial ended, and they were like, oh no, that was just like, that's not why that juror asked that question at all. But like sometimes reading into juror questions, you could think it absolutely has to mean something, and then that's not what was actually in the juror's mind. So always have to have that caution. All we can do is discuss, but we don't really know what's in their mind unless they come forward later and do interviews after the trial and tell us. With that being said, guys, remember we have scheduling. I don't believe they said at the end of the day what they're going to do on Thursday. Thursday, it was mentioned earlier before the jury came back in that they're going to try to start at noon. So they're going to start 3 hours late. They are Pacific time, but I don't think they confirmed at the end. If they did, I missed it, which wouldn't be surprising. But tomorrow, they're starting 4 hours late. They will be starting at 1 Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. If you're in a different time zone than that, you got to do the conversion yourself because I'm not good at it. You got to put it into Google. Don't trust me with the time zone conversion. So we will be getting back together for that. Pretty excited. That gives me extra time to do my note keeping and my recaps. And I'm going to be re-listening to some of today's testimony tonight. I always think to myself when a day ends this way and you go home and the last thing that you hear is kind of what you're marinating on. Would I rather be, I guess you never really want to be in the defendant's shoes ever because you're on trial. But all things considered, if you put that aside, after this testimony that we ended with, would you rather be in the state's shoes or would you rather be in the defense attorney's shoes? Because I don't think that witness and those jury questions are looking good for the state as far as it relates to them meeting their burden to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. Again, that's a very different question than your gut instinct of this person had to have done it, or if they wrote a book, why else would they write a book unless they really did it, right? The government still needs to meet their burden. And I just think that they're failing at several corners with some of these witnesses. So let the lesson be learned. If you want to find the person who did something, and when they're ultimately prosecuted, and the case is handed off to a district attorney's office to prosecute the case, Have the reports, have the recordings. If there's property listed on after a search warrant is executed and there's a report of property recovered, maybe have a clue where some of that property is. Because so what if after an investigation, the two police captains or chiefs that were accused of taking narcotics out of evidence, if they were cleared after a long investigation, cool, good for them. But that doesn't explain why we have a witness on the stand today in 2026 saying he's unable to tell us where this supposed Monte Carlo payment due is, anything else that they said that was recovered. It's a huge problem. It's a huge problem. And I don't think that the government should get a free pass just because somebody's gut instinct might be that somebody's guilty. Gotta hold them to higher standards because they'll miss the investigation the next time and somebody will get away with it. So let's call it there. You guys know I'm always long with my walk-offs here. Thank you for a great and thoughtful stream. Thank you for hanging out in the chat. Again, if you came in late or missed any testimony, there are standalone clips of almost all of the witnesses except the one that we just watched. I got to get that one done still. Already uploaded for today. So if you need to catch up, you can do that real quick and you've got extra time in the morning. And we will be back together 1 p.m. Eastern, right? No, 1 p.m. Pacific, 4 p.m. Eastern. Okay, let me get off of here before I mess up the timestamps. Bye, guys.